F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
That's pretty depressing for the side of DCG. They are going to slowly lose control of this top side. And that's going to allow PSG to start this up.
Okay, Arza now going back in, finds both the carries, and it's going to be Orchid getting solo. Shinjir will find him. Arza now in the middle of 3. He's taken no damage, as we said. Hanabi, though, does get his Mega Gnar very, very late in his mission with 1 HP.
Now, damage on this tower.
Okay, Paranoia is going to be used, and it's actually going to be J-Team who look for the engage. Lava is gone golden, but he's in the middle of 5. He's not long for this world. And Driver tries to find what he can, but it's nothing. Bruised, 8,000 shurikens, but will he have the damage? At least not for that one. Wako is playing out of his mind. He finds 2. Driver's going down next, and it is going to be cleanly. He has to really misplay to be able to be killed here, you have to feel, and Shun too good to sort of fight himself like that. But here comes Chelsea again. He finds the protect. Oh my god, this guy's incredible.
This guy's the best player in the world.
Or even just put the heal down and let Ziggs deal with the wave.
Ooh. Really nice flank from Driver.
Yeah, Driver going to find a lot of damage onto God Tone. Now, Dragon almost dead, but it's Adios trying to find something. Driver flashes away. The Tristana instinct will not land. In fact, it's Driver who's finding so much damage. He's going to solo kill 1v2. Now, nothing else can really come. I think that was really, really poorly played by Hellpigs. I think they just need to run down mid.
Frank, and he's doing it again here. Has himself 5 kills, and that poke now, it's going to hurt, especially if he can land it onto Ash.
Eminem has the correct guns here. It is going to be that Ash ult landing onto Kenny-chan. Nature's Grass comes out. Mission does a lot of damage, is able to find the kill. Goes golden, but so much damage coming out of this affiliate. Solo kill looking, does not land the Q.
Take a look at how this started. So, Kenny Chan, he did get engaged on very early and took a lot of damage as a result. And solo kill, he did have TP, but didn't really have a great place to put it. And this bomb was actually flashed onto Pretender, which made him lose half his health. There was very, very low got out, and there was a shuriken on him, just barely missed.
联赛加起来，可能大家就会提到当时有这个 Match 大哥上场嘛。对，但如果撇除以外的话，这位34岁的打野选手将会是我们在整个联赛这个10几年来，包含这个 LMS。
因为其他赛季都开赛蛮久了，那就让我感觉等的有点久，就当然还是很兴奋。
就一如这样比赛紧张。
靠近了阿迪欧，直接打不了。突然一个机器人又抓到，不可求过，把那小 C 弹到比较危险的位置。小人这边非常的危险，右边嘎头被举了起来，在正面位置动不太了，最后这边给控到。
那个位置就是在算双黄线走到哪里，然后就在那边发呆了一下。
其实我刚才才知道，那蛮荣幸的吧。然后嘎痛是被我杀的，希望不要被惩罚。应该就小 C 的钩子嘛，就弹杆会夹娃娃，随便夹到不烂。
我有预测，这是一个预判钩，泰的往右边滑的小 C 精准的勾中。这波想做操作，但没想到对面早就知道了。
我必须说他这个钩
34岁的还能来职业赛场，感受一下职业选手氛围，我觉得这蛮尊敬的，对。
感觉就平常心打，感觉遇到谁，大家都是职业选手，都差不多。
我觉得就平常心吧，还有当然会比赛会认真一点，相信我们一定是大于他们的。他们今年又加入了 LPL 来的选手吧，但我觉得都差不多，我们还都是非常强的。
那果然
撞到喽！
就在后面，飞叶盾营绑到谁的中路能够先靠，但 Gemini 是一阵的痛打，去了一个蓄力冲拳，直接挡了下来。
杰西过不来，这样伤害不太够哦。
杰西在路上，电磁脉冲远方的支援，
绑交闪吗？
但是展现过去的硬锤，一个风蚀电车准备要来打，
就还蛮开心的吧，因为毕竟他们也补强了打野，觉得赢下更强的他们，就加强我们的信心。
本来前期顺风就。前期蛮顺风，然后很优势哦，然后中间不小心被逆转，然后以为有可能要输了，但结果后来又赢了回去，这种赢的方式就觉得很惊险哦。
还有来一个 8Q
出来，然后还有鬼灵之握，尝试握握看。不过在塔下的话，
后面有个 TP 哦，是2个 TP，
双 TP 有没有机会可以创造奇迹？往前一刷的话，目标应该会是顺他的闪现是差了一点点的，有太子直接保护，但最后的话没有保到，
他吞错人了吧？
顺已经倒地，接着的话有一个火布连击锁到吉米恩的身上，吉米恩现在是大哥，但接着的话被套上了一个虚弱，吉米恩有没有机会可以来输出？但接着的话是锤出自己的 Q 技能 ，FAK 是打赢了这波比赛。
因为我前面看到了飞爱跟阿里在上路，他们要推上塔，所以想说可以推中路。然后结果有点忘记他们双 TP 绕后，然后我想去绑贾克斯跟阿里，然后不小心被小七吞倒了，就有点尴尬。
中间什么乱流啊？主要还是中路压塔那一波吧。我们沟通没有预先防好2个双 TP， 然后就被抓到机会，就之后还是要多多注意这方面的东西。
中路先进去，我直接把到 Pretender 开出了一个惊人的技能结束之后，突然间中路不见了，扫掉了一名成员 ，CFO 开始全力的追击，一个盖火锅是盖到 Kenny 的身上，
锁但没人跟啊，
无可奈何的飞爱只能够绑到对方的吉因克斯，但紧接着是多名大汉。
就因为其实我们也蛮优势的，所以就算输了那波团，经济也没有差很多，加上我觉得我们后期比较强，就先拼发育，然后等对面拔龙时间结束。
吊大龙，其实我们都还蛮冷静的，因为主要我们还要控到小龙嘛，小龙4条都是我们的，然后就觉得我们团战也不会输，因为我们有冒开跟杰西，就抱一起就很好赢。
没有改变吧，就这2场我比较强硬的叫他，就我很确定对面打野的位置之后，就一直报给他这样，然后再看他线上的优势。
跟说就感觉他还是一样厉害吧，就斗士的角色对线上感觉都是前2就玩得很好。
这一周其实打得还不错，但是我觉得在打到 FAK 的时候，我觉得失误有点太多了，就是因为今天是赢的那一方，优势的那一方嘛，我觉得要改善就是给对方机会的一些问题啦。这个从以往都有一个问题，然后我们也会持续加强这方面的问题，就是完全不给对手任何机会，然后赢下比赛。分数的话，我觉得可能就60分吧，我觉得还有进步空间很多。
现在阿志是我没差啊，我有水龙魂。
哎，但如果等下有一波真的对方 all in 了，有可能会倒。
哦，他现在就是不断的尝试，
总比都不出手好。哎，来了出手。
哦，这是直接大招挡掉，而且进来撞到了，直接撞到东山，再一个巨幅毁灭，又是其他的追刷塔。后面的一个扫射，阿志还在弹出伤害，接着他掉到了半血，现在是超硬塞恩。
红白刀这时候也没办法做拉扯，只有一个近战的本钱而已。选择直接开无尽梦魇往前飞，这边华哥一个人打3个，但是马上被抬起来。救急电话配上惊人拖了一点时间，这是后排的米军迅步挖口一个收盲，直接把 Lava 给收在了正面的位置。来看一下红白刀叠满的 Bruce 没办法再往前，敏智过来想偷伤害，但是正面的挖口又打2个，配上一个咒语爆破，再加一个惊人拖时间，车长竟然没办法换掉任何一个人。我觉得是因为平均上来，我觉得其实 PCS 的下路线不烂。
我有预测，这是一个预判攻，泰的往右边滑的，小心精准的勾中。这波想做操作，但没想到对面早就知道了。
左边非常的恐怖，嘎筒去看一下，
有意识，他被顶了一波。
但是这9筒超痛，已经打到了半血，再炸了一个348，
踩不过去了，
生气想要推回来，但直接交闪，甩大绝也没有甩到，然后在空中直接被接了一个 QQPR。但现在变成是这一个肚子，直接把对方给顶得迷迷冒冒。那 IC8 看起来也是跟着倒地，往前的一个拍地板，直接盖火锅把 IC8 给拿下。
下半部的团战是让 Pretender 拿下3个人头啊，他现在已经跟中山是接近平装的，都是3连装。
2颗是有赏金的人头的样子。
对，往前还要再做 poke， 这是一个魔法水晶岩出手，再配上一个冰河龙牢，2段的 CC，
要秒了，
回身打了一个鬼灵之握，但是正面的位置中山交了一个惊人想规避掉伤害的 M&N， 这是一个白刀，但是被回避设计给直接推走了。
这波 DG 的阵型就保持得非常好，就是他们有确保就是朱女的大绝甩在谁身上的同时，他们后续的 CC 以及伤害都是能够跟上的。
但这手 M&N 太猛了，
对，有猫咪的保护啊，最大程度让他能够在这样情况下搭配红白刀去做贴点的输出。
对，而且东山这波操作也非常好，他基本上是救了所有人的命啊。
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and cashin'. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there
you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning.
整个联赛加起来，可能大家就会提到当时有这个 Match 大哥上场嘛。对，但如果皮尔苏以外的话，这位34岁的打野选手将会是我们在整个联赛整个10几年来，包含这个 LMS。
因为其他赛季都开赛蛮久了，那就让我感觉等的有点久，就当然还是很兴奋的。
就一如既往比赛紧张，
靠近了阿迪奥斯也打不了，突然一个机器人又抓到，扑克球过，把他小西弹到比较危险的位置，小人这边非常的危险，右边高头被举了起来，但正面位置动不太了，最后这边给控到。
那我其实就是在算双线走到哪里，然后就在那边发呆了一下。
其实我刚才知道，那蛮荣幸的吧。然后嘎痛是被我杀的，希望不要被神罚。应该就小 C 的钩子嘛，就弹杆会夹娃娃，随便夹到
腐烂。我有预测，这是一个预判攻，泰的往右边滑的小 C 精准的勾中，这波想做操作，但没想到对面早就知道了。
我必须说他这个勾
34岁了，还能来职业赛场，感受一下职业选手氛围，我觉得这蛮尊敬的，对。
感觉就平常心打，感觉遇到谁，大家都是职业选手，都差不多。
我觉得就平常心吧，还有当然会比赛会认真一点，相信我们一定是大于他们的。他们今年又加入了 LPL 来的选手吧，但我觉得都差不多。我们还都是非常强的。
那果然天确
撞到喽！
就在后面，飞叶盾营绑到谁的中路能够先靠，但 Gemini 是一阵的痛打，去了一个蓄力冲拳，直接挡了下来。
杰西过不来，这样伤害不太够哦。
杰西在路上，电磁脉冲远方的支援，
绑杰西交闪吗？
但是展现过去的硬锤，一个风蚀电车准备要来打，
就还蛮开心的吧，因为毕竟他们也补强了打野，觉得 赢下更强的他们，就加强我们的信心。
本来前期顺风，就前期蛮顺风，然后很优势哦，然后中间不小心被逆转，然后以为有可能要输了，但结果后来又赢了回去，这种赢的方式就觉得很惊险哦。
还有来一个把 Q。
出来，然后还有鬼灵之握，尝试握握看。不过在塔下的话，
后面有个 TP 哦，是2个 TP，
双 TP 有没有机会可以创造奇迹？往前一刷的话，目标应该会是顺他的闪现是差了一点点的，有他的先保护，但最后的话没有保到，
他吞错人了吧？
顺已经倒地，接着的话有一个火布连击锁到吉米恩的身上，吉米恩现在是大哥，但接着的话被套到了一个虚弱，吉米恩有没有机会可以来输出？但接着的话是锤出自己的 Q 技能，FAK 是打赢了这波比赛，
因为我前面看到了飞爱跟阿里在上路，他们要推上塔，所以想说可以推中路，然后结果有点忘记他们双 TP 绕后，然后我想去绑贾克斯跟阿里，然后不小心被小西吞倒了，就有点尴尬。
中间什么乱流啊？主要还是中路压塔那一波吧。我们沟通没有预先防好2个双 TP， 然后就被抓到机会，就之后还是要多多注意这方面的东西。
中路先进去，我直接绑到 Pretender 开出了一个惊人的技能结束之后，突然间中路不见了。扫掉了1名成员 ，CFO 开始全力的追击，一个盖火锅是盖到 Kench 的身上，
锁但没人跟啊，
无可奈何的飞爱只能够绑到对方的吉因克斯，但紧接着是多名大汉。
就因为其实我们也蛮优势的，所以就算输了那波团，经济也没有差很多。加上我觉得我们后期比较强，就先拼发育，然后等对面巴龙时间结束。
掉大龙，其实我们都还蛮冷静的，因为主要我们还要控到小龙嘛，小龙4条都是我们的，然后就觉得我们团战也不会输，因为我有冒开跟杰西，就包一起就很好赢。
没有改变吧，就这2场我比较强硬的叫他，就我很确定对面打野的位置之后，我就一直报给他这样，然后再看他线上的优势。
跟说就感觉他还是一样厉害吧，就斗士的角色对线上感觉都是前2，就玩得很好。
这一周其实打得还不错，但是我觉得在打到 FAK 的时候，我觉得失误有点太多了，就是因为今天是赢的那一方，优势的那一方嘛，我觉得要改善就是给对方机会的一些问题啦。这个从以往都有一个问题，然后我们也会继续加强这方面的问题，就是完全不给对手任何机会，然后赢下比赛。分数的话，我觉得可能就60分吧，我觉得还有进步空间很多。
Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give make you ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello, 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 and welcome back here to day number 2 of week 2 here for the PCS Summer, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I, of course, am your host, Vestian, and alongside me, yet again, my lovely co-host here, Shock.
That's me. Very happy to be here. Yesterday on the PCS, we had a very nice Game 5, and I think that could be what we see again today. It's a bit of a shame that we are playing on 13.12. Feel like it's a bit of a stale patch, but we've been having some good games regardless.
Yeah, I think yesterday had some bangers, some absolute bangers.
It really did.
Few questionable plays scattered throughout the day, and wouldn't be surprised to see more of them. It's been a bit of a trend so far, at least in summer. But yeah, as you sort of touched on, we do have some very exciting games coming up today. I think game number 4, game number 5, very important for standings. We do have CFO versus J-Team as well as Beyond versus PSG. Now, I think those are the games we're looking forward. The first 3 here are what we sort of look at the top 6 against the bottom 4 are the first 3 games we have at the moment. There is, importantly, actually Duish Team versus Halpix. So one of those teams will be getting their first win as well.
Yeah, and I think that is
you know, it's going to be important for either of those teams because not just for the standings, but honestly just for the confidence. You really don't want to be the team that ends up, you know, ending the first round something like 0-10. As we'll take a look at the results from yesterday, and that big one was game number 5 with CFO managing to take out Beyond in a very back and forth game.
It was extremely back and forth, and I think it really did look like for the most part that Beyond should have won it. I think CFO found a nice pick there on Kong Yue near the end. Well, not even near the end, actually. It was like halfway through, but that is kind of what turned the game around. And I also want to say there was a bit of questionable build paths going on, especially from Betty. Had the AP Kaiser who went Duskblade Mythic into Void Staff. It was, I don't know, probably not the optimal way to play Kaiser, in my opinion at least. But here are the standings. As you can see there, it is CFO and PSG comfortably ahead at the moment. Both have not found a loss just yet, but again, it is going to be CFO against J-Team, who are looking strong in their own right, only one win behind, as well as BYG versus PSG, the exact same.
Yeah, I think there's definitely the potential for these standings to start to kind of filter themselves out a little bit more, and after today, we will finally have our clear last place team. As you said before, one of W2D2 or Hellpigs will pick up their first win and put an end to that loss streak.
No, I think that's something important to touch on. Who do you think you favor in that matchup? Because I have no read whatsoever.
Ooh, I think it's really close. I would probably give it to Hellpigs though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what makes you say that?
I feel like while Hellpigs have probably the weaker mid jungle, I think their sides are better. And I think it's not like the W2D2 mid jungle is particularly strong either. So we'll see how it ends up going as we take a look at today's matchups. The one we were just talking about was game number 3 here. First 2 games, I feel like, you know, you're expecting to be kind of one-sided with DCG and Frank picking them up. But games 4 and 5, I think, are really the ones you're going to want to pay attention to today. Especially game number 5. You know, can PSG Talon do the same thing to Beyond that CFO did yesterday? I would expect so. I imagine they pick up the win, but hopefully it's in cleaner fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to see how cleanly the wins are, not just that there are wins. And I guess we should lightly touch on game number 2 of tonight as well. Both teams are sitting at 1-3, although it isn't exactly representative of their strength. I feel like Frank, they have gone up against 3 of the 4 heaviest hitters in the league and lost to them, but there was competitive games. Whereas West Point, when they've lost, they've kind of just lost really, really hard. And I don't see any lane or even in the jungle, I don't see a way in which they really favor out against Frank. But first of all, we do have game number 1, of course. It is Impunity versus DCG. Here's Impunity lineup, and I want to say from yesterday against Frank, they actually had, I'd say, a chance to get a lead in the game. It was Shera who was finding probably the favorable sort of trades against Pretender, had the chance to sort of solo kill him. Didn't end up happening that way, though. He unfortunately died to tower, which led to Pretender taking over the entire map. So I think if Shera in particular can play his lane similar to yesterday without the mistake giving over first blood, could look a bit different, although Mission possibly a harder person to do it against.
Yeah, I think Mission, I would say the best laner in the league, maybe bar Maple. We haven't really seen, I feel like, enough games of Maple yet to make that call, but historically, obviously was very good as well. But Mission already this season has put up some immense performances, and I think it's just going to be such a tough nut to crack. And I wonder if maybe that stems, you know, first from the laning phase. Is there something they can do, or the drafting phase, excuse me, is there something they can do to kind of neutralize Mission? Because I think Mission does have a little bit of a champion pool problem. You know, he does stuff like ban the LeBlanc on the blue side. There's some champs he's not as comfortable on, but he more than makes up for it with the champs that he does play. He's extremely good on.
Yeah, Control Major, I think, is where he excels. You're not really looking at Mission, as you said, to play the likes of LeBlanc, in fact, banning it when most teams wouldn't on that blue side. And then also, I think he doesn't really play the Tristana, which right now...
He plays Tristana.
He does?
Yeah.
You think he plays Tristana like to the level he plays the Control Majors?
Yeah, he played a good Tristana game already, didn't he?
I'm wrong.
I'm pretty sure he did. But...
Yeah, fair enough. But I think still point remains is that he does look strongest on the Control Majors out of everything.
Agree.
And we also do know Impunity especially likes to pick up that Tristana. And being that they will be blue side here, it could be where we look towards is... Look at those stats from Mission.
Yeah, I mean, 74% KP, up 1,500 gold at 15 minutes and a 43% forwards percentage. Love to see it. And Mission, he's only actually played 2 champs so far in his 4 games, which are Tristana and Orianna.
Yeah, no, the Tristana, obviously, I think he both picked up wins on both games of Tristana. The Orianna he did lose, but I think one of those was against PSG, where you kind of just expect him to lose, in all honesty, but... Again, I think as Orianna looks strong, maybe some question marks around the build path. It is something we haven't seen other than him, going for the Shadow Flame first after just picking up the Lost Chapter for that mana.
As we will now head into the Champion Select, of course, Azir will be banned. Pretty much have to take that away from Mission at this stage. Renekton as well will not be able to be picked up by Hanabi, and then Vi, LeBlanc, the answers.
Ooh, Tristana ban comes out already. Sometimes you just see it kind of picked as a response to LeBlanc, but it feels like it's very strong in its own right, and we've been kind of seeing that more in the PCS where it does just get picked nice and early. Now, last ban, will it be the Nico? Something that's been very heavily prioritized. Now, some teams have been letting it through. Now, I wonder if that's because they have a counter, because oftentimes we see if it's left up, it just doesn't get picked at all. And we'll have to see, is that going to be the case?
I do hope to see it. I think even though it's only been played once and it was a loss, I think that it's so powerful if you're able to utilize it correctly. I feel like it wasn't utilized correctly in the only game it was played, and so doesn't really have a fair stat line as of yet, but Jace wouldn't be too surprised to see. Looks extremely strong in the meta currently. Not something Mission tends to play a whole lot of, but I'm sure he can.
Yeah, I feel like if you go Jace, Kai'Sa, and then Maokai on 3, you have an extremely good comp very early here. Alternatively, you could take the Maokai now, but you're not really worried about it being taken away. I think if you grab Jace, Kai'Sa, you're already in such a good spot.
Yeah, looks like that. Yeah, Shock does draft.
It certainly does. Now, on the Impunity side, will they just take the Jax? Kind of feel like it should be the best with the Renekton gone. Maybe Jax Xayah? I mean, you could go for Cassante as well, but I think the Jax is better.
I think the Jax is harder to pick blind.
Okay, so they do go for it.
Oh, I wouldn't expect to see Sivir. Yeah, Aphelios.
Now, will this be the Maokai that comes in, or are they going to take a top lane counter? Okay, yeah, it's going to be the Maokai. So Jace, Kai'Sa, Maokai, I mean, I think DCG have everything they want. But now it comes down to those second phase bans. The side of DCG, I think they will want to target maybe supports. Take away the Thresh from the Aphelios could be good.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Rakan bans as well, even if there isn't the Xayah paired with it. Seems like it's just so strong in the meta that teams are willing to get rid of it regardless. Okay, Fiora ban. So they're thinking Cassante's mid.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can be flex mid, but then what does the Fiora... What does that suggest? So they're looking to fourth pick their top and then counter pick their support last, which is interesting. I'm not sure. I feel like Fiora can mean a lot of different champs, and I'm not too sure why that would be the first one. But let's see what else they go for.
Well, it could be, we have seen the Fiora picked as sort of a skill matchup into Jax, so it could be aiming for a Jax and then get a worse matchup for Impunity.
Yeah.
Jax obviously fine if it is the Cassante top. We've seen Jax versus Cassante time and time again.
Yeah, it looks like they might go for it. It's a good takeaway from Sedge if they do think it's Cassante mid. So if they can get away with this, it's good. I would maybe be worried about the Gragas 4-5 coming in, but if they think that's a better matchup than Fiora, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I guess so far the Cassante mids we have seen have all been against the Jace.
Yeah.
So maybe just thinking this is a trend starting and almost just predicting it will be the Cassante mid.
Yeah, so now 4-5 here.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh kind of makes sense, especially with those other melee supports already taken away. The Thresh Gragas? Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
They go for the cannon.
Alright, so will be Cassante mid.
Yeah, okay.
Will we see Yuumi?
I feel like Yuumi blind is pretty bold.
Yeah.
Be surprised to see it. I feel like it should be the Thresh, but maybe we'll see something else picked up here.
Be kind of cool to see Zilean, but I don't know how well it would complement their team.
I don't think Zilean fares very well against poke comps. You need Zilean against all-in. So they go for Nico. I guess this is Nico's support. There's no way you can play Cassante support, right? No shot.
No way.
So it should just be Nico's support then. And what's the last pick? Orca, he has pick of the litter. He's seen the entire comp. Ooh. Would it be a Blitzcrank?
Blitzcrank would be interesting. I think it'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
If you are able to hook, pretty much, like, you are going to be able to probably explode everyone that isn't Cassante and Sedge. Depends on the Kennen build, of course. Sometimes they do go a bit tankier, even without going the rest Heartsteel Kennen. Okay, so Orca has played quite a lot of Blitzcrank in the PCS, playing it last split as well as I think he's already had a game on it this split as well against PSG. So something he's comfortable on. And it does pair well with Kai'Sa. It's similar to Nautilus in how it gets a pull, then it can knock up, and that's already 2 stacks of the Plasma, meaning Kai'Sa will have more damage. Now, will we see Chris Scarter? The last time he played Kai'Sa, He went for the lethality build, which I think was extremely troll. And again, against Cassante Sedge, you have to go damage. You have to go DPS to be able to cut through those tanks.
Yeah, surely he's going DPS build. I think it should be the AP one as well. And honestly, I think anytime a team gets Jace, Kai'Sa, Maokai at this point, I'm pretty willing to hand them the win. So, yeah, I think DCG come away with a very big draft win here. Although, Cassante Sejuani is a very strong mid 2v2, so we'll have to see what they can get done with that.
Yeah, and they do have an extremely good team fight comp too. If they can set up with a Kennen and a Nico and find a big AoE there, that can just lead to an immediate team fight win. So I think both teams have tools to really win out this game. And again, we have that 2 sort of poke comp coming through from DSG. But again, if it is going to be the poke Kai'Sa, it comes from AP, whereas Jace gets it from AD. So I think that's important to spread out the damage in terms of your comp. And then again, Kai'Sa, probably the best poke champion in the game, just based on how it can poke and then do infinite damage from in a DPS sort of run.
Yeah, feels like both her and Jace are kind of in that boat at the moment, which no surprise to see them prioritized so highly time and time again. As we are heading on to the Rift for game number 1, and I think if there is a way for Impunity to get stuff done in this game, it's probably is going to be around that top side 3v3, you know, Sejuani, Cassante, Kennen. That's pretty strong, especially for contesting the Herald. They've got a Nico for teamfight as well, with Exhaust though.
30 seconds until minions
Yeah,
spawn.
just not wanting to be too aggressive in the lane. I guess it makes sense. Very early on, Aphelios, just by having access to that Crescendum, will generally win out, at least the early stages, as well as Blitzcrank not so strong, level 1.
Yeah, Nico's got the absolute focus on the Scorch as well as the Comet as well though. Ooh. I wonder if the Exhaust was meant to just be for Kai'Sa in team fights, and like, that's pretty normal, but also, I feel like when Kaisers do just go for that AP build, it's not as damaging exhaust as it used to be. You know, you'd exhaust the Kai'Sa as she goes in, and suddenly she doesn't do anything, but now, it feels like Kai'Sa oftentimes wins the fight before it even starts.
I still find it so incredible that currently in League of Legends, the AP build for a lot of champions is to start a longsword.
Yeah.
Not the League of Legends I'm used to, that's for sure. No. But here we go. I believe it should be Impunity getting prio in this lane, although if they aren't going to get to the minion wave first, they are going to struggle to do so. Kai'Sa is definitely good at taking out minion waves quick with the execution on that Acathian Rain.
Yeah, I think... Not sure they'd want to push, though. No. Just kind of let this wave come a bit closer. Sets up for Blitzcrank. Allows Hana to, later on, path down the map and look for something. Now, Hana, he sort of started Raptors. There is potential he goes for some sort of 3 camp into top gank. Ganking a Cannoneer early would be very productive if you could succeed. Oh, hook comes out.
Yeah, Blaze getting extremely low. Ignite is going to be popped here. Oh, Chris Gardner's still following up. Blaze might have to commit flash and heal very shortly.
I'm surprised he didn't heal at all, but hey, he knows he can hold it, but can you lane at all? Feels like you can't.
Yeah, I don't see a way you can. Oh, another hook lands here. Okay, that is the exhaust used here. Cleanse actually is the response. Chris Carter doesn't want to lose most of his health. Knockup is going to be found here. It is the heal. Nothing more for now, but DCG looking strong in this lane.
Arashi is running straight bot though.
Yeah,
there's only one
Hana
flash.
Not replying.
Oh, they have to run.
Orca doesn't have flash. This could just be first blood going over to Impunity.
Yeah.
Going to be the knockup onto Orca as he is going to have to commit his life. Will it be picked up by Blaze? It is, so really nice by Arashi to realize how dire it was looking bot lane, but now it's Hana trying to turn around. Going to find the knockup onto Arashi as a turn. There is another kill found by DCG, so one each. Possibly in favor of Impunity, just on the basis they got the first blood.
Yeah, but I think Hana's going to stay. I wish we go back to bot lane with the camera here, because I think Hana can force them off the bot wave, and if he can, you'd have to say it's in DCG's favor.
Looks like they're diving,
oh my god,
perhaps.
show bot lane.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, that looks like a snipe, so 2 more kills were found there, and
we're going to need a replay.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know exactly what happens. I imagine Hana just walks up, takes tower aggro, resets it with that twisted advance, but we'll have to have a look and see what happened.
Do have to agree.
Flash is available still for Cascada, so a really important cooldown was able to be held as well.
And he's 2-0 now, and I believe he should have the red buff, right?
Blue buff.
Is it a blue buff? It should be a red buff. Is it?
Well, he got the blue buff from Arashi. I don't know if he got the red buff or not, because Hana does have one. But another fight does break out. 1-for-1 trade. Both mid laners picking themselves up a kill, so a lot of action already. Really, the mid laners and AD carries that are benefiting, though.
So initially, a lot of summons burned in bot lane, lots of HP traded as well. I think it was nice by Arashi to just run straight bot here, as in the picture-in-picture, we're going to kill in mid lane, but back to this replay. So DCG, without their sums, Arashi, he comes down here and he looks at Orca. It's nice if they can kill Orca, obviously, but I wonder if maybe should have just committed onto Cruscata at this point anyway, because it looks like Orca's dead. Maybe could have got Cruscata's flash. Instead, now with HP so low, Hana, he flashed W onto Blaze.
Wonder if Blaze should have just stayed at tower.
Yeah, I think probably would have died no matter what, honestly, but I think could have traded back a kill onto Hana, which would have been nice.
Okay, we'll have to see a replay on what happened mid here too. It looks like Arashi was taken out by Mission, so... Damn, level 3 Sejuani, 5 minutes into this game is...
Yeah, getting pushed off your ground by a Jax. Maybe not what you want to see. And it looks like Jax is going towards those Mercs already. And yeah, Mission somehow 2-0.
Okay, let's have a look at this one.
So sure, I guess he just gets hooked here. Okay, Mission goes forward. Level 5 versus level 4. Hook comes out. Mission, he's just able to clean this up. And does Smurf go down too? Somehow? How does Mission... Where did he get his first kill?
He got the first kill on Arashi in the topside jungle. Before we went to the replay.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Oh my.
Jerry's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That first strike is... What was the Dirk here? It's going to be big stacks. Another bot
Okay,
gank.
looks like Blaze is just out of position here.
Yeah, he's gone.
Gonna be another kill given to Cruscata. This game is quickly going out of favor. 2k gold lead 6 minutes in.
Yeah.
And it's just your AD carry and jungler constantly going down.
Yeah, kind of just does feel like a player diff at this point. You know, Impunity's bot lane were just getting hooked every time.
Arashi's going to be around, but will Orca land the hook?
Ooh.
Doesn't.
No mana left for him as well.
Oh my. That was a bit troll.
Yeah.
Arashi trying to find some damage under the tower, but misses and just leads to his death.
Oh, Orca. Has he overstayed too long, though?
Looks like he might have. That's exhaust used.
Oh,
gonna dodge out of the root.
Nice sidestep.
Blaze, minion block perhaps, wasn't able to get that snare off, and so, yeah, it is just 4 kills now for Cruscata on this Kai'Sa, and...
Yeah, this is crazy, though. Like, even then, being able to get out there, Orca is really just having the better
Static
mechanics,
shiv.
right? Oh.
6 minutes 50.
That's pretty ridiculous. This is going to be a quick one.
Yeah, I certainly think so. 2 plates already. 1 plate is answered, actually, by Impunity. Looks like it might have been that top lane.
Yeah, credit to LJW. He's got himself a slight CS lead. Now with Jax picking up the Mercs, though, it's going to get a bit more difficult. And Hana, he's maybe looking bot again. Wasn't able to freeze that wave. McCann cleared a little bit of that vision out for them. Mid lane, Dire Straits there as well. There's not a way really back into this game here for Impunity. I think they're already so far behind.
Yeah, this looks really, really problematic. It is Shearer, though, looking for something as Arashi does arrive. Flash away from Mission. Able to keep that summoner despite all the attention that's been around mid. Now Orca the point of attention. It is going to be a hook landed onto Shearer, who will also flash away. Both flashes taken away from mid laners here. No one dies, though.
Yeah, what's close? A lot of summons burned. Ultimately, DCG pick themselves up a drag and have to feel super good about their position. Oh, the Nico.
Okay, the Nico coming in as a minion. We've seen it once before at the PCS. Looks like it will be another benefit, but it's no damage. They aren't able to find Mission. I almost feel like there had to have been a misclick or something around there. It looked like abilities were being used, but Mission wasn't taking any damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Cassandra just had no mana at all, but I think that was a good play from Smurf to go out through mid. Unfortunately, you know, with no ignite, just has the exhaust and wasn't even up. No damage from Cassandra, they just couldn't kill him.
They're going to look for Hanabi, but Hana is here in response. This guy's just been everywhere he needs to be at the right time. Nature's Grass coming out. Flash will be committed as well as that Kennen ultimate. Hanabi does flash forward, but will not have the damage just yet as Hana manages to land a knock up on both of them. It's now Smurf arriving on the Nico, but he certainly can't get anything done. And there's another kill found here for DCG as Orca looking for some supportal combat.
He has Ignite.
Yeah, it does have Ignite. Arashi cannot really help, but the hook does go wide. And so Smurf should be fine to walk away, but ultimately it's Hanabi picking himself up his first kill of the game. A plate will go to him as well.
Okay, let's have a look at this. You know, the Nico minion gank, it works every time. There's definitely enough mana here for Shera. No mana on mission. Let's see what happened. Okay, so everything hits from Nico. And Cassante just fully ordered a creep.
Minion.
Yeah. Even if he hadn't, though, I'm not sure it would have killed him.
Yeah, I think it would have been close.
He did have a Sheen, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they just
that
really
was his
lacked the
first auto
damage.
attack. It might have been enough damage to... who knows, I guess. Could have also been a grass proc as well.
Yeah.
All these little things do certainly add up, especially this early on into the game. But Duskblade committed. Oh, no, man.
Oh, you hate to see it.
This isn't even the part of the game where Kaiser W does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Not sure what to say to that.
No, it is looking very, very bleak. The chances for impunity here. It will be Rift Herald picked up for DCG. I mean, you have really any lane you want to put this in as well. You can take it to the Jax if you want. It looks like bot lane might be the best option.
Yeah, I wonder if you just put it mid, honestly, just to speed the game up. Play for a sub 20-minute win. If you can drop 2 Heralds mid, that'll normally do it. And I think bot might also fall on its own. We'll see where it goes. No, he enters that top side.
Orca kind of just living around mid now.
He knows he can just go pretty much anywhere he wants and find picks. Ooh. Hana, he did grab it there. Smurf, funny looking creep.
Okay, so let's see if they can get anything really done here. I don't think so. It should be okay for Blaze to just farm away at that tower, but with Hana as well as Arashi in the bot side, you do have to be careful of dives. Orca only just missing these hooks, man. If they are
that was
slightly,
a blind one.
Yeah, if they are slightly positioned different, it will land, and with Kaiser ult available, should just be a kill found. Not to be just yet, though.
It looks like this will go mid. Now, the question is, can they actually get 2 towers with it? They have a lot of members around mid. I think it will break the first one without dying. So it should get the charge on in the second one. And they want a fast game.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone is around here. It looks like Glacial Prison goes wide onto Griscata, so 3 men committed to try and find this Kaiser, but ultimately will not happen, and now it's getting turned. Kaiser, though, is going to start the 1v1 on Arashi, as on the other side, Orca lands the hook, its Blaze going to go down. Killer Instinct will be committed. Now there's a teleport, but Hana waiting patiently for that. Nice flash ult there, found by Smurf. It's also now going to be Cassante. He's going to find the damage. That's a massive shutdown now onto Cassante, as Arashi will also pick himself one onto Orca.
Yeah, I mean, good that they managed to trade some gold back. You just wonder if it's too little too late with a mid-tier 2 now falling. Ouch.
Yeah, and with respawns coming in, they'll be able to pick up the Dragon too. Important shutdown onto Cassante though, but again, he doesn't have the gold to be able to buy the resistances he really needs to have any impact on the game. Oh, sorry, he didn't go wide, he cleansed it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, Griscata's basically 1v3ing at this point. And then the rest of the members come down. They're able to look to turn this around. Nice hook onto Blaze. Griscata just dives on into it. I think after this, probably should have just played the disengage, but they got a bit greedy. They wanted more, and a nice ult from Smurf. You know, credit to Smurf, other than their very early laning, has actually found some pretty good plays for himself.
Yeah. Another tower will be going down now. Mission just claiming every tower on the map.
Yeah, the gold lead isn't the most ridiculous we've seen. Hanabi.
Okay, now we've got a 2v2. Orca is going to be just playing sort of survival for Hanabi, but it's going to be Griscata who turns up here at the top lane. Orca getting low, but will he have the damage? No, he will not. So double kill found for Kaiser. Really, really accelerated now.
Yeah.
Probably is... Well, when he recalls, should have the 2-item spike.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be so fed.
Giving over the plates to Hanabi.
Look at that player gold. Griscata's up 3k gold over his opponent at 13 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, they're so far ahead, they've got 3 people committed to the top lane and Maokai just soloing the Dragon. So, Mission, though, might be a little bit out of position. Actually, maybe Blazers just misses out on the damage, but important kill found. 450 gold shut down now onto this Aphelios. If you are going to come back, you're going to have to keep finding things like that.
Yeah, and I believe that's 15 plates picked up for DCG.
Wow.
They got all 15 of them before 14 minutes.
And an extra tower mid.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And while these shutdowns have been picked up by Impunity, they're still down an immense amount of gold here, 7,500. Which feels pretty insurmountable at this early in the game. Orca, he's working on his Everfrost. Love to see it. Oh, 2,600 gold from plates.
15 plates to 1.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah. Not what else to say, but have a look. I think... Looked like Mission could have actually killed Blaze here.
Yeah, I wonder if he cancelled an auto. We'll see.
We often go very far back for these replays, don't we?
Yeah, so he swaps to Hammer. Yeah. Maybe could have...
Oh, he didn't get an auto in. He
yeah,
definitely
he didn't
could
get the E auto. It was close, though. Definitely could have been a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Unlucky, but it is, I mean, important for Impunity to find that onto the Aphelios. As I said, if you are going to come back, you really need Aphelios to be getting some of that gold. He's already down an entire item and some components.
Unfortunately for Cruscata, is building some human items next. Looks like it'll be the Rage Blade. No Dustblade Kaisers.
Yeah, you definitely like to see that. Another hook landed from Orca. Flash going to be responded by Shera, but massive cooldown now is going to be down there. As a teleport flank does come in, Mission should spot this out, and it should be adequately answered to. LJW not going to be able to find anything just here. In fact, going to quickly run back to his team. Oh,
Mission.
That is one Q. What is it? QW? QE?
QE. Oh, hook does go wide. In the meantime, Hanami's getting a lot bot, so Impunity, they have to force.
Oh, they do land the ult here onto Orca, but he is going to get out just before anyone is able to really respond to it. And with the saplings down, there isn't going to be a response. Mission now, the focus, but it's Hana who goes in, finds a 4-man knock-up, and Mission actually cancelled on his flash Q. There are so many low health bars. Cruscata does have ult. He's going in. Actually, he's flashing out already. There's no mana left for DCG, so they're not actually able to find anyone. It's just the kill found. Mission's down. Importantly, though, Hanabi should be making work on this tower. Yep, he's almost got it. So, I mean, it's still in favor of DCG, but man, was it close.
Yeah, I think if Mission hadn't died there, should have just been able to clean everyone up, but gets a bit hasty, goes in. And without that mana, you know, the rest of the team can't quite finish them off. Still, though, in such a commanding position here as DCG, 2 dragons up, miles ahead in gold, and the spikes here are so early as well. Kaiser is approaching 3 items. Now, I wonder what they can get done with the second Herald, because if they can get some kills, they could probably end the game with it.
Yeah, I always feel like they're strong enough to just put down the Maokai ult and push to end. The Jace poke we've seen, it's hitting for like a third of everyone's health. Pretty crazy amounts of damage coming out of Mission.
A lot of topside control here for DCG. Looks like they're probably going to use this Herald on maybe the top tier 2. Try and break one of these side lane towers first. Ooh, Smurv was
Every
almost...
time, man.
Chelsea hits those.
He does. All right, so Rift Shield in the back pocket. Are they going to use it for this top tower? They are, so this will be the top tower going down. If they're able to find kills, you almost feel like, despite such low death timers, they might just be comfortable ending. That's one tower found. Rift Shield will be able to crash again. There's no reliable way for Impunity to stop that.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of damage dealt.
Smite used, so they don't have a minion wave for now. As Hanabi, though, is starting to work on this mid lane inhib tower. Orca just sending out prayers with that Blitzcrank hook.
And can Impunity hold on? They don't really have a whole lot of wave clear.
Okay, there's the Maokai ult. Is going to assist this minion wave. So they are able to get that. Hook will land here. It is onto the Sejuani, but she is just blowing up. And now it's a 4v5. Inhibitor will be taken down momentarily here from DCG. Hanabi as well, working on the mid lane. But it's Shera with the teleport flank. Does find the all out here onto Cruscata, but Cruscata is safe for now. Flash knock-up land only onto Hana as the Kennen ult committed. Both only onto tanks. It's Mission. It's Hanabi. They're finding everyone. There's 2 members left. They're not going to go for the end, being a bit... Oh my... Oh, the flash is answered by Blaze just in time to save himself. Minion wave crashing now. Doesn't look like they're comfortable going for the commit, and they are just going to Hex Gate out and reset.
Looks like they will get out here, yeah. Relatively scot-free. They get that top inhib. And it feels like all they really need now is to start up the Baron, and that'll pretty much be Impunity done in this game. 3 items here for Jace. Very close to 3 items for Cascada as well. And win expectancy did almost touch 100% there.
Twice it almost touched. I think that's the highest win expectancy we've seen yet.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're up, what is it, almost 12k gold at 19 minutes, you are pretty much expected to win 100% of the time, I'd have to say. So.
Now, what would have to happen for that 1%? What do you think? 5 disconnects?
Well, in theory, I guess you find the perfect Nico Kennen engage somehow, and then Blaze picks up the majority of the kills, and then maybe your Aphelios can deal with these frontliners and sort of remain healthy enough and have enough damage to deal with the backliners as well. But again, I think that just takes the absolute most perfect both Nico ult and Kennen ult.
Yeah, it feels pretty far-fetched at this point. DCG not even looking towards that Baron. It's up in 5 more seconds. Instead, pressuring bot side. Ooh, hook misses.
It's not often you see Sejuani's having to dash away from Blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, it really is kind of the state this game is in. And Hanami, he's walking these super waves into the base. I wonder if it would have been better for DCG just to use all this top priority to start up the Baron, but instead, they're going to try to do it with Al. I mean, mid tower is low, and they've already broken the top inhib, so if they can break this one too, should have no problems finishing up the game. Oh, another one hits on Smurf.
Yeah, Smurf's so low. He's going to have to run away from that. Cassante not even tanking it up. Oh my goodness, everything committed, but it's going to be Arashi who's going to cop the brunt of the damage as all that will not find its target. LJW going in, trying to find Cascada, but Clean's available. Will have the damage to just take out this Kennen, and now it's Shearer. Perhaps not where he wants to be. Orca will unfortunately hit a minion as Flash is used here to find Cascada, but he has got the moves. He will not be found. That is going to be a second inhibitor found now for DCG as they are looking to end. Oh, these W's are hitting so hard on this Nico as another hook will find its mark. Arashi now, as well as Blaze, the focus. That's going to be another 2 kills found. Hanabi finds his own one up at the top, and the Nexus will be going down. It's a quick one. It's DCG over Impunity.
It is. 21 minutes in. Massive gold lead for the side of DCG there. And I think the expected result, you'd have to say DCG a much stronger team, and I also think they came out with pretty much everything they wanted in draft, but that's not really a good enough showing from Impunity. I think when you're looking at these bottom teams, you're really hoping that, you know, they put up some sort of fight, and if they do lose to a top team, it's because they're out macroed, you know, they're out experienced, all that sort of stuff. But when you're just losing from individual play, you're outlaned pretty much across the map, your jungle and support and AD are just like dying pretty much non-stop, that's bad signs, because it means that if you don't have that individual strength to stand up to even a, you know, I wouldn't say DCG is a top 2 team, it's more like the 3-4th, which doesn't mean they're weak, but they're certainly not the strongest PCS has to offer, at least not yet. And if you can't even show a decent performance against that, I mean, what can we do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I actually want to say something about how you mentioned they're not really the 1 or 2. I want to know if you bring your mind back to when there was like that fight up top and there were 5 1 HP members of Impunity. And I think what you'd see if that was one of the better teams than DCG is it's probably just everyone will be found. Like they're not going to have mission, you know, well, if it's like, let's say it's Maple. I don't think Maple's going to be immediately blown up after getting a bit too angsty on the engage. I think it's just going to be so much cleaner. And considering this game looked extremely clean, I think that was like maybe one place in the game where it could have been a lot quicker. But I think when you're going against even harder teams, it's just going to look even worse.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that the top teams like PSG, beyond CFO, I'd have to say are probably our top 3 at the moment. They feel like they're on another level when it comes to the actual team fight execution. And I think that while teams like Impunity and J-Team can build these big leads, it's never going to be the super suffocating, just no way in for the bottom teams that those ones at the very top have.
Yeah, and there were a couple times, I want to say, DCG did play pretty clean. I want to say that like definitely, but there were times, I mean, 2 shutdowns were found in pretty quick succession, and they were big shutdowns. I think one was like 600 gold onto the Kai'Sa, and then it was 350 or 450 onto Jace. And they were found both by the mid laner and the AD carry there from Impunity. So, I mean, if on the DCG side, if you're going against a better team and you find a lead and you give over those shutdowns, it's not going to be as easy for you to just end the game.
Yeah, definitely, especially if your lead isn't that big, right? I'm not sure you're expecting to get a, whatever it was, 10k
like
gold lead or something.
Yeah, like 15 minutes.
Exactly. You're not going to get that versus the likes of PSG, and even if they do, you know, they're gonna really make you work to close that one out. So, like you said, I think DCG, ultimately, they got the job done, right? A win's a win, but It's not going to look like that versus the best teams. And coming back to Impunity, I'm not even sure what I want to see from them at this point. It feels like, you know, this is a roster that's kind of come back together, and really it's just not strong enough.
No, it definitely doesn't seem so. I mean, they look like they might be better than the bottom teams, but definitely don't look like they're a top 6 playoff contender. At least yet. There is still time in theory, but they've got a lot of improvement to do to really prove that they can be a contender for that 6th spot to take on the LCO teams and to go to playoffs against the likes of PSG, Beyond, CFO, etc. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel too confident just yet, but they can prove us wrong. MVP, quickly for that game.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think... Ooh, what do you think? You go first.
I think it's probably just Cascada.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Hana, maybe.
Yeah, Cascada found a lot. I was going to say Hana, I think, would be mine, but it's tough.
Yeah, I guess it's just for me. I think a lot of it, I think Hana probably set up the most, but ultimately, I think Cascada as well as Orca found a lot in that 2v2. It did get turned around when Arashi came, but then still Cascada stayed alive the whole time. He found himself 2 early kills, and it was pretty much through mechanics. As we'll take a look at sort of what I'm talking about here, pretty good timing.
Yeah, and I wonder if Orca could somehow get it, because he actually did hit a lot of hooks. Unfortunately, so many were so close to hitting and didn't quite, but yeah, found these very important hooks in the early lane, which, despite leading to his death, have to feel like they really set up, you know, the Cascada and Hana to, you know, bring this one home.
I wonder if Impunity just leave right now. They probably just get out. I think, they chase forward for a long time.
If they can leave early, they will, that would have been nice. I think either way, Hana will still come down here to break this wave, but at least you probably won't have the members
you
getting
probably don't
dived
die.
Here.
You just, I think no one dies. Arashi might take a bit of the XP, but ultimately you just lost everything here. I think even staying at the tower is better, because then you can't really Twisted Advance into the tower, because that just means you're pretty much dead. Makes it a little bit harder to dive, but yeah, take a look at that damage. Cascada as well as Mission. Somewhat surprised Cascada did more than Mission, just seeing some of those shock blasts, but I guess near the end there, it was a bit of a... Every time that W would land from Kai'Sa, especially when it was landing onto Nico, it was doing a lot of damage, so...
Yeah,
I think for me it has to be Hana or Cascada, but I think Cascada, just the numbers he put up.
True. PCS does normally favor whoever dealt the most damage, which
is the most important
fair
stat.
enough, of course, I mean, looking at that damage, especially the difference in ADs and mids, that's pretty ridiculous.
Nico did almost the most on their team. Okay, there's Orca. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can respect it. I think what made me not say it is like you saw Chelsea's MVP Blitzcrank performance, and not to take away from Orca, but this performance wasn't a Chelsea Blitzcrank.
No. There are a few of these hooks that Chelsea definitely would have hit. Orca, he honestly did still hit an absurd number, though.
I like how they're using this replay when this ends up pretty poorly for them.
Yeah, it's weird, the highlights. I swear they don't show the best ones normally.
Yeah, look, anyway. But yeah, I guess Orca just landed his hook and then everyone stayed around too long, but still.
Yeah. Now, credit to Orca, not shown there, but there were a lot of fights where he managed to get out on very low HP. So that was pretty nice. And what was this one? Remember this one?
No. Oh, yeah, I do remember this.
A hook onto a rooted Sejuani. Look, it wouldn't have been my highlight. I think he hit much better ones than that. I think they've done Orca a little dirty there, but he did hit some very good ones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, credit to him, I think a lot of important Blitzcranks. And sometimes on Blitzcrank, even if you're missing the hook, the pressure you're exerting just by running forward, and like, if you're throwing them out, it actually is more scary than being safe with it and not. Like, if you don't want to miss and you're not throwing out the hook, then the other team probably can play a little bit more aggressively and feel a bit more confident. But even if you're missing them, as long as they're close and they would have hit, like, let's say they didn't dodge it, then it is exerting a lot of pressure, which allowed for DCG in this instance to get a lot of progress done, especially when it comes to towers and objectives.
Yeah, have to agree. And something I'm starting to feel here in the PCS obviously is pretty kind of early on, but it feels like that divide between the top 6 teams and the bottom 4 is absolutely massive at this point. We'll have to see how that evolves, and perhaps we will. In game number 2, it's West Point taking on Frank.
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg till I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Welcome back. We're here for game number 2 now of week 2, day 2. A lot of twos. And we have got West Point versus Frank, who also are looking for their second win each. So a lot of twos all around the place. And I think we have a clear favorite. But ultimately, it is still a 1-3 team versus a 1-3 team. I don't know that that tells the whole story. But yeah, what are your thoughts going into this one?
Look, game 1, it was a bit of a shellacking, a ratio, you might even say. And I think game 2, we might see much of the same. I think Frank, despite being a 1-3 team, are a lot stronger than that. You know, they're one of our grand finalists from the previous split, and they're also very, very good in the early game. I think they'll be back with a vengeance. Really, it's just how long can West Point hold on?
Yeah, it does kind of seem that way, which is kind of unfortunate to say, but you touched on it before the break. It looks like top 6 and bottom 4 is like a canyon between the levels of these teams. And I think I'm looking for here, especially, I do predict, obviously, Frank to win, but I want it to be clean. No, like, you don't want it to really seem like they had to try too hard, as sad as that kind of sounds to say. But if they are going to be a contender for these top spots, they really have to be able to cleanly take out the bottom teams. They had close games against the top teams, I've said it many times, but yeah, now that they do have the weaker teams left in the first round robin at least, they really do need to take them out cleanly to really prove that they are worthy to be in that top 6.
Definitely agree. And West Point, on your screen here, I think they have some points of strength. You know, I think Nully's been looking good. I just question if even these points of strength, they're still not as strong as the likes of Frank, right? Frank is a very good roster. And with Kenny Chan coming in, you'd have to think that, at least on paper, they should be upgraded. Whether or not that is the case, we'll see, I suppose, by the time the regular season is done. But pound for pound, definitely one of the strongest lineups here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said it yesterday maybe it was, but it's still yet to be proven that Kenny Chan is actually an upgrade over Hollow, because at the moment they're playing the exact same champs as they would have had it been roles reversed. I mean, we saw Hollow play the entire split on the Maokai, the Sejuani last split, and he looked really good. He brought them to the second place as the jungler, and he did seem like a strong member of their team. He really did play around Pretender and Solo Kill to round out that roster fine, and it looked like so far at least there's been quite a few slip-ups from Kenny Chan, particularly against those better opponents, and you can't have that. And obviously he's not so punished when he has gone against the weaker opponents, and I feel like in this game he can probably do mostly what he wants around the Rift and should be able to get away with it, especially because you do expect Pretender should have priority in his lane almost despite what pick he chooses. And then Solo Kill loves to be a bit forward in his lane, so yeah, you do expect Kenny Chan should be able to get away with a bit more. But yeah, I still don't know if he is necessarily just an upgrade over Hollow. It's yet to be proven.
Yeah, I wonder if it's kind of like they looked at PSG, you know, when they got their LPL jungler, they found a lot of success and they're like, oh, maybe we should give that a try as well. So bring Kenny Chan in, and like you said, so far hasn't really paid the dividends, as we'll get a stats comparison between our two junglers here, and you can actually see, despite being on a bottom team, 665 and everything but KDA is actually doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, KDA pretty much the same between the two junglers. And I think for myself, at least, I think 665 has looked the best on the roster. I think even when they lose, he seems to hold himself up the best. He finds objectives somehow, even though his lanes may be losing. And also, he generally has pretty much every single kill participation that he possibly can. So I think this guy does look good. And obviously, I think he's on loan from DCG. I think he's one of DCG's players that has been loaned out to West Point. And he does look strong. I think he looks fine, and yeah, I like this comparison because it just shows that despite the current standings, that both of these junglers are actually high up there on these stat sort of comparisons, and it's good to see because it means that while you may not be finding success in the game, you're finding success on an individual level and doing things to try and find success overall, and you have to be doing that despite what may be happening around the map. But now we are into this champion select. Azir going to be banned against Pretender and Maokai against 665.
Azir ban against Pretender, I think, makes a lot of sense. Jack's ban away as well. I guess it is good against a lot of Relhia's champs, but feels like everything is good against Relhia's champs these days. Maybe he'll go for another blind pick Akali in the 4-5.
I hope not.
No, but Solo Kill, he could play the Gangplank.
Solo Kill probably was the best Gangplank. I think he looked like the best Gangplank. He had so many highlight plays on his Gangplank last split. I want to see the Gangplank again. Driver made it look like it should be meta. Although maybe Relia made it look like it should be meta. We'll have to see though.
Oh, Quinn ban.
Okay.
Now, that could be Quinn mid ban. Quinn mid has been played recently with Shiv. I would be surprised to see it prioritized over Tristana, though. I guess it could be played into Tristana. Maybe they're looking for a Trist first pick?
Yeah, perhaps. Trist has looked extremely strong. Definitely one of the stronger mid laners at the moment, but you have to feel like Frank should be okay to spot, even if they pick Trist, probably just okay to give Pretender Jace.
Yeah.
And then do you really lose? Not really. It seems pretty even to me. LeBlanc left open. Pretender has already played a game of that LeBlanc. Looked good on it too.
Yeah, a lot of options. A lot of picks up. Vi is up and available too. I think the first pick, probably the best here, is to take the Trist. Yeah. I think it makes sense. And now on the other side, I mean, you just take... If you take Vi and Xayah, what can West Point do about it?
Yeah, that does seem pretty strong. Maybe the dynamic of Vi changes a bit though if you have the 280 carries.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Kai'Sa Jace could also be the pick up here. I mean, both extremely strong on the patch, of course.
Okay. Definitely one of Eminem's favorite champions as well. Have seen him pilot this Kai'Sa quite a lot. Hasn't had the strongest of build paths, I will say that, but I think he should do just fine here. Definitely favoring them in the 2v2, and Kaiwing likes his initiating supports. I wouldn't even be too surprised to see a team like Frank pick up the likes of Nautilus before it can get into the bans. Yep. Especially just how good it pairs with the Kai'Sa, as well as just how strong it is overall.
Renekton is a little surprising to me to see it picked up so early without Sedge or Maokai on the table. We'll have to see, I guess. Yeah, especially when Solo Kill is so known for using that red side 5th pick really well. Maybe was worried about it being taken away from him, but we'll see what ends up coming of it. And LeBlanc. So they're going to have the LeBlanc and the Tristana. Now, this could mean LeBlanc top into Renekton, or obviously it could mean Tristana going AD carry. And Frank, what are they going to answer this with? Jace is still available, which I think is probably just going to be the pickup for Pretender. But definitely something interesting here.
Yeah, I like West Point's draft, actually. I think Tristana's fine as an AD carry anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gragas. There's a lot of power picks.
Yeah, I like the Gragas into Renekton as well.
Okay. Something a bit exciting coming from West Point.
Now, do Frank pick Vi and drop mid if Pretender has lots of picks? Otherwise, I think just picking the Jace probably makes the most sense.
Pretender does have a lot of picks.
Yeah, I wonder
and you
what
might
else you
almost
play.
prefer, as West Point, to ban the supports over the mid laners.
Ooh. So this is Poppy jungle.
Most,
you just have
jungle.
to think.
But that does really well into LeBlanc, Tristana, and Gragas.
Yeah. Wow, really different draft here from both teams. So I'm looking to see what do we got here in our 4-5s. Frank, I think you should ban away engage supports.
Yeah. I think Nautilus, Rel are probably going to be what is taken away.
Yeah. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Have to see what Frank are going to look to ban, because this could be Gragas top. In theory, could be Gragas support.
Ooh, okay, so they're banning junglers out instead, and they ban the Nocturne. Very strange.
Is this going to be Nocturne Vi?
I don't think it's a good game for Nocturne anyway, so I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess it complements LeBlanc in the side lane, so maybe that would be a reason, but I'm not too sure.
Nocturne doesn't go unstoppable, and so you almost feel like if he does use that paranoia, if you're the Poppy, you just stay around your carry, put up steadfast presence, and kind of cancels out what Nocturne wants to do.
Is he not unstoppable?
No, he doesn't go unstoppable. If he goes through like a Veigar cage, he gets stunned.
Interesting. Okay. Will we see a second jungle ban here? I mean, could be the Vi, like you mentioned before. Would limit the options full 665 quite a bit. But we are really getting down on the champ pools here. Yeah, okay, Nocturne Vi. And probably will be that Rel Nautilus. I wonder what are they going to play with Tristana there? Maybe we're looking at the likes of Alistar?
Yeah, there is still Leona. Leona, Alistar. I mean, you've got hook champs as well. Blitzcrank has definitely risen in priority, at least of late. Yeah, this is a really surprising draft. I mean, from both teams. There's a lot of question marks about where these champs on West Point are actually even going. Okay, Alistar's the ban, so Nautilus still left open.
Yeah, wow. Really different here. So I think Frank, they should probably take their mid and counterpick support. Although, if they are thinking this LeBlanc can actually be flexed to other lanes, maybe they won't. And Annie. Interesting. I mean, Annie gives him a lot of CC, but I'm not sure if it actually does that well into LeBlanc. Because it feels like you can't really punish her for reaching the Shiv, and then once she gets it, it's going to be hard. Can make it difficult, I guess, for LeBlanc to play aggressively in fights, especially with the Poppy as well. Ooh. I think Iron's really good here.
Yeah, what's your thoughts behind that?
I think it's really good with both Trist and LeBlanc. And I think it's good at shutting down the burst that can come out of Annie, and you can shield some of the Kai'Sa poke. Well, I like it, and obviously it's just a strong jungler. What will we go for in the 5th pick? Oh.
And just like that, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I guess maybe they were worried about having too much AP on their team. I feel like the Ivern doesn't contribute much damage either way, and honestly, neither does Viego here in the PCS.
I want to say, though, one thing about Viego, which is a bonus for Viego, is he's really good at shutting down dive. I think that is where Viego really shows his strengths. It's pretty hard to go forward against a Viego, because if you are overcommitting and you are picked off, he starts to get those resets, and which is obviously where he finds all of his power, getting resets on his ult and changing to other champs. So I guess against the Kai'Sa, Leona, and Annie can have a place in the draft. It's just the problem isn't so much the champ a lot of the time, it's the usage of the champ, I think, here.
Yeah, could agree with that. I think it is just naturally more difficult to get a lot out of Viego in competitive play, but I have to say, maybe 665 can show us something, and you'd have to expect will be this Annie going in the mid lane, kind of as expected. And I think overall, it's fairly even in the draft. I actually like a lot of what West Point have put together. I think the creative flex was nice. I think Gragas into Renekton is really good as well. I do think Frank, though, could have drafted a lot better than this, given kind of what was, available. Like, I think taking the Renekton first 2 without Sedge was really strange. So, ultimately, it ends up pretty even, but I think Frank could have done a lot better.
I'm kind of concerned about, obviously, for the at least start of the game, it should be fairly even in the mid lane in terms of pressure. But once Static Shiv is completed, Annie is just going to have to sit at her tower pretty much the whole time.
Yeah.
And LeBlanc will just have free roam over wherever she wants to go on the map.
Yeah. I think unless they can get ahead enough early, LeBlanc should eventually take over. In those side lanes as well, it's going to be very difficult for Pretender to be able to keep up. It's an interesting response. I think there are better things available too. Like the likes of Syndra, could be better up against LeBlanc. Allows you to pressure a lot in the early game. Still has some wave clear, as well as point and click damage, which is always nice.
I'm pretty sure we just saw that Pretender plays on windowed mode. What do you think of that?
Not uncommon, to be honest, but can't say I've ever tried it.
I feel like I'd get distracted by having the desktop on the side. But maybe that's just me. But what do you think? Okay, West Point are going to win. What do you think is their way to do so?
Well, I think if they win, it would be off a big performance from Nully's LeBlanc. And I think also if 665 could get ahead on this Viego, it would do a lot. And I think also part of West Point's issues have been lack of consistency. They always seem to have one member really falling far behind. A lot of the time that's Rel here, and this time he has the Gragas, which is a very good neutralizing pick. Obviously he's up against Solo Kill, which is a tough opponent, but I think if Relia can stabilize top, and the bot side, mid jungle, and that bot lane can do well, West Point do have a chance in this game. Still though, you have to feel like Frank are the heavy favorites.
Yep, and Frank are going to win. How would they do it? Well, on the other side of it.
Oh, pretty much every other way possible, but I think they've got, really good just straight 5v5. I think the West Point kind of needs some poke to land before it, need those resets to come through as well. Whereas I think Frank, they can kind of just group up and press their buttons and it's going to go really well for them. Also, Kai'Sa poke should be pretty substantial in this game, at least before some of that lifesteal comes in.
I want to say something that might be a little bit sinning.
Okay.
But at the moment, with sort of how these comps look, if you're ever going to go for a lethality on the Kai'Sa, this looks like a game where it might be possible.
Ooh.
Most champs will be squishy. It does look like with the grasp that there's going to be a tanky Gragas. But other than that, it does feel like you are able to offload a lot of damage in a really quick amount of time. And that complements what Annie wants to do as well.
I still feel like having DPS, even for doing stuff like Dragons and Barons, is better. I don't know.
I completely agree. I just think if there's ever a time to do it, this probably isn't the worst time. Definitely better than what we've seen.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Eminem ends up going for.
The reason I bring it up, though, is because of the Hail of Blades on the Kai'Sa. So it could be that way. Obviously, you can just take Hail of Blades. Kai'Sa has the freedom to take a lot of runes.
Heavy trades out in mid lane.
Yeah, Pretender definitely losing out.
Did Nully start E? No, he started Q. Okay, so he's just been poking with Fleet and Q, but that's
Pretender has to be careful.
Yeah, he does. Has level 2 here first, though. Ooh, and a Nully.
Oh, okay, now I guess Pretender somewhat ahead, but Nully will hit 2 very shortly.
Yeah, I would have to feel that both junglers should be looking mid now. There's a lot of gank set up from both sides. And it feels like a flash stun or a flash chain could probably do it.
I'm intrigued to see how the lane started like this. I feel like Nully was just ignoring minions and looking for poke damage.
Ooh.
665 nearby, has hit level 3. Kenny Chan also here. We're seeing an early 2v2. Forward goes Nully. It is going to be a stun landed. 2 stuns onto 665. But it's 665's trying to turn it around. Disaster. PCS Viego gives over first blood here to Pretender after what looked like an extremely trade-heavy mid lane.
Yeah, it was absolutely tragic. I wonder, you know, oftentimes if you are playing the LeBlanc and you want to gank level 2, you want that WE. But obviously if you're playing with the fleet, you like to start Q and kind of get some of that poke off, which makes it difficult to set up a gank at level 2. And you really see it there. Just this counter gank coming in from Kenny Chan has the red versus the blue. They also have a much better kind of CC chain going on. He shows up at just the right time, and yeah, absolute disaster here. I wonder if 665 had flashed early, so there was no way to get stunned into the wall. Might have been better, but...
Oh, another fight is breaking out down in this jungle. It's going to be Kenny Chan picking up the first kill, but quick answer back. That's going to be Nully finding one for himself, and a reset does come in, but ultimately, Eminem is able to find that. Nully now, double kill for this LeBlanc, but it's not over. Kaiwing now going forward as Pretender finally joins. Nully going for a nice little juke there. Is actually going to be able to get away, so...
Yeah.
Well played, 2v2. 4v4 even, but 2-4-2.
2-4-2. Lots of 2s today.
Twos everywhere.
That's pretty crazy, though. I mean, 2 kills picked up on Nully's LeBlanc is extremely important. You know, normally LeBlanc with this build, the quicker you can get to Shiv, the better. And sometimes does struggle in these early skirmishes before having it. But now is going to be there so much quicker. And it feels like that lead that Pretender had in mid is almost completely gone now.
Yeah, feels like it. Now, I want to come back, actually, to that first fight. I know that's old news now. We've seen a bit of a brawl already, but I think if Nully had stayed to just auto-attack, also Pretender would have gone down first. But here we go. Have a look at this replay.
Kenny Chan, he gets very aggressive early, but there are members collapsing from everywhere. Now, critically, Pretender is in base, and so can't get to this. So really, it ends up just being a 4v3, but it's actually a 4v3 that West Point trade only evenly in. So I think Frank, you know, probably should have lost this harder, but I guess they just have the stronger champs early. So it ends up going completely even. But the fact that Pretender hadn't showed up here for so long and this still went even, it's actually pretty good for Frank. Still though, I feel like the outcome is probably better for West Point, or for Nully specifically, as he's got himself so far ahead. We'll be getting Shiv very, very early. And that's going to make Pretender's life so hard. You've noticed that Pretender as well, he's invested a lot into the lane items. Has Doran's and the Dark Seal, which are good items, don't get me wrong, but when you're starting longsword refillable as Nully, you're going to be that much faster on your first item.
Now this I like to see. They're going for a really early dragon. LeBlanc's not going to have so much pressure.
Yeah, I think
at least at this stage.
Ooh, are they going to try fighter? I mean, they've got members in the river. They have that bot priority, so I think Frank's bot lane moved a bit too early. That's going to mean they have to go back to it, so most likely, ooh, huge trade in mid lane.
Oh my. Yeah, I mean, we've just seen these guys trading blows pretty consistently, and it's been fairly even for the most part, but that is a problem because, as you said, LeBlanc, this is pretty much the weakest she is. Can do okay in that 1v1, but once you get static Shiv, it's a whole different ball game. As we're about to see a 2v2. Eminem has used the dash, and it's a flash forward. Stun will land onto him, but it's going to be ultimately a kill found here. Actually,
Prage?
There looks like a bit of misclicking going on. It is going to be Prage who picks that up, importantly, though. So another kill found. It's 3-3 overall. But importantly, Prage now does find himself a kill.
Yeah, and they got control of the river as well. Nully is level 6. They are going to force Kenny Chan out. So it was a nice 1-for-0 there in the bot lane. They punished Eminem walking up too far using his dash as well. I think something I noticed as well when we were briefly looking mid is that Nully is maxing W. So a lot of the time with this LeBlanc build, you do just max Q first, or sometimes 3 points Q. But was just straight maxing the W. So is not even the strongest he could be in lane. Is actually instead just going to scale into this first item Shiv so well.
Yeah, pretty low CS numbers, but I guess that's...
There's been a lot of fighting.
Yeah. Especially in that mid lane. Not usual that you see Pretender sitting at 44 CS at 7 minutes, but yeah, there's been 4v4s and 2v2s and everything going on so far this game. As Solokill actually has a mass... Oh, he did get the teleport off, so I guess he found an early teleport advantage against Rallia. And interestingly, it is Solokill who is actually quite ahead of the Gragas, all things considered.
Yeah, is doing well for himself. Now has a big item lead in that top lane. Has a cull as well. This is going to be scaling very nicely into this game.
Okay, so at this stage, who do you think is favored at the moment? I know there's a 400 gold lead for Frank, but I'm not sure that means that much. I think it's probably on Poppy.
I think on paper, it's probably better for West Point right now.
Yeah.
I still think Frank, you know, they're the better team and most likely will come out on top. But honestly, West Point, they're in a very good position.
Ooh.
They're getting themselves that dragon. Trade in the top side here. It's pretty decent though for Rallia. If he can stay healthy, at least before this Herald. Now I wonder, can Frank just start this Herald up knowing that dragon was just taken? They're going to go onto it. Will there be a trade coming out, or are West Point going to try fight? Looks like they're going to try trade on bot lane instead, get Tristana some of that gold.
Yeah, I don't know that it'll be possible though. Frank know that Viego's in the area, and both AD carry and support here and Frank are healthy enough to probably not be dove.
They are pressuring bot lane. It is a cannon wave.
Yeah, there's no way you look for this though.
Yeah, Nully, he doesn't have enough prior to be able to come down. The bear is used, which will just force Nully away. And Nully must be very close to Shiv. I think when he has TP, he'll probably just TP back with it.
Ginger has to be careful.
Yeah, he's getting very aggro while his jungler is top.
Does have flight. Oh, it's Rallia though. Often the weak point here. Kenny Chan should be able to find him, so that's another kill going over to this Poppy. A lot of the gold on Frank though, pretty much their whole lead is piled onto the Poppy.
Yeah, not exactly where you want it, but Solokill is going to get a big lead for himself.
Actually,
here.
a lot of it's on this croc in the top.
30
CS.
Yeah, 30 CS, 2 plates, and he's got a cull as well. Nully, he should have the Shiv now, I would think. Yep, does have it completed, and it's actually the Kraken Slayer on the Tristana. Probably feels like there's enough AP damage elsewhere not to need it.
Yeah, it's probably just a thing about bot lane as well. I think mid lane Tristana probably likes it a bit better, just because it gives you control over the map more so than the bot lane will.
I'm interested to see how the mid lane starts to go now, because you feel like it should be really tough for Pretender to keep up with the wave clear. Ooh, Pretender.
Yeah, almost feel like this is over-aggressive.
Ooh, there's a lot of people around. There was no stun there. They pushed Char out for now. Frank,
so
they've got a lot of control.
Yeah, but there's no objective up at the moment, so it's more or less just keeping track of 665, you have to feel like, as Rallia getting a really nice trade for himself. Really nice trade for himself, actually.
Yeah, even denies the cannon. So.
No ult for Solokill right now, so he has to be so careful, especially at the amount of health he's at. Explosive barrel will be up very shortly. Oh, okay, Solar Flare will land onto Char, but nice Buster Shot to deny anything from coming out from that, and I think ultimately that's a pretty decent ultimate trade.
Yeah, I think Char actually also dodged the Leona E with a Q, which was pretty nice. It was only very short, but it ended up making the difference. The credit to him there. Normally goes for another base. Still no boots. Does just have himself another amp tome. And I wonder what item Pretender will go for. Will he go for the Leandries up against those tankier targets? Or is he going to just try and get the Ludens and burst down some squishies? Because there's a pretty good balance of them.
Yeah, I think you do kind of have the freedom to choose out of the two. I certainly hope we don't see the... Oh, hold up. Oh my, nice steadfast presence. Going to deny that jump from Prage, but it's the teleports now. Coming in for West Point. Nully is going to arrive. Eminem flashing away, trying to survive. Viego not able to find a reset or any damage from that Heartbreaker. And now Pretender, he is arriving. He does not have Flash, but will have Tibbers available for him. Hook will land onto him. I feel like that's just a death trap. Char should be going down, but it's actually going to be turned around, and Parage cops it. So many low health bars here on the side of West Point. I don't even know how that happened. I feel like they had an advantage.
Yeah, that was very strange. I kind of want to go back and see if Nuli had ult at the start, because I think the combo he used was maybe wrong. I think he does have ulti here. We'll see. So initially, you know, Frank, it looks good, but Prage, he's got the cleanse and the flash. He's able to get out. Now pay attention to LeBlanc. I think this should just be an RQW onto Eminem. Instead, he goes for the QW, so then he has no choice but to double chain, but there's no way to reach a squishy with that. So they kind of just run out of damage, and then on the way out, I think Prage was probably out here. They could have just let Char die, but Prage, you know, he tries to turn it around and just stunned up in the wall, and that's kind of the mis-execution that those bottom teams often have, and teams like Frank definitely don't.
Yeah, definitely not. So that's just more gold going over to this Poppy, who's actually becoming quite menacing at this point. 3, 1, and 2. Solo kill found himself what is now 3 solo plates.
Yeah, how is that happening? Rel here.
Well, one of them was
trade.
after Kenny-chan dove, but that was also because Solo kill almost just straight up took down the Gragas, so...
Yeah, the trades have been going well, but somehow, every time we look up there, Solo kill's miles ahead. Almost 40 CS, 3 plates.
This Renekton could become a problem real quickly.
Yeah. Dragon will be started up here by Frank, and I think West Point probably should just give it. And I think they're gonna run into trouble when it comes to trying to deal with these tanks. You know, the Poppy and the Renekton so accelerated, and the Blanca's not particularly good at dealing with these tankier targets. Yeah, it's very good at poking out the squishies, especially ones without any lifesteal. But you're not going to chew through the tanks in
Char
time.
looking. It's going to be Kenny-chan though who's going to answer, and that's a grounded now landed onto 665. He's getting so low. Damage will be found here from Eminem. Nothing to return.
We might be setting some records for least damage dealt by Viego this game, I think. It's going to be very hard now to deal any damage.
I feel like it's hard to break the least damage done by Viego record. There was some pathetic Viego damages last split.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, how can you deal damage into Annie, Poppy, Leona?
Yeah, I guess you can try and wail on the likes of Renekton and Poppy every now and then with a Divine Sunderer. But, yeah, this feels terrible to be Viego in this game now. A lot of damage getting done onto this tower as Relia continues to win these trades top but lose out on minions.
And this gold lead, Hook comes out. Do you want that? Maybe not. Looks like it will be tower picked up for Frank, and they can probably just take the money and run. But really nice by them. They've just managed to build themselves up a pretty solid gold lead, and you almost wonder where it is. It's only a 3-kill lead and a 1-turret lead. But when you take a look at all those CS and plates, that's where you find it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, even though he's barely participated in kills, is actually on this Renekton top, who at the moment is not really doing so well in the trades. But that is just nature of laning against a Gragas. Is quite oppressive. Never really kills you, but also never will die. Did this game, though.
And Kenny-chan's been having a good game for himself. I think this might be the best game we've been seeing from him so far. He's just been a part of all 6 kills. It's very, very tanky here.
Do you like the Radiant Virtue?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a solid pick. Oh, Pretender. He gets hooked.
Pretender, yeah, he's in trouble here now. 665 coming, trying to prove us wrong, but ultimately it's turned around. It's a 1-for-1, and Prage will be picking himself up 1. Picks himself up 2. That had to have been terribly misplayed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just don't have the damage, honestly. It was Nuli. He's using the Shiv to clear that out, which does make it hard to siege, but he does need to be careful with that Leona. Seems like Frank are just kind of winning everywhere at the moment, though. They got that top tower, got the Herald. Bot tower still stands, at least for now, and those 2 kills picked up by Pretender. Can't ask for too much more.
I have to see this.
So, we have ultis up. Triss has bomb, I think. So Hook comes through. Ooh, Triss does not have bomb. So there's no damage because Triss has no E. So it takes him so long to kill Pretender. You know, it would be a lot faster. I guess Tristana had used bomb on the tower before. But ultimately, it ends up costing them.
Yeah, really not good when you're committing 3 members to the 1 and still losing out on the trade. Did manage to get the tower, I guess, so in some way it's somewhat even, but still I think it favors Frank. You're able to get more on the other side of the map. There's going to be Greg Assault committed here. Rally actually so low, but it's Nuli who's teleporting in. Will Slice and Dice be available? No, instead of Dominus, flash forward. Should be found here. It's Prage finding himself a shutdown. So 2 important kills now going over to this Tristana. Really going to have to look towards Prage to be able to deal the damage to find anything.
Yeah. We'll be going for probably the Navori. Yeah, I have to think.
Does Navori build out of... No, I think this must be IE. I think Navori doesn't build out of a BF sword, does it?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I think it's out of the Crawford
IE
Warhammer.
would be interesting. We haven't seen IE Tristana in a while, because I think oftentimes the Tristanas were going for Navori just for the more attack speed with Q, but maybe with the lethal tempo, obviously instead of the fleet, have enough attack speed, just go for the IE instead. Is it actually going to be more damage this game, though? I'm not too sure.
Well, Navori adds a lot of damage to your bomb as well, so...
Well, we'll see.
But I'm pretty certain this... I mean, it could be Bloodthirster.
Yeah,
in theory.
I mean, it would be good up against the poke coming out of Kaiser.
We have seen the second item, Bloodthirster, before. Well, we'll have to see.
Well, now he's got a Warhammer.
Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe it does build out of BF Sword.
I feel like it
might have been.
does.
I remember it used to be out of Pickaxe, but maybe since now it's a Mythic, it's BF Sword.
Well, we'll see. As Frank, they're sieging this tier 2. They've still got a Herald
Yeah,
and
hook
Char.
will land from Char onto Kaiwing, but shouldn't mean too much. As 665 lurking around in the background. He is really weak though. Solar Flare will land onto him. He is going to use Heartbreaker to try and get away as Nuli now jumping forward. Kenny-chan, make sure Prage is not going to be a part of this as Rallia now trying to find what he can onto Kenny-chan, but that's not much at all.
Oh, got a stun there onto Nuli, did solo kill, but nothing can come of it. There was the tier 2 tower dropping, but looks like Rift Herald really didn't get much done there. Frank, maybe they'll turn their sights on this second drag, and I think West Point probably want to give this one up. I think they really need to find a way to put LeBlanc in the side lane and use that advantage that she has over Annie to siege down some of these side lane towers. I don't think you're going to win a straight 5v5 probably ever this game, not with how weak your Viego is. Even despite your strength on the Tristana, the Viego is just not a champ at this point. Never has been, if you ask me.
Yeah, 0-4, not looking too hot, especially when you compare it to Kenny-chan's Poppy here at 3-1-3. Nuli going to find himself some gold. Now, I don't think it's over. Actually, I think it's far from over. West Point have pretty much the gold exactly where they'd want the gold to be. Although I do worry about how long it'll take them to take down Poppy.
Yeah.
Kenny-chan does have quite a lot of health, as well as starting to get towards some of that armor to deal with this Tristana. And LeBlanc, not a tank killer at all.
Looks like it will be that Navori there completed for Prage, so...
Yeah, so I'm just stupid.
Ooh, Eminem's going for the Ludens.
I like it. I think the poke adds quite a lot.
Yeah, especially if there is no BT on that Tristana. Because she kind of needs to get both LDR and BT here.
Yeah, and LeBlanc as well will struggle against it if she does get caught by any of these Ws.
Yeah, I like it. And now Frank, Baron is up and they have this topside control. They don't have the greatest DPS, but it's decent enough.
Okay, Char throwing out the hook. Again, it will land onto Kenny-chan as Nuli trying to find damage onto Eminem. It's not really going to result in much. Now it's Rallia, the focus of 3 members here from Frank. Pretender, though, turning it around. Char getting really, really low. Ultimately, though, will not be going down, and it's 5 members strong here. Rallia does end up, unfortunately, passing away in this team fight. And now attention looks like it's going towards the Baron. Now, a lot of damage will be able to come through from this Kaiser. Low health bar on Char, as well as Prage, half health, low on mana. Normally really up to him to try and find the poke to stop this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's strong enough yet, but Frank, they want to force the issue. I think this is looking good for them, though. I think they can get
half
it.
health now. Prage does get hit by one of those Kaiser Ws.
Yeah, Nuli, he needs to be getting more procs
Tib is
off of
available
this.
as well, and solo kill marking. So this is just the Baron going down. 21-minute Baron from only the single pick onto Rallia.
Yeah, that's very decisive there by Frank. I'm not sure if that many teams in the PCS would do that. They just probably play it slow and steady, but credit to them. They realize they can do it, and now that's going to speed this game up a lot. I do wonder if Nuli could have maybe stopped that. I believe it was on patch... Oh, I can't remember which patch it's on. Might have been 13.13, where they made it so LeBlanc's W doesn't charge it up as fast. Because it used to be you got 25 stacks from Wing forward, and another 25 from Wing back. So you could charge the Shiv so fast. But there, looks like he only got off one Shiv proc in the Baron pit. It feels like you should be able to get at least 2 or 3. But either way, wasn't able to force him off.
Pretender did have Tibbers, so maybe just scared of getting too close to that Annie.
I think Tibbers was used. Anyway.
I think so. Anyway, who knows? Might get a replay of Rallia going down, although probably not.
He always goes down, but now bot lane being sieged.
Okay, looks like they should have the power to be able to just do this. Get that inner down. Nuli, though, is pushing out top, so if he's able to find that shutdown gold on the tower, can mean a lot. Obviously, we said it before, the gold is in the right places for the carries of West Point. It's just, at the moment, it doesn't seem very feasible to take any damage away from these tanks.
Yeah.
The inhib tower now being looked at.
Ooh, and I think West Point, they got to try force something here.
Kenny Chan not taking really any damage. That was the entire bomb from Prage, plus a lot of auto attacks. Got about half of his health, which is good, but won't be too long until he's feeling okay to fight again.
Yeah, will it be enough to stop the siege? Kind of don't feel like it will. Bot tower thing is probably not long for this world.
Solo kill, getting the damage done there. It is a hook, threads the needle, lands it onto Kaiwing. Airborne, he is going to get away though, and now it's Kenny Chan trying to find something. But now, sort of just, everyone runs away in their own direction, but it's now this middle inhib tower getting low. Pretender does go golden to dodge out from that Gragas ult. Flash followed, Rallia now going to be stunned up twice. Once by Kenny Chan, once by Pretender. He's channeling, he's finding what he can, but it's not a whole lot, and Prage gets jumped on by Solo Kill, committed to the Buster shot. Top side of the screen though, Rallia does go down, it's Solo Kill now, running away on 1 HP. Does the bomb claim his life? No, it does not. That's 3 members found. West Point down just to Nuli and Prage. It's the 5 strong though for Frank. No teleport here for Solo Kill, so he is just committing on very low health, but Pretender teleporting that minion, saving its health. Prage finds one. He's going to have to do a lot here to try and find some more gold for himself. Looks like Frank, not willing to risk it, is just going to back away.
Oh, and that Nexus Tower lives on 1 health, so I believe Nexus Towers do regen. It's going to slowly go back up. Magi's on Pretender, 36 stacks there. I respect it.
Yeah, and I think attention now should go towards this dragon. Be the 3rd one here for Frank. And I think now it's just, what is it? Crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and I think this is really looking pretty grim for West Point. Again, it's their carries who are surviving. They find themselves a little bit of gold, but it's not enough to just survive. You have to be able to find yourself kills and be able to get objectives ultimately after those kills. And right now, it doesn't seem very possible, although attention is towards this dragon. It is West Point that are in favor for it for now.
Yeah, they're going to start it up nice and early, but TP is coming through from Solo Kill, has the Sterex completed.
Yeah, it's Kenny Chan going first. Nuli in a bit of problem there. He's going to flash away. It's going to be Dragon found. West Point trying to run now. They actually have a lot of speed, are looking good to be able to get away.
Yeah, I think, Frank, they don't want to let them get away with this, but could be the heist of the century if they
Solo
manage to
Kill
get out.
is coming through. Char going to flash away, and it's Rallia who gets stunned up here. Actually, Kenny Chan misses that stun, but all committed. As well as that Kai'Sa will find the W. Rallia now stunned up. It's going to be Kai'Sa ult found. Rallia getting so low. Going to go down. There's going to be Kenny Chan picking himself up another as these Kai'Sa Ws continuously come through. We said it before, Eminem got a bit of aim assist here. Doesn't actually miss any of them. This is really impressive, the skill shot usage from Eminem. Attention will go to that slightly regened. Oh no, looks like we're backing away again. Maybe just waiting for some minions to come in. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, nice poke here. Coming out of Nuli time and time again. He's got the Shiv, so without Baron, it is a little bit difficult for Frank to actually end it. Yeah, that's been a lot of W's in a row.
What if that one hit?
Don't think it did.
Wow, are they going to get this tower? Looks like they should.
There is a TP flank ward. Rallia has it, but is he going to look for it?
I feel like the healths are surely just too high. Maybe a lot of jungle there lost.
Looks like, yeah, so Eminem, he's got himself the Ludens. What is Prage building? We'll have to see. Ooh, 2,500 assists for Kaiwing.
Wow. I think Woody we saw yesterday got his 2100. So yeah, Kaiwing, 2500. What a veteran.
Prage has got himself a Shiv now. That is actually kind of good for clearing out the waves in the base.
I wonder if he goes that if the game is looking a bit more even.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because you feel like Shiv is such a good rush item that if you are going to build it, you might as well build it first.
Yeah.
And curiously, I think him not having lifesteal is a bit strange. Looks like he's working on some MR. So I guess that'll be a more or maybe even a QSS here. Probably doesn't need the QSS, I think, but... See what he goes for. Frank's starting this one up, and I don't think there's any way...
down.
Yeah, West Point, they're trying to move in, but it feels really hard to face check.
Yeah, you're just constantly being barraged by these Kaiser Ws. Landing another one. That one lands onto Prage. We said it before, no lifesteal on this Tristana. Kaiwing flashes forward, will find that stun onto Char. Following up now onto Relia. The Poppy ult does go wide, and 665 trying to do what he can, but right now it's coming up Frank. Frank's found it at 2 at least. Eminem getting so low, but we'll be able to get Relia eventually, as Luli now should have the damage to take out this Kaiser. Will, in fact, as it's Pretender now teleporting into this base. It's going to be 665 and Nuli versus the world. Eminem, importantly, did go down, but...
Kaiwing stopped Nuli's base.
Yeah, okay, so Kaiwing being a bit of a nuisance here. Is he going to be able to find this LeBlanc, cancel the teleport? Should be close.
God.
He does. So it's 665 versus solo kill. Kenny-chan, Pretender, he's stunned up. He's going to go down. He's getting a bit more damage. I think that's unfair stats for this Viego. But ultimately, Kaiwing commits his life. It is going to be the game. And Frank now coming up ahead of West Point. They got their second win. They're 2-3. And I think it was pretty clean.
Yeah, I think I agree. It was pretty clean overall. I guess there was that little bot side skirmish around the red buff that did give Nuli 2 kills.
True.
I think if that hadn't happened, though, Frank would have cleaned that game up a lot earlier. I think it did end up going, fairly long. I think 26 minutes. I say fairly long, but it's the longest we've seen recently, other than those big ones. And I think part of that just is the shivs make it so hard to actually finish the game. And I feel a little bad for Nuli, full 0-2 at the end there. I don't know. It's a tough comp to play LeBlanc in too, and obviously he found his lead, wasn't really able to do enough with it. I really feel like, though, the Viego, it wasn't it. And also Relia, you've got to ask questions, because it feels like he was getting good trades, but so consistently he's just so behind the opposing top.
Yeah, and on a champ like Gragas, you pick Gragas because he doesn't really have a bad matchup. He just goes even against everything. But he wasn't. He definitely was not even. He was like, every time we panned to top, it looked like he was getting the better end of the trades, as you said. But then eventually he was on 1 HP after what looked like a 1v1 skirmish. Kenny-chan came, found him, got the kill, and then it was just all over from there.
Yeah, I don't even think we ever saw player gold in that game, but I'd be really interested to see solo kills compared to Relia's at maybe the 15 or 20 minute mark, because I think while nothing happened top, it would have been so far in solo kills' favor, and that's problematic because that Gragas was picked into Renekton, which I think is a solid matchup. Gragas, again, like you said, neutralizer champ, and Relia, he's just not doing enough.
No, absolutely not. And I think on the opposite side of that for West Point, though, I think Nuli and Prage this game did play extremely well. I think they got their lead, and they were kind of doing what they could. I mean, they had a Viego after all, so it was more or less a 4v5 at many stages. Like, I mean, we meme about Viego, but he really does. If he gets anything behind in the PCS, he looks like just such a liability. I think I've said it before as well, is that Junjie has been the only jungler so far that has made Viego look like you can actually pick it.
You have to wonder if that's just PSG is so much better than the other teams that Junjie can just play whatever he wants and it looks good. Obviously, Junjie, I think, probably the best jungler in the league as well.
I think they just do a better job at realizing what a champion's strengths are and playing around that. Like, even when they are ahead early, they never, like, do something their comp doesn't want to do. That's why we often see PSG games while they're ahead the whole time draws out longer than we might see the likes of Frank or J-Team or, similar teams like them, because instead of just, they get ahead, but they're not going to go too far ahead where they could possibly throw the game and lose. They just play their team comp perfectly. Yeah. But then when you get sort of these other teams that aren't so cohesive and you get the Viego, if you get behind, it just seems like he does nothing.
Yeah, it really is. Doesn't offer much utility, and it's a very flimsy champion, and was 665 on the Viego. Do you think that was his damage number?
I think he did a bit more. I think, as I said at the end there, he got a bit of unfair damage.
Yeah, padding the stats.
Yeah, I hate to see it. But yeah, I don't know. we do really meme Viego so hard, but it actually does
Feels
just
justified.
Look so terrible.
I mean,
It
just when you
always
look
does.
at Viego compared to the other champs in the meta, like what a Maokai or a Vi,
Yeah.
Sejuani, or even the Poppy, honestly, brings to a comp, the only thing Viego brings is like really good skirmishing and snowball potential, but if he falls behind, he offers virtually nothing. And this was, yeah, so they looked on Pretender, nice Zhonya's, would have been in a lot of trouble there and was able to flash out after. And this kind of feels like when you fall behind as a team with this LeBlanc comp, the problem is you never really get to land the poke that matters before the fight is just already in your base. You know, like he's landing good poke here, but unfortunately Frank are just running the side of West Point down. I think Viego might have done some damage in this fight, but it's just so difficult. Like admittedly, I don't even think it's a good comp to go up against with Viego.
Yeah, I think it can be, but if you do get it all behind, it just looks terrible. And yeah, we're seeing the damage stats again. I think honestly it's higher than I would have anticipated.
Me too.
But still, it's not what you want out of your jungler. I mean, you've got a full tank Poppy who's done 10k damage. Obviously, damage graph doesn't tell you the whole picture, but the eye test is worse than the damage test.
Yeah, and I think the damage test, like the damage graph, doesn't tell you so much for champs that are picked for utility or poke or something like that. But Viego is a damage champ. Like that is what he is here for. He doesn't tank. He doesn't bring utility. He doesn't poke. All he does is skirmish, and he's not winning the skirmishes.
No, and he never really does. I mean, I don't know what. There feels like you can pick just other champs. Like, why couldn't Wukong be played here? I feel like Wukong generally is pretty nice to play into Kai'Sa. It is going to be Kenny Chan, I think.
Well
we didn't
deserved.
talk about it, but he is the obvious pick, I think, for that MVP.
Yeah.
Had a phenomenal early game. Honestly, looked better than any of his other games so far.
Definitely.
Was his first game of Poppy, and maybe it's something that he is just good at. Something like the Poppy where you can... Again, it's a skirmishing champion as well. A bit of a different skirmishing champion. I think this was really well played by him, getting that flash into that knock-up ground onto Prage.
Yeah, that was super nice. I think Kenny Chan pretty much right place at the right time all game long. Oh, did he cancel the W there? I'm not sure he actually got rid of the damage, but like the attempt. I think Poppy is one of those champs that, when played in the right comp can just be so suffocating. Actually just shuts down everything. And the fact that it's, at mid top flex obviously jungle top flex wasn't in this game because the Renekton was already picked. But that just adds to the pick. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if Poppy is one of those champs that sort of just kind of remains in the back of people's minds as we head later in the season.
I think also one thing about Poppy is she's deceivingly high skill cap.
Yeah,
like you can't.
It's a hard champ.
It is. And there's so much to it. Like that flash sort of ground that we saw land on Prage. I don't think everyone goes for that. I don't think they have the foresight to be prepared to do that. It looks pretty simple, but in the heat of the moment, you have a really small amount of sort of time to be able to pull that off. And I must say, Kenny Chan looked extremely, extremely good on that champion, but ultimately, that will do us here for game number 2. Please do stick around. I think what we have coming up next is, for me, the most exciting game of the night. It's going to be Duish team versus Howlpigs. Both teams looking for their first win, so definitely do stick around.
What expects so much from you? From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide.
If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and cashin'. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah,
Be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me, good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Oh boy, we are back here. It is game number 3 here of the Summer PCS Day 2, Week 2. Brought to you, of course, by Riot Games and Carry Live, and this is my game of the week. I'm so excited.
Really?
Yeah, for different reasons than perhaps most people get excited for games, but I think this could be an absolute bloodbath. We have Duish Team taking on Howpigs. I think these teams do look clearly like the worst 2 teams at the moment, but ultimately one of them have to win this game. And I'm just so excited to see how everything of it goes.
They do. I mean, I think it's probably not going to be the highest skill game we've seen in the PCS so far, but like you said, it doesn't mean it's not going to be entertaining. And I think there is, potential for some really actual exciting gameplay in the jungle roles, especially because I think when you're going up against some of those like bottom tier teams, maybe you do feel a bit more comfortable to pick, your comfort champs. I think, Godtone, maybe he'll play as Gragas this time, and
Hopefully.
I think against Duish Team could definitely pop off.
Yeah, and I think it also means on the other side, WSL loves playing as carry champs, and this could be the game for it. I mean, you take a look at Duish Team here on your screens. I think ultimately their bottom lane has had a bit of a bad end of the bargain. I think they've looked pretty solid in general. Not really any flaws, especially Pepero. I feel like he is somehow maintaining quite a bit of damage while staying safe and not giving over any unnecessary gold. It's just kind of unfortunate what's happening around the map. He doesn't really get a say in what's happening in the game in general, but I think they're probably the strong side here of Duish Team, at least, I think, is their bot lane. And if you are going to win, it does feel like it's pretty much going to have to come through them. Although, in general, a lot of resources get put into Zhao2 in the mid lane, so I think maybe it's just how scrims go that it seems like Zhao2 might be their carry sort of factor when they do win. But at least from what we've seen at the PCS, it looks like Pepero the more reliable guy to get the job done. Have to see if that's how they play, but I do think that in this game we are probably going to see WSL get more of a carry champ. Although in saying that, knowing that one of these teams have to win, they are the bottom of the ladder at the moment, maybe they are going to go for something more standard to try and just win through meta.
Will be interesting. Like you said, I think a lot of that should come from Pepero. I'd be interested to see as well if Zhao2 goes and plays something meta, because he does like his off-meta picks, but maybe he can go for something like the Tristan or the Jace and play for WSL playing an AP jungler. Could be kind of nice to see. On the other side of the rift, though, it is the Hellpigs. So with their new additions of Godtone and Adiogs, haven't really looked good so far, but I think the rest of them, Taco Tide and IC8, have remained fairly solid. Honestly, sort of similar to Duish Team in a lot of respects.
Yeah, it does. Well, I don't know if I'd say JP has looked particularly good. I think he's had some pretty glaring issues. I don't think I'd say the same for Taco, though. I think Taco, at least in theory, looks like the stronger top lane between the two. And just because of that, maybe it's somewhere that Godtone can look to try and get an advantage. Because I feel at least that through this team, it does seem like Taco's the more reliable member. And saying that, he has played a lot of tanks, so you're not really going to get much of a win con through playing the tanks. It's just more the reliability. I think when you're on the bottom side of the of the standings. Having someone reliable and putting resources into them probably is going to do more for you than putting them into someone that's more hit or miss.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think if you do put resources into someone that is hit or miss, if they roll the right side of the coin, you know, that can mean that you suddenly get a big pop-off performance, and that can be the way to get your first win. So it's definitely, you know, I think it's an argument of where you want to put it. Either way, though, they need to find some kind of way to start winning games, because both teams sitting at 0 wins. Obviously, someone's going to walk away with 1, but really, neither team wants to be languishing at the bottom of the standings. So they've got to try find something to work, and maybe this could be the start of it. I mean, if the way you win this game gives you some confidence, maybe you can repeat it again. And we'll take a look at these two ADCs. Poor Pepero, he's got 0.8 KDA, but a 31.2% damage and tied 34.8.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show you on both of these teams that these are the two people that are holding their own in terms of at least the damage stat. Obviously, both KDAs are pretty poor, but that is just a result of your entire team getting rolled. If you are the AD carry, you're trying to do your damage, but ultimately, if the other team are ahead, especially when it comes to a tank, and these games have ended somewhere like, I don't know exactly, but it's more like they've been ending 20-25 minutes maximum. And so at that stage of the game as an AD carry, it doesn't matter if you get kills or not, you're not really going to have the items to take out the tanks. And we saw isolated deaths there. It was, I believe, 4-5 or 4-1 or something like that. And I mean, it just goes to show you, I think Pepero looked a bit more sort of sufficient and self-sufficient there in that regard.
Jace and the Vi band away here on the blue side. And Nico is the answering band, where we just see the LeBlanc come through as well. Feels like it's fairly common at this point just to ban that Nico and LeBlanc on the red side, although we have seen some more interesting answers. Ooh, so they banned WSL at least.
Respecting it.
Yeah, I wonder, will they then target it with 2 bans? You know, maybe the Elise Nidalee comes through. And they could leave up the LeBlanc and play the Tristana into it if it's still open. I would like to see Duish team ban Tristana and first pick LeBlanc if it gets that through. Just kind of force Hellpigs to ban it away. Alternatively, I mean, maybe you just pick up the Tristana as your first pick, something we've seen before.
Yeah, it does strike me as a Zhao2 champion as well. A Poppy band.
They take that away from Gold Tone. I guess it is potentially a flex as well. But it is interesting. I mean, maybe speaks to what Hellpigs have been playing in scrims. More of those AD junglers, which you kind of wouldn't expect if God Tone is so known for his Gragas.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Now, what would the final ban be here? LeBlanc Tristana looking like it may just be left open. Okay, no.
They banned Triss.
Yeah, so LeBlanc feels like it can be a fairly unanswered pick.
Yeah, so what are you going to pick into this now? I mean, there is the likes of Syndra, but it feels like Tristana by far the best answer.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, maybe Renekton Sejuani?
I just like Taco getting something that's a bit more self-sufficient.
Yeah. I think it's solid. We'll allow him to pressure him a bit more. I think they should probably take the Sedge here. Otherwise, you risk giving it away.
Take the Lee Sin. Take the Gragas.
Okay, if you take the Kai'Sa, but you now have to play into what, like Sejuani Jax? Was that worth it? I don't think so.
We'll have to see.
I mean,
is WSL going to want to play Sejuani, though?
I mean, he has played it before, but yeah, it hasn't really looked like his strength. Maybe instead, they're going to take Xayah. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't want to lose all their AD carries, but I really think if you had just gone for the Sedge Jax, your top side would be looking absolutely unstoppable.
You could always just go the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be good too. If they can drop jungle. I mean, WSL, he can play a lot of different champs. He's played like off-meta in the past, so yeah, I could definitely see this working. Maybe he does also want a jungle counter pick if possible. Just like that, Vestian does draft.
That's right. We both do draft here. A lot of predictions coming through, Makai. Oh, I'm not surprised to see that. That champ has looked extremely strong. Barely ever see this guy get taken down. Sejuani now is going to be banned. Again, I'm not sold that WSL is trying to play a tank in this game.
Yeah, I think definitely not now. I think he will try and play some sort of tempo jungler, take advantage of God Tone in the jungle. I am curious what Adiox is going to play into this LeBlanc, because they can ban out even more LeBlanc answers now if they want. Alternatively, might look towards those melee supports.
What carry junglers really are pickable? I mean, we've seen Jinjia play a game at Graves already.
Yeah, it feels like Graves, Kindred, Nidalee.
Yeah.
are the three you're looking for.
No setup really for Nidalee. I guess there is the LeBlanc chain, but not the most reliable setup when it comes to pairing with a Nidalee. Tends to be like the Nidalee Renekton is pretty much the most known setup, or the most probably powerful setup at least. Okay, so Rail Band. Jax was taken away, so...
Will it be Leona ban? Oh, they go for the Nautilus instead. That leaves the Leona up. I mean, you could take mid or...
I think you just take Leona.
Yeah. It probably is better to take Leona and then just... Well, it depends what you want to counter with, like just compositionally. Do you get more out of countering the comp with your mid or your A or your support? About to find out what Hellpigs think, at least.
I think for the champs, we already see Leona does well into all three of them. So Victor is the current hover.
I don't think Victor is the play this game. So I think Victor struggles a lot against Zyra Khan. It's a lot of heavy engage. I think while Victor should do well against LeBlanc, at least initially, it's going to be hard to avoid getting ganked, especially if they do pick a very heavy pressuring jungler.
I want to see Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it would be kind of good. Wukong would be good too. I don't know how you're meant to play Victor up against this comp. It looks so hard to survive.
Yeah. I guess it will match the wave clear of the Shiv LeBlanc, but kind of just feels at that stage you're just trying to wave clear to get to the next level.
Yeah.
Don't know that it progresses your team that much. Okay, we're going to see top lane come out here. Cassante, extremely strong champion on the patch. I think it does pretty well here as well. It's really nice at being able to sort of block out that Nature's Grasp. Probably one of the best champs for that.
I have to say, Duish Team Draft is looking pretty incredible here. Do you think Kaiser's going to go the AP build with a Victor and a Maokai?
I think it should be AD.
Yeah, probably.
Will it be the lethality build?
But it's so hard, I think, even to DPS as an AD Kaiser. Yeah, it just feels like Duish Team hold all the cards right now. What will Hellpigs use as their last pick? You see the whole comp here is support. Is IC8 just going to lock the Leona? Because if he did, I really feel like that should have been taken on 4. And surely we wouldn't have taken Victor after seeing Wukong Cassante. Very weird draft, I think, from Hellpigs. I kind of like how it started, but I feel like the Victor pick kind of ruins it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, one thing that's kind of surprising to me is generally in the history of League of Legends, every time Azir's meta, Victor is too, but that's only not true now. And I wonder if it's just because how Azir can sort of deal with static shift better than the likes of Victor, as well as Azir is just better at engage. And there is a lot of engage comps that are currently in meta, especially with what junglers we have. Sejuani, you know, Maokai, Wukong, they always tend to just try and want to go in, start a fight. And Azir does pretty well against that, whereas Victor doesn't.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately, yeah, the Victor is a bit weird. I guess it does mean that your comp has a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So if you are safe, if you are able to remain safe, you probably are going to be able to steamroll like through these team fights just with how much front up damage. I mean, the Kaiser, you've got the Victor, and then just that's pretty much all you need. Those two champs offer just so much. I guess it depends on what build we're going to see here out of the Kaiser. You do have a little bit of AD damage coming from the Renekton top, but I think you might just want to see AD built from Kaiser in this one.
Probably should. I think Victor's one of those champs that definitely prefers to be the solo AP if possible. And I think you're right. This will just come down a lot to how well Adiogs can execute. It's no easy task, I think, to play Victor against a comp with so much threat. At the same time, though, if the Duish team, you know, engages overextend, Victor a very good champ at punishing and chasing down. We will see, I think, Duish team come out of draft with the better picks, but I don't think it's unwinnable for Hellpigs. They've definitely got some tools.
I guess one thing to consider is we don't really know what these guys play in their solo queue, so it might just be that Adiogs is really good at Victor. Like, it might be a champ that he's just really good at, but didn't feel comfortable playing it against sort of these higher tier teams. But now that he is against Duish team, possibly feels safer to be able to pick it. It's going to go Eerie, so a bit more lane power. Isn't going to be farming up that gold quite as much as if he had taken that first strike, though.
I do like the Eerie. He's gone for very strong laning with that Scorch Eerie as well as second wind, which I think is very important against LeBlanc. You want to stop her from getting that Shiv for as long as possible. And I think if Victor can have his wave clear upgrade on his E at around the same time that LeBlanc has that Shiv, he should be okay to at least match it. Really, when trouble starts to come in is if there's a lot of early skirmishing and Victor's not too strong at that, or if he gets looked at mid, because LeBlanc, even with the Shiv build, doesn't change how much wave or how much gank setup she has. And with a LeBlanc, a Wukong, and even the Rakan as well, Victor's very vulnerable.
Yeah, and I think in this top lane, taking a look between the Renekton and Cassante, I think what's meta at the moment between these two is for Cassante to rush the Bramble Vest, but I really don't want to see that happen because I feel like the reason you get the Bramble Vest isn't so much the armor, of course it does help, but you want the Grievous Wounds. Renekton, however, gets all of his healing without having to auto-attack. He can just Q, can just use Gore Drinker. There's a fight already breaking out. We're seeing the strength of the Xayah Rakan, but now it's turned around. Leona quite good, and his Ghost popped really early here for Tide, just trying to find as much damage as possible. Ooh, Taco winning really heavy in that first trade top as well.
Yeah, just big trades across the board. Lots of half health bars in these 3 lanes at the moment.
Xiaotu seemingly losing early, maybe playing a bit too heavily into that level 1 trade against Victor, who is probably one of the best level 1s in the mid lane.
I think it is kind of to be expected here. It's difficult for LeBlanc, even with a regular build, to trade against this Victor, and with the AD build, obviously can put more pressure on the wave, but you don't really want to be taking too long trades up against that Victor that has that shield, the corrupting, and all those extra laning runes that he took. I think if Xiaotu can stay even, though, and just wait for a jungle gank, he'll be in a good position. If Adios can just destroy him in lane, though, could find himself in a good spot. And that's a big reason, I think, why Tristana is often the pick into LeBlanc. It gives you early pressure, it gives you push over the lane, but importantly, it has mobility as well. Not that many champs in mid are both mobile and have a strong laning phase. Azir is one of them, and has typically been a problematic champ as a result. Clone is burned very early here. I wonder if Xiaotu should have just started Corrupting Pot in this matchup. You always see Longsword refillable start from the Shiv LeBlanc, just so you can get it a bit quicker, but honestly, Victor, one of the strongest laning mids in that isolated 1v1.
Yeah, you might just be getting it slower because you can't stay in that lane.
To his credit, though, I mean, he's even in CS right now. If he can just get a base off, Adiogs is pretty low on mana. He's only got 1 more E in him, really.
Oh.
Yeah, probably needs to think about a base here. So no mid gank just yet. WSL, he's gone for a full clear. Can he look for something bot, though?
Xiaotu definitely going to have to recall as we see it on the screen. But yeah, both junglers are on this bot side. It is going to be the Rift Scuttle picked up at least for Godtone on the Maokai. WSL will see that, and now they should have a good idea of where Godtone is. In fact, Godtone now on a ward. It's level 3 Maokai to level 4 Wukong, so
yeah,
a much faster clear has come out of WSL.
They got mid-prior as well.
Teleport coming in though. Godtone did get that, I believe. Yeah, got level 4, so should be okay now.
It definitely would have been nice for WSL if he could get that.
Actually, did WSL might have got some XP from mid because they had the same amount of hams, although maybe Scuttle gives less XP actually.
Yeah, I think that would have been it. Now WSL, he might contest his top Scuttle, and I think should want to fight. The 2v2 should favor LeBlanc Wukong at this point.
Yeah, Taco does have priority in his lane though.
Yeah.
Should also just be the strongest skirmisher at this stage.
Well, LeBlanc's used all her cooldowns. They need to be careful here on the side of Doer's team. Do need to get out. Managing to get that, though, with no top prio is pretty important.
Yeah. Means a lot, at least in this jungle.
Oh, and they're looking for more.
Godtone has to be so careful. We've seen him die isolated before. And Xiaotu and WSL aren't scared to invade here. Smite not up, though. Neither jungler does have Smite available. It is, so far at least, the small Raptors being picked up by WSL. Is Xiaotu doing a great job at pressuring Adiogs away from this fight.
And this is the kind of sacrifice you make when you're playing with a Victor. Victor, while is strong in that 1v1, really does not want 2v2s, 3v3s. And early game doesn't really have the wave clear to offer anything except a winning mid lane. And so while he is up CS, Godtone, he's feeling the pressure as a result. Isn't too far behind though. And as a Maokai, you're not too worried about falling behind.
Yeah, it's not too impactful. I think a lot of your power does just come out. Oh, hold up. It is going to be first blood here found onto the Victor. And immediately we're seeing the weaknesses in this Victor pick.
Oh, 9 HP I think it was there for Wukong. So almost was a 1-for-1. But yeah, it is just very difficult to be a LeBlanc, or to be a Victor up against a LeBlanc, Rakan, and a Wukong. Just so much gang set up there. And you can see Adiogs was honestly fairly safe, or it felt like it in the position he was in. But gets punished nonetheless. So we'll get a replay of it. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty close to his side. Doesn't even get hit by the LeBlanc chain, but it really just allows Enhao to go in. Now, I think also didn't have flash.
No, he did.
Oh, he did have flash, yeah.
Held it.
So he probably should have flashed that early.
The shield from Rakan saved WSL.
Cost him there, though, unfortunately, for Adiogs. He lost a lot of creeps as well. Now, interesting, Zhao goes for the Merc Treads. So it is a really good Merc Treads game. There's a lot of AP damage. So obviously CC, but that is going to very heavily delay his Shiv. And you don't often see Tier 1 boots, let alone Tier 2, come out this early. Trade in top lane. Taku's getting the better of him. It's that Bramble Vest again.
Yeah, I don't understand the logic behind the Bramble Vest. I just really don't. I feel like you're losing so much effective gold and having the Bramble Vest, considering it just doesn't reduce any healing that Renekton can really do.
It is strange. And Hellpigs, they looked at that Dragon there, but I think there's no way they can get Dragon in this situation. Not with the state of mid lane. And it's scary now for Victor. You know, without the flash, has even less pressure over mid. And even though he wins the 1v1, you know, walking up as a flashless Victor, especially when WSL ticks over to 6, going to be a death sentence. Rakan in the river as well is spotted out, but Adiog's forced to play so safe.
I think importantly though, Renekton up 20 CSL. Hold up, we do have a fight breaking out down bot. Pepero is going to be forced to use that cleanse as Enhao making his way up river does cost that summoner spell.
WSL, he's going to start this one up. They have a lot of mid and bot priority, so this should just be going the way of Hellpigs. Now, even though Hellpigs are giving up a little bit early, I think they're still happy to scale with their Victor. Will they be ahead? Kind of remains to be seen. Zhao, he gets a nice trade on the IC at the side. Godtone starting up the Herald, and I think this should just be theirs. The state of top lane, you know, with Taco's lead over JP, should mean it's pretty hard to contest, as well as the tempo already invested in this drag.
Yeah, okay, that will be found. Just the trade of objectives. Now, in this game, where do you think this Herald should really go? It feels like possibly mid. It doesn't look like bottom's getting priority at all. Adiogs, though, he might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he has to be really careful.
Yeah, Zhao going forward should alert some bells. It's going to put down that stun field. Actually, turning it around. WSL will go down as Adiog's going to be able to make it out. As the auto's coming through for Zhao, he will be able to get that one back. But I think importantly, it is Adiog's finding that trade.
Yeah, trading 1-for-1 there, I think it's very, very crucial. Means he's going to have gold, grab a lot of extra items on top here.
And the upgrade.
Ooh, and the upgrade. So now we'll have the wave clear in time. I mean, LeBlanc's quite behind on her Shiv with the Merc Treads investment. And I think this was really good W usage from Adiogs. He doesn't panic, realizes if he places the W, should be in a good enough position to at least trade back. It is obviously very hard to survive here as that flashless Victor. He did level up there, almost managed to live as a result, but that last auto got him.
Yeah, massive CS disparity in this top lane. Taco up 30 in what has been entirely a 1v1.
Yeah, pretty impressive there. And you got to remember that Renekton, once again, was picked first. Late drop there. I'm not sure if Pepero got the gold. I think he did. And it looks like Zaya, or what's the other one? Kai'Sa will be going towards the Kraken. So it's nice to see the AD build coming out. And with Malco going the tank build as well, that is going to mean that Adiogs...
Ooh, Flash is found. They're going to get a kill onto Tide here. So from seemingly nowhere, are going to be able to get some gold onto Pepero on the Zaya. Zaltu is going to land the chain on Godtone. He's going to turn around Nature's Grasp. Are they going to be able to find WSL? It looks like maybe yes, as Adiogs... Ooh, Corruption Potion burn is not going to be enough.
The Raptors, they got him.
Oh no, who? Oh, the Nature's Grass would have procced them.
Wow.
Godtone smurfing. Definitely intended.
I'm not even sure he would have realized in the moment. It's pretty hard, I think, to think about that. But, oh, Adiogs could be in trouble.
Yeah,
has
there
a
is
flash.
Yeah, no flash on this Rakan as he turns around. A lot of damage. Adiogs. Damn, he's not scared. He sees them flash at him and he just turns around, puts down that gravity field and ults them.
Yeah, just not enough damage from Zhao. The LeBlanc build, it needs time. But we'll take a look at how Tide was caught bot. Was just walking up to the wave, and it's so hard to play against Rakan with flash. Feels like almost just no counterplay.
Second time we've seen that bush camp work today.
Now, the side of Door's team, they look on to Goldstone early. I feel like WSL is not respecting the gravity field enough. He dived into it there, which I think he really had no business, and yeah, looks like it was...
Oh, the Maokai
moss
pit!
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Is it the moss something?
I have no idea. It's the green pit.
Well, anyway, the little green Pokemon triggered it and ended up getting a kill. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, me neither, but... I mean, I don't know if that's well played or unfortunate, but in any case, it does mean that Adiog's now importantly finds himself a second kill, and the Shattered Crown will be his item. I don't usually like seeing it, but I feel like you're just forced into it this game.
I'm not sure. I feel like, yeah, maybe. At the same time, having no Leandries versus Cassante feels really rough. But, yeah, I mean, maybe he does just need it to survive.
Yeah, relying possibly on Kai'Sa to burn through that Cassante.
Could be.
I don't know. I feel like if you are engaged on as the victor, though, you do just go down, and the Crown survivability does change that a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, we'll have to see. I could definitely see him still dying with just how much threat there is. And now he's being looked at. Nothing will come of it.
I guess it is really easy for Pepro to proc that Crown as well, though.
We'll see. I mean, I think Adiog's can kind of play his range, and maybe he'll be okay. But so much rests on his back here. He needs to stay alive and deal damage in these fights, because if he goes down, there really just isn't enough damage remaining, especially not yet. But take a look at the top CS. Taco is miles ahead.
Yeah, 40 CS now. It's really not even close. And this has, as I've said before, been entirely 1v1. There's been no jungle interaction at all in this top lane, and Taco is just absolutely decimating.
Yeah, I feel like Cassante has fallen off a lot between splits. I'm not sure if that's just the teams that happen to prioritize him, but last split, Cassante constantly kind of terror of the PCS. This split hasn't looked the same, though. When Douche team, they're going to take the control, Dragon spawning in just a few more seconds here.
Yeah, no, I guess in general I have to favor Douche team just because they have the LeBlanc, but I think Adiog's is actually strong enough to have so much impact here. As IC8's going to look for an early fight. Should be a 3-man Nature's Grasp coming through. A lot of dodging coming through, but it's Taco who turns up. Going to force out a really early Featherstorm. Manages to find 4 roots from it, but it's Inhao who's going down first. Tide finding a lot of damage as well onto Zhao. But yeah, nice fight. Good idea, I think, from Halpigs to commit Taco. Ultimately, he's not going to lose as much as he's already gained for himself, and finds his team some more kills.
And why is JP basing right now? JP just recalled instead of punishing this play top.
Thornmail rush, man, not like this.
I think that's very questionable from JP. If you're not walking down to this dragon, you've got to trade something back topside. And Douche team, if you're not bringing down your top lane, at the moment you see Renekton mid, you have to leave. I think honestly could have probably just given one and disengaged here. I think they might have been out at this point if they just let Enhal die. But Zhao W'd forward. Or I guess it was just Enhal that went down, all things considered. But another kill goes over to Adiog. So nothing traded back top. They didn't even look towards the Herald afterwards. And Hellpigs, they just get so much there. Taco being looked at though, no flash.
Yeah, there's no flash available. Also doesn't have the ult. He should just be going down. It's 4 members strong for Douche team. Is likely to be able to take him. I wonder who they're going to give it to. Should be Pepro.
Yeah, very nice.
In fact, it will be. No teleport available, so this also is most likely Rift Healed in favor of the Hellpigs. In fact, Adiog's committing teleport to meet that wave bottom.
Saw that TP bot. That's almost certainly the Herald gone, and maybe need to be careful mid now as JP has a move. The Tide looks like he'll be safe with Godtone hovering.
Now, Shock, I have to bring it back. You're Cassante in this game. You're against a Maokai, a Victor who is pretty much the only damage coming through at the moment, at least. And I get that you're against a Renekton, an AD champ. But you've just rushed a Thornmail.
I do think it's a little strange. A lot strange, actually.
I don't think there's much worse of a choice you could go for. Like, I think... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm flawed.
I'm a little worried too for Adiog's crown, if I'm honest, because the more I'm thinking about it, I think Zhao-Tu's going to be able to proc that before every fight.
Yeah.
No questions asked. But it is just going to be difficult. At least I can kind of understand why he went for it. Maybe even if it's not completely correct, but the Thornmail, yeah, not too sure on that one. Dragons, 1 apiece in gold lead. Still very, very even. This is a very close game at this point. Natiox, I think he's going... It could be Lichbane, could be Cosmic. Not too sure yet. Pepper being accelerated here is very important, though. I mean, both ADs have been kind of the damage linchpin for their teams in past games. And, you know, being accelerated here as an AD carry and you can get those 2 items quicker is going to mean a lot. Especially if you can get 2 items before this next drag.
Yeah, well, I think at this stage, Adiogs will have 2 upgrades as well, so... I think really the break point is if you can get those 2, maybe 3 items on Victor as well as those 3 upgrades, you become really quite strong. It's now all attention towards Zhao 2. I don't think he'll be going down. Should be able to get his distortion up in time. Back to turning down a bit of damage onto Adiogs.
Tower did go down though. It's a little bit of gold into the Duish team pockets there.
Yeah, shouldn't be any local gold, so just 50 apiece.
2 more minutes on the next drag.
Dark Seal on the Victor. Now that's confident.
Ooh, that is. Yeah, full stacks on it as well. Do like it. Dark Seal on LeBlanc too. So, a lot of Dark Seal enjoyers in this game.
And it is the AD Kaiser. I think that is to be expected, particularly in this game. And the tank Maokai, so pretty much just letting Victor be the sole AP. Of course, there's a little bit of magic damage coming through the rest of the team, but ultimately, it's not enough to force people to itemize solely magic resist.
Yeah, I think they've got good builds inside of Hellpigs for the most part. Still not too sure about the crown. We'll see though. Duish team, they're the ones taking back control. I wonder, can Hellpigs regain it? They don't have Taco with any top priority yet. Maybe if they can get this Maokai into the river. Although, it's going to be difficult to get priority on this bot side with how... Oh, TP comes in.
That's surprising a miss, but Nature's Grass coming in. Pepero does have to use that cleanse as it's Taco now onto him. Featherstorm committed, but ultimately, first of all, Inhao goes down. What else is going to be able to be done here? Zhao on the side. He is going to find just that solo auto attack as Tide, doing so much damage to WSL, is just going to be the 1 kill again found onto Inhao. But with 30 seconds into this Dragon, it should be priority along these lanes, and Hellpig's probably favored to get them.
You think so? Although they... Godturn has to go bot. He's going to go reset as well. So I'm not sure this is guaranteed here for the side of Hellpigs. They probably need to reset. I think this probably still will end up as a Dragon fight. Now, crucially, a lot of ults were used. No Rakan ult, no Wukong ult. But also some missing from the other side.
Xayah has nothing. I think that is a massive problem. Pepero has been the benefactor of a lot of these kills on Duish team. And with Renekton still having flash as well as Kai'Sa flash ult, Leona still has flash. It feels pretty hard to take this fight as Duish team reliably. Taco, though, might just be caught out before anything happens. Flash forward from Inhao, flash away from Taco. He's in the middle of 3, is going to be taken out.
And the engage range is just ridiculous. Duish team, they're landing a lot of poke before this fight starts. And
yeah, IC8 no health.
They pick Taco off as well. The LeBlanc is putting in a lot of work. But I think this should be tier 1 and maybe the Dragon as well.
Godtone full. Will have Nature's Grasp available as well as that Chaos Storm from the Victor, but looks like they'll be happy to just take their gold, give over the Dragon. It is only the 2nd Dragon, so not too problematic. I think Taco got a little bit greedy there, trying to contest that middle wave while his team were in no position to protect him.
Yeah, it was just a slight misplay, but you can kind of see the strength of the Duish team coming through now. They let LeBlanc poke, get those members low, and then they've got the engage tools to pull the trigger once they kind of identify a weak point. Gold difference has really been going back and forth, but now slightly in Duish team's favor. A Dragon lead for them as well.
Okay, so Baron has spawned. I don't think either team really strong enough to do it without finding kills first. Pretty good ways to stop it on either side. But yeah, I think importantly, we saw it just before. Hellpigs have to be really concerned of the engage range, particularly from this Rakan, but also if Wukong has flash, becomes another problem. And I guess that is more important for Adiogs over anyone else, as he, very similarly to Pepero and Zhao, is the person holding the most gold on his team.
It was very, very strong. And you can kind of see in the side lanes, whenever Adiox goes to collect it, Adiox has to collect it from so far back because he's just so scared. But on the other side of the map, you know, Zhao2 not only clears these waves super fast, but is also super safe. And that can be really difficult to ever get priority on these side lanes. Adiox did complete the Lich Bane there, which really kind of comes into its own once you get some more AP. You know, Crown isn't the highest AP item, so probably needs another one for Lich Bane to really start hitting hard. But is setting himself up for a very strong late game build. Just needs to buy some time to get there.
And I think even after getting there, we said it in the pregame, once you get there, that's not job done really. You've still got to play so well in these team fights to be able to utilize your damage.
Hellpigs, they're controlling this Baron area, but will always be forced to answer Zhao2 on the bot side. And again, the problem is, if you send Adiox down there, he can't really push out. All he can do is collect it at tower. And sometimes I feel like this is neglected, you know, who gets priority over the side lane on the mid game, but it does matter a lot. Ooh, Zenith Blade just barely misses there. Now Zhao2's going to walk across from bot, so Hellpigs, they better not overstay their welcome. They need to get out of here before it's too late.
Yeah, Inhal, knock up onto Taco. Probably not the target they were particularly looking for, but it's going to be Zhao2 finding so much damage already. And teleport going to be committed here from Adiox. Engage from Inhal. Does land onto ICA, but he's staying alive. It's actually going to be WSL going down as well as JP. A lot of out of position members here. I feel like this engage went extremely awry. Inhal trying to do what he can to slow down this chase, but he's going to be found really quickly as Godtone is not going to let Pepero go. Although might just have to after that flash.
I'd want to see a replay because I felt like that was extremely questionable from the side of Duish team. They have poke and they can play it slow. And also the engage doesn't even go onto the carries. So I'm not sure what Rakan, what Inhal was thinking there. Can Duish team Zhao2 and Pepero stop it? They have their 2 carries alive. It's a lot of damage still.
ICA might just go down, but you're fine to give over this Leona in exchange for the Baron, so no real problems. Actually, Pepero probably just going to go down. You have to feel Godtone coming around. Pepero really tried to do what he can, and in fact, it's both of them going down. And JP not in a very good position at all either. WSL, I feel like you don't want to be involved in this, big man. Is going to run away. Tide though is not in any kind of fear. Finds a runaway, all out Cassante. Finds a knock up there onto Taco, but disengage will come through. It's perhaps more kills than Hellpigs should have been allowed, but it's kills they found nonetheless.
Yeah. Let's see how this started off, because I think initially this is really good for Hellpig, or for Duish team. All you need to do, bring your LeBlanc over, get some poke, bait out the LeBlanc TP, and go back, or bait out the Victor TP, go back to what you're doing. Instead, okay, initial engage, it's fine, you can play it slow. They got damage on a Tide, this is great, but Wukong finds 2 tanks. Rakan, I believe, finds 1 tank. Neither Kai'Sa nor Victor were threatened in this fight whatsoever. And how is that the case? You've got such good engage tools. How can you not find these 2 immobile carries?
I want to say Tide missed that charm by the skin of his teeth. That was like pixel difference between Kai'Sa getting hit by that Rakan charm.
I think even if it hits though, there's no follow-up left.
Yeah, I think Zhao2 just used distortion, so that's pretty much that. WSL also flashing away to try and survive. But yeah, I don't know. You have all the engage tools you could ever really want, and that is how the engage went.
Yeah,
but
now looking...
once again, attention towards Taco. He is quite strong at this point. Looks like he will be okay to run away, although the follow-up might be enough to take him out. Importantly, he's getting a lot of healing done, and that's mostly because this Thornmail's doing absolutely nothing.
I would like to see the healing reduced by Thornmail, because I imagine it's not too much, but it's definitely worrying signs for Duish team. They had the lead, and they have a very easy to execute teamfight composition. And if you can't make this one work, you know, what can? They're looking at Zhao2 mid. Feels like the game is so far in Hellpigs' favor now, though. Because once you kind of fall behind as Duish team's comp, if you don't feel confident engaging, you know, if you can't threaten this Victor, I don't think you can win fights.
Yeah, and I think Adiox at this point in time does not feel threatened whatsoever. 10 stacks on his Magi's. He's going towards the Void Staff next, but here comes another fight. It's going to be Godtone starting it up, but ultimately Tide, a Cathian rain down onto Zhao2 will bring his second death. Now, what objectives can they find? It is going to be hard because Zaya's still alive with a lot of wave clear, but Baron buff might just be enough to get a lot of damage done. Tide, I think, will be the person picking up the first tower, at least in this middle lane.
Here's your tower. It's being looked at. Oh,
WSL.
They can't find it.
Got the crown out. If you're able to find an engage now, it will be slightly better, but Alpigs are okay to just walk away.
And I think if you're Adiogs here, especially given that you have a Magi's, at some point it's probably just worth buying a stopwatch, even if you don't intend on upgrading it. Just because all you really need to do is win one more key fight, and then you pretty much win the game. Having that one fight win would be really nice. Void Staff now completed for Adiogs. I didn't actually see if there was a lot of MR. Feels like there's not a whole lot, but I guess it's enough. A couple Merc Treads here and there.
Yeah, does allow a little bit more damage through the Jack Show as well. I guess it's more for Leona and Cassante than anyone else. It was nice just to be basically doing true damage.
3 more minutes on what is the third drag. Only 2 more minutes on the Baron. I think Hellpigs should feel pretty confident to force everything. And I think if Hellpigs can find the engage before LeBlanc can poke, or before the engage tools of Duish team are in position to threaten their carries, they can just win. They just need to keep the pressure on. A stopwatch now on Tide as well.
Now, I'm of the opinion you don't want to fight until Pepro can finish his armor pin item. He's extremely close to that Lord Dominic's. Just needing what is roughly, probably around 600 gold. Maybe even a little less. But I think that adds a whole lot, because right now they're struggling to do anything to Godtone and to Taco.
There is damage coming out from Zhao but it feels hard to get it onto the right targets, and you definitely don't do enough to the tanks. Can look for a bit more poke here, though. Good at stopping bases, this build.
How annoying.
I think this is a little bit of a limitation of LeBlanc, though. It really doesn't do that much consistent damage in a team fight. It does huge numbers, but it's spread out over, you know, lots of different members, and it's kind of sporadic. Whereas a champ like Victor at this point is just dealing huge damage to everyone. Which is partially just Victor as a champ outscales LeBlanc anyway. But it really kind of, I don't know. I feel like Duish team, they had everything they needed and they just didn't play around it well enough. And some teams got to kind of think of LeBlanc as a different champ, right? Like the Shiv LeBlanc build is very different. It plays off using that side lane tempo to kind of make plays as well as getting poked before the fight starts, as opposed to, you know, finding picks and bursting carries down. Because I think the engage they looked for before, where they had kind of found Tide potentially out of position, might have worked if it had been AP LeBlanc. That's not to say that the regular AP LeBlanc build is better, because I don't think it is. But really, Duish team, it's a different style, and they have to adapt to it.
Yeah, I think game definitely not over yet. Even though it is definitely a nice sort of gold advantage found here from Hellpigs, but with the tools available, I mean the Cyclone, you've got the Cassante ultimately, and this Rakan, you can find a nice engage, and particularly if you are able to take out this Victor, it can lead very quickly to success. But right now, all attention towards IC8 is just going to have to commit that flash out as Zhao continues to be annoying on the side. Should be IC8 having to recall here. Objectives coming up. Dragon will be spawning 20 seconds. Baron already alive. And I have to say, in terms of these two objectives, it is going to be Hellpigs who will offer a lot more damage and be able to take them down quicker.
Oh, huge damage on a Tide there. Does he have any lifesteal?
I don't believe so. Maybe in runes?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh,
more chunk onto him. He's getting lower and lower. Let's see how much lifesteal he does have as he gets access to this wave, but needs to heal before any fight. Zhao's been doing a great job. Zhao, though, he doesn't have any lifesteal and probably will be forced to base. Has a TP for himself, though.
Little bit of lifesteal, not that much. We'll get a little bit of healing. I believe Godtone does have the Radiant Virtue. A little bit will come from that, as we will see it now as the Nature's Grass comes out. Flash forward from Godtone is going to land that Twisted Advance, but it's onto a clone. Ultimately, though, JP getting taken extremely low. It's Zhao trying to find Tide, however. WSL now flashing forward. Killer Instinct should be available. It's WSL going to be taken down. On the backside though, Pepero finding one for himself as well as JP. At the moment, as it sits, it is a 2-for-2. Both teams losing key engage tools for each other. Look at the Victor damage though. As well as the Xayah damage.
Yeah, Xayah damage very, very high. I think all things considered, Duish team came out pretty well out of that fight. It looked pretty bad, but the heroics put in by Pepero. Zhao, he has to be careful going forward. Adiox might be getting close to his Rabadons, and if he does, he's going to hit a massive spike here. Don't think he quite has it. It's very expensive. But we get a replay. So TP flank from Zhao comes in from above. A lot of engage tools come in from Hellpigs, and they don't quite find it onto anyone. You know, Pepero manages to avoid this and kind of DPS for free. Tide was forced away from Zhao from a lot of this fight. And I think here at the back end, Pepero did some real God's work.
Yeah, that Blade Caller. I didn't even see it at the time, but that did so much damage. Tide though. Tide will do a lot of damage in his own right as this Solar Flare will come out. It's actually IC8 managing to find a nice Solar or even Zenith Blade there. It is actually probably better at the moment for Duish team though. Nature's Grasp and Solar Flare committed.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe they could start up the Baron. Yeah, they got pings onto it. Problem is Xayah's so far away.
Are Hellpigs going to know this? No, they're going towards this dragon.
I think Xayah's too far away though. I don't think they can do it.
Yeah, and it will be spotted out now by Taco, so... Okay.
Yeah, I think there might have been a window there, but it's hard to see. It was very fleeting. So now, Hellpigs 3 drags to 2. Getting close to that 4th one. And admittedly, Zhao, he's been doing a good job of making team fights difficult for Tide. Problem is though, if Adiox is left untouched, does absurd amounts of damage, doesn't even have the Rabadons yet, and when he does, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, I think importantly here for Hellpigs is, in the current day and age, we're often used to getting to this time and saying it's all on Tide versus it's all on Pepero, but Hellpigs have that Victor, which adds a whole lot of damage to their team as IC8. Again, not afraid to just stand up in the face of Duish team, clearing out these wards, gets himself chunked down to half time and time again.
Duish team, they've got posture on this mid wave. They got a Shiv as well, so they can get rid of that nice and early. Hellpigs maybe looking for the engage before that poke comes in.
Yeah, there's nothing really, I mean, this Baron is up, but these fights over mid wave almost seem a little bit too dangerous. Baron started here from Hellpigs though. They can't really get anything. This just feels a bit rough. Nature's Grass coming out though. Pepero on the side. It is Taco who's looking for it.
Yeah, feels like that was a little bit forced. Probably couldn't wait for Duish team to come a bit closer. And this really plays into what Duish team wants. If they can keep poking.
Solar Flare lands the ult to Pepero. The cleanse is already going to have to be used. Importantly, is able to hold onto that Feather Storm and get a bit of health here from the Scuttle Crab. IC8 now getting so low. Actually, Zenith Blade's in. He should be going down as soon as Zhao is able to pick up his W. Although maybe it's not worth the risk. There's not even an objective being fought over. We're just fighting because we love it.
There is, and I have to say, I feel like I'm watching a different team. Duish team, they're playing so restrained now, which is so impressive to see. This is what we wanted to see from their composition earlier in the game. Feels like they've finally kind of found their stride. You know, 5,000 gold lead down, but hey, it's fine. Pepero, he's got some pretty big items coming in for himself as well. Adiox, he must be so close to the Rabadons. Yeah. And I think that might be the turning point in this game.
It just will add so much damage. Every time a Victor laser lands, I almost feel if you get to a stage after the Rabadons where you just sell the crown for more damage. Like maybe it's just better to get like the Ludens even. Because if you are able to find something onto Zhao playing a little bit too aggressive here. Tide flashing forward though. He's able to get out. Zhao fumbles the bag. That is so much of their Baron defense gone now.
Yeah, I think Duish team probably have to try contest this, but it feels so difficult.
Yeah, Maokai Nature's Grass should do a good job of denying any form of engage. And without Zhao, no damage really to come through before it. And it is going to be Godtone landing that smite as WSL. That's the wrong jungle, pal. Is Adiox going to be able to find him?
Oh,
looks like it. Will be spot on that ward. Yeah, it does look like, yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a way out for this man. It's going to just be chained and killed.
That's Rabadon's money right there.
Yeah, well,
maybe he's got it.
Wow, that almost looked a bit too risky.
Oh, Taco maybe being looked at other side of the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on Pepero. Respects it though.
Rabadon's now completed for Adiogs. I kind of want to get an AP check on the man. He must be pretty high up.
You'd
The
have to
Monarch
think
even
so.
comes through from the Maokai now.
20 stacks on the Magi's too. That book's
Yeah.
almost fully complete.
Let's see how this happened. I mean, Zhao2, he's been doing a great job of poking all game long, but maybe bit off a bit more than he could chew. How did this happen?
I think he just goes back in.
Ooh, yeah. So he showed his second dash in front of Tide, and really
Wow.
nice punish.
I think WSL should have used Cyclone perhaps, but
I think Kaiser did have the GA, so maybe felt like nothing was going to come of it. Victor, 845 AP. Saw it there.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty unlosable for Hellpigs now. You've got Flash on this Victor. You've got GA on your Kaiser. How are Duish team going to deal with this? I don't think they can. Maybe Pepero can 1v9.
yeah, we've seen it. We've seen Zayas pull some absolute magician shows off. Adiogs, I think Pepero needs to pop that crown, and their real only hope is finding a massive engage, but with the split map as it is right now, it should just be one tower at least found. Solar Flare actually does go wide, doesn't land onto Pepero. Pepero does have absolutely everything up, so if he's going to do something, it's going to have to be now before anything can be taken away from him. Yeah, look how more reserved Zhao2's playing now after his first mistake.
Yeah, it's tough because he really needs to play aggressive, I think, to somehow win this game for Duish team.
Yeah, now this Soul, while not often thought of as the best one, does have a lot of value when it comes to Maokai, Victor, and Kaiser in particular. I mean, actually everyone.
It's crazy, this
Renekton
game.
getting in with the ult. Yeah, I think there's a lot of games where this Soul doesn't matter so much, but I think in the coordinated play, having the Maokai ult as well as everything else give you so much movement speed.
Yeah, with the Lichbane and the Magi's as well. Adios is going to be so fast.
All tied. He's just 1v9ing this guy. Don't worry about Pepero 1v9ing. This guy's just ulting in by himself. But down here, we do see Taco getting to work on the base. It's mid lane inhib down. It's bot lane inhib down. Now, waves are looking like they're starting to get pushed top. Actually, no, it doesn't. It looks like ICH just delaying backs. They are able to take him out now, but what can be found? Tide and Adiogs doing so much damage. That's going to be both towers down, and eventually in-house found. Pepero getting absolutely one-shot by the Chaos Storm, and with that, it's going to be Hellpigs and Godtone finding their first win.
Wow, very well deserved there. The Hellpigs, a 10,000 gold lead at the end, do finally make it over the finish line. Unfortunately for Duish team, they now fall into that clear last position, winless 5 games in, and kind of felt like they had it in their hands at one point, but unfortunately threw the game back right into the hands of Hellpigs.
Yeah, I think credit has to go to Adiogs. I think a lot of things were missed and maybe opportunities on him weren't played as well as they perhaps could have been. But ultimately, it's a very hard game to play Victor. And I think his end score was something like 11-2 or something like that. So he was playing to his limits. I mean, you saw how much damage he unloaded onto Pepero in an instant at that last team fight. And I think props to him. And ultimately, Hellpigs now do manage to leave that last place position. And they are now equal with Impunity, West Point, and I believe themselves are now sitting there on the 1 and 4.
Could be. And I think they looked good in that game, honestly. And there were a lot of things that in their previous games, have been kind of going wrong. Lots of team fight, skirmish execution. But I think Godtone actually had a very good game for himself on the Maokai. It's, obviously more of a quieter pick sometimes in the amount of impact it brings. But it's not flashy, but it still is impact nonetheless. And Godtone, he did a good job. And I think as well...
happy with himself.
Credit to Tide. I think it's hard to choose an MVP. I'd maybe want to give it to Adiogs for playing so well in a game that almost felt like was set up for him to fail. But
I think I want to
Tide
give it
as
to
well
Tide.
did a very good job and ultimately kind of made the game-winning play almost of picking Zhao2.
Yeah, see, I want to give it to Tide pretty much for that. I think even in that, not the very last fight, but when he found so much damage there onto the Rakan, I think that was also a real turning point because from that, it was just IC8 going and committing his life to stop recalls up there. And that was pretty much how the game ended. So along with, that pick, which resulted in a Baron for them, I think Tide does deserve it. Just maybe Victor like did a lot of damage and whatnot, but I think in terms of game-winning plays, I think Tide really was the person to do that.
Yeah, I think credit to Pepero as well, who
Yeah.
on the losing team put up a pretty good performance for himself. And Zhao, I mean, he was having a very good game up until he wasn't, right? Like up until you get picked by Tide. And it's unfortunate because it feels like that kind of writes off his performance, but he was doing well up until then.
I think one thing is now what I'm sort of getting to learn is it kind of looks like it's easy to look like you're having a good game on LeBlanc, just because the nature of the champion, she doesn't really get taken out. Like it's so hard for you to die. Where you do end up, if you are able to find a kill here and there, you do get scorelines like 4-1, which was his scoreline before he got picked off. So I don't know. It's really hard to tell just how well he's playing because he's going to have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But you just...
Is it meaningful?
Yeah, exactly. Like you can just land an auto attack here and there and your damage stats are going to look insane, but what did that damage mean? And did it come down at the right time? And in the team fights particularly, are you maximizing the damage you're doing?
Yeah, I think it's certainly true. And something else I'm a little worried about is maybe Cassante becoming the likes of PCS Viego. Because it felt like that game was virtually invisible. Now, it could just be top gap.
I felt like that was a massive top gap. I
You
think...
just hate the Thorn Mail. I mean, hey, I had it
No,
too.
I don't. Not only the Thorn Mail, but like Cassante feels like a bit of a Gragas in many cases. There are counter picks to him. I think like the Gwen generally does really well into him. But he was so far behind and then absolutely isolated 1v1.
Yeah, it does feel weird. And this was, I think, the botched engage from Duish team. Wukong didn't manage to find a carry. Rakan also doesn't manage to find a carry. I think they honestly just could have left at a point there, but they decided to go back in. And even if they kill IC8, it doesn't matter. The carries are still full HP and there's no real threat left. And that kind of felt like where things really fell apart from Duish team. They were doing a good job up until then. And I think, you know, if these teams play each other again, I wouldn't be super surprised to see Duish team pick up the win. Like, I think it was fairly close. But at the end of the day, it was Hellpigs who got it over the finish line. 42k damage from that Victor. And Cassante is pretty low.
Yeah, it is pretty low. I think when you compare it to Renekton, it's kind of expected you do have a lower damage. But I truly do think that was like a cataclysmic top gap. That was insane. I don't think there's any excuse to really be down like 40 CS isolated in 1v1. But it is going to be tied. 915 was his final score there with that MVP. I think he was up gold, but that's mainly due to the team, I'd say.
Yeah.
So
Because they did get 2v2 bot, actually.
That is true, yeah.
And it's kind of crazy how, I mean, we'll see some highlights here. Tide, this fight, managed to live barely.
Yeah.
Which was very crucial. You know, wasted a lot of Zhao's time here, obviously. Oh, it was so close to being killed by WSL. But I think it's funny how, despite this game feeling like it was all being around mid, ultimately, like most other games in the PCS, it comes down to the 280 carries.
Yeah, I think that's somewhat true. I think it came down to Tide's play, but you can't underestimate how much damage Adiox was doing. I mean, in the very last fight, I'm not sure that we'll see it because it was kind of just all over at that stage, but Adiox literally one-shot Pepero.
Yeah,
I think it was literally just an ult that took Pepero down to like 200 health, which then he had to use his ultimate, and yeah, I don't know. It was a bit of a disaster, I think, all things considered. Victor probably shouldn't have been able to do as much as he did.
Yeah.
As well as Zhao being found by Tide that one time was extremely weird. But I don't know. I think props to Hellpigs. They looked quite strong in general. Maybe a few mistakes here and there, which are to be expected, I have to say. And credit, I think, also to the top lane there, Taco. I think he played incredibly well on the Renekton. Really held his own, but ultimately, my game of the week is now done, but please don't think that's all we have tonight, because CFO against J-Team is coming up next. Those are the first and second ranked teams currently, along with PSG and beyond. But please do stick around, because game number 4 is sure to be a banger.
Not even the same game, but we
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for Mama Dukes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch the son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, all empty, you're mine, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted, I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You asked me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone's back. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me.
It is I. We're back. Feeling nice and refreshed, are we, Shock?
We certainly are.
Yeah, here we go. We've just witnessed Halpix's first win here at the PCS. Unfortunately, Duish team now going down to 0-5. But I think being refreshed is key here because we've now got probably the two most important matches of the night, I have to say. It is going to be first of all, J-Team going up against CFO. Now, CFO are undefeated currently. J-Team sitting with only the one loss and looking a whole lot stronger than before now that they have picked up Driver in that top lane. And I'm actually really excited to see once again the Driver versus Rest 1v1 up there.
Yeah, that's going to be a big top matchup. I think one of those ones that we've kind of been starved for a little bit recently. There's some of those really big top matchups, but as you have on your screen here, CFO, and you kind of mentioned that J-Team have upgraded, but feels like CFO have as well become a stronger team. Now they've added Chelsea, and they're looking real good this season.
Yeah, and that's crazy to say, right? Because they already looked really strong, and Slaytru looked really strong as well, but Chelsea just seemed like an entirely different beast, and obviously they're sitting undefeated. Really strong start to the season. Maybe one of their first tests here coming up against J-Team. I'm so excited to see this matchup because it looks like Minji has really come to his form and he looks a whole lot stronger than he perhaps did last split. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes up against Gemini in this matchup. But then I think most importantly perhaps for the team of CFO is that bot lane between both Shun and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looking incredibly strong and Shun really holding his own. Did fall a little bit behind yesterday, but managed to bring it back and really be the DPS carry that his team needed to cross that finishing line. And there you see them on your screen, obviously. I think Gemini, much the same. Just a bit of a pillar of consistency. You never really see this guy make a mistake. One thing I will say is last season he looked particularly strong on the Vi. I don't think we've even seen him pick it this season, but has already looked good on every other meta pick anyway. So definitely good to know that Gemini is able to play those other champs as well as he was playing the Vi. But now, the challenges, you have to say. J-Team.
You do, and I think J-Team, towards the end of the last split, they were starting to look a lot better. They were taking games off good teams, and they were showing good performances, but they kind of lacked that consistency to really pick up wins often. Coming into split 2, though, adding Driver to the roster, I think Driver is pretty much the epitome of consistency in that top lane. No matter what matchup he gets, no matter whether he's playing a tank or a carry, he always does well, and I think that's something that separates him from a lot of the other top laners. Because some of the other tops, you know, they're very good on tanks, but not good on carries, or they're very good on tanks, you know, or very good on carries, not good on tanks, or they're very good when they get a winning matchup on the strong side, they're not so valuable on the weak side. For a Driver, he is just always useful, no matter what happens, and I think that's such a valuable position for a top laner to be in because it means, you know, if you want him to blind pick, hey, he can do it. If you want him to be that red side last pick, you want him to put in a carry performance, he can do that too.
Yeah, and I think I know what you're going to say here, but I want to hear it anyway. Let everyone else at home hear it as well. Prediction for this game?
I think it has to be CFO. I feel like CFO are on another level, despite the fact that only one win separates these teams. But I'm not sure how one-sided it'll be. I think the nature of how CFO play, they play very fast, they like their dragons, kind of means that they will be looking to take control of this game very early, and I am a little worried if J-Team can stack up to that or not. But here, on your screen,
the Maestro and his apprentice.
Yeah, so they were both in J-Team, and I guess Driver would have been a sub for a lot of this time. And you can kind of see that in those career games played there. A lot more played for Rest, but Driver...
Also Red winning the... Rest, sorry, winning the head-to-head too.
Yeah.
Udyr top and still win. Cassante 1v4.
Are these highlights?
You know what? Yeah. I'm going to say I'm more impressed with the Cassante 1v4.
Yeah,
I think
I don't know if you watched. Did you watch the Udyr game? The Udyr game was pretty incredible,
remember.
I have to say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see the Cassante versus Udyr.
Yeah,
perhaps not. I don't know that Udyr looking too hot in the meta at the moment. But
yeah, I mean, I think it was picked into Cassante last split, I feel like, by Ref.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he'll do it again, and I'm not sure why he felt like playing it that day. Let's look at a stats comparison of the two, and damage per minute, and damage percentage, and solo kills, they're absurd for Driver.
Yeah, Driver looking like he's edging out the stats, at least so far in the split. Obviously early days yet, and I have to say, his champion pool, as well as Rests, looks like a whole lot of carrying going on up in that top lane. And I think we'll both say it, we both want to see them play these carries.
Yeah. And I think it could be real interesting, especially J-Team having that red side last pick. Can we get Driver a very good top matchup?
The Gangplank.
Ooh, could be. Do you think Rest will blind pick Akali?
I don't think so. But I think Driver could just be brave enough to pull out something like the Gangplank again.
He could. Yeah, I think he knows what he needs to carry these games. Rest, though, I feel like these two players, they probably know each other very well. They know what kind of picks they like to play and how the matchup should go. So I think Rest should have a pretty good read on Driver, and maybe that'll mean an end to Driver's reign. We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely will. It's going to be an early Renekton ban against Rest. And I think so far nothing too surprising. Kaiser has looked probably like the best AD carry so far. I think a lot of that comes down to her build diversity and how much she offers the draft alone. And then on the other side, Melio is going to be taken away, as well as that Jace. So I wonder if Jace ban might trigger perhaps a Tristana ban.
LeBlanc and Trist both still available. So was Maokai and Sedge.
Okay, Jax
ban. So what first pick do we go for here? I mean, maybe we just go for the Trist or the Sedge. I'd almost be more willing to
I'd want the Maokai more than the Sedge anyway, so...
Maybe you first pick Trist and just take whichever one they don't.
Yeah.
'Cause it feels like then you have the winning side of the LeBlanc-Trist matchup. Let's see. I think take the Trist. Who do they go for?
Azir still open too, so is absolutely the potential for an Azir to come out. I feel like Azir struggles a little bit early on, as we do see Hover.
It is tough early into Tristana, but if you can get to level 6, you'll be completely fine.
All right. We saw this yesterday, Azir versus Tristana. We did see Tristana having a few fumbles there and Pretender on that Azir cleaning up the entire map. If something similar comes around, I do like the Sejuani with the Azir.
Yeah, I think Sedge pairs better with Azir than the Maokai does. And I think it also means you can take a top laner into 2 bans, and that can make things very difficult. No Jax or Renekton available here for Rest. I wonder, CFO, they probably should take Maokai.
Yeah.
But what do you take with it? There's no Kaiser available, which would be kind of your go-to. Actually, Maokai plus what?
Getting one of these impact supports in early can be valuable as well.
Now, can this be Rel jungle? Okay.
It can be Maokai jungle.
It can. What do we pick with that? Oh, hovering the Gangplank. Gangplank Gragas. Says GG.
Two drivers champions. Thus, at least so far, got a pentakill on that Gangplank. Really exciting pentakill too at that.
Ooh, so Cassante could be the blind, denies it from being paired with Sejuani, and it's one of those better top lane blinds, but it does potentially open up Driver for playing something a little different. Now, I would be very surprised to see him play an AP, just because, again, Azir kind of prefers solo AP.
Yeah, you've got a lot of AP coming through on the Sedge too.
Quinn being hovered. Really,
that could be exciting.
Would it be played in the Cassante? I mean,
Probably
possibly.
not.
With the Shiv?
I feel like Cassante is pretty okay.
Gwen, they could go for the Gwen. They're going to lock it in. So I think it is a lot of AP on their top side, but like Gwen is a lot of true damage. Gwen is good with Sejuani. It's good into Cassante. So I think there's good enough reasons. Yeah, I think there's good enough reasons to pick it. I'm not sure if there was a better pick. It doesn't feel amazing, but I think it's still very solid. Now, going into that second phase, J-Team feels like, ooh, target the Rakan, so going to break away that Zyra Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane's both going to be targeted here. I wonder if CFO take away some of these AD carry champions. It feels like there isn't that many supports to really take away. You probably are just trying to look for something like either the Rel, the Nautilus, or the Leona. And then just trade each way.
Ashe is a little surprising. Varus as well. I think the Varus ban doesn't feel that great to me.
I almost feel like the Varus would be better on J-Team just because they need raw ADs.
Yeah, I could see that. And they do have a lot of DPS from Azir already, but let's see. Will there be another AD ban? Probably should be. Which one, though?
Yeah.
Dire.
Okay, well, there's still Aphelios left open. Jinx is still left open.
Yeah.
I was going to say I think J-Team probably would prefer the Jinx. I think it offers them more than the Aphelios perhaps would.
It's a lot of damage.
You just need as much AD damage as possible, and Jinx really does offer that.
Yeah, I like the Jinx. Ooh. Ziggs.
Well, there is a lot of AD currently for CFO. Could go for something like the Ziggs Leona. It's a lot of lockdown, and onto an immobile AD carry like Jinx can be quite valuable. But with Thresh left open, so it will be the Ziggs Leona.
Ooh.
Thresh is open though. I feel like when you're against these two, you probably want to pick the Thresh.
Yeah, I think you're almost forced to. I'd be very surprised to see Blitzcrank come through.
Could be a Tarm. I think it has to be Thresh or Tarm.
Yeah, I can see the Tarm. I'm not sure if you can play Tarm versus Ziggs just because the lane feels like it might be too hard. Lulu. I mean, again, that's kind of another way to keep Jinx alive, but it feels like you're still going to take a lot of damage nonetheless.
Would make the lane a bit stronger.
Okay, so I think J-Team, they certainly have some win cons, extremely strong 5v5 composition, if they can get to it. I think the question is, will the Tristana winning lane mid, will the Ziggs Leona winning lane bot kind of put them over the edge? Will they get CFO far enough ahead that J-Team can't stand up to them? We'll have to see, but I'm pretty happy with the draft for both teams. I think there's just, you know, pros and cons to each, and honestly, just really excited to see this game.
Yeah, I really like the J-Team draft. Maybe not so much just from the power, but it's so cool to get to see a different composition. Like, we're not used to seeing Azir that often here in the PCS yet, and as well as the Gwen is pretty much only picked against Sion or Cassante. Obviously is going to be up against the Cassante here, but I think it's just going to be really exciting to see how J-Team piece together sort of this puzzle. It's likely to be Driver who should get priority in his lane, but that is about the extent of the winning lanes here for J-Team. So does that mean that maybe we're going to have the Sejuani going up to that top? Sejuani Gwen, an extremely potent combo, especially before any Merc Treads will come through. So I'm excited. I think there might be a bit of priority around this top lane.
Could be. I think alternatively, maybe you need to just play to stop Ziggs from snowballing. You know, allow your Jinx Lulu to play aggressively. We will just have to see. I think there's a lot of options for both teams, and I don't think one team really comes out of the draft in a much better situation than the other. It really will just come down to execution at the end of the day, as most games do. This could be a real exciting one. Anyone's game, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. I want to see. I think this is a real test of how strong J-Team truly are.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they've been tested too much. The only test they really had, they lost. But I think you can always lose one game against a strong team and feel still okay about everything. And so now I think this is their second real opponent that is going to be able to test them and see what their limits are. And so I think it's important they show us just their best gameplay. I think so far it's looked like Driver really is the changing force here, and maybe you want to play around the Gwen just because of that. But ultimately, win cons really in all three lanes.
Definitely. And it is the lethal tempo for the Tristana, which is a little interesting because I think having Fleet up against Azir actually makes a pretty big difference because it means you can weave in and out of the soldiers a lot easier. And as that lane gets more difficult as the game goes on,
the game does not go on.
No.
Pause.
Yeah, I wonder why he went for the lethal. I mean, I guess he just feels like he needs to chew through Sejuani, but everyone else on the team is squishy. I feel like the Fleet still probably would have been better from the Trist, but maybe just wants to go for, you know, a full, you know, Kraken attack speed build because he does have a lot of other AP with the Ziggs and probably the Phase Rush Maokai going for the Demonic.
Yeah, okay. Do you think, well, who do you think is favored just entirely based off composition?
Ooh, I think it's really hard to tell. I think if it comes down to just that pure 5v5, it should probably be J-Team, but I think CFO have winning bot and mid. And Ziggs is a scary champ to have winning lane because he can snowball the game really hard. So, I don't know, ease of execution, 5v5 goes the way of J-Team, but the early game should go to CFO. And we've seen what CFO do when they get the early game. If I had to just choose which team's going to win right now, I'd probably still choose CFO, but I really think it's very close.
Yeah, okay, I respect that. Again, I really do like the team comp from J-Team. Maybe it is a little bit too AP heavy, but if you are getting any resources into this Jinx, that can sort of be negated. Just the raw AD damage that comes from that champion. Particularly when you get to like the 3 items, 4 items, becomes pretty ridiculous. And I think they have a lot of ways to get a reset in a team fight too, just because of how much damage they do have. If they are even bursting, I think with Gwen especially, you are able to chop down a lot of that Cassante health, which a lot of other champions struggle to do. I think there are definitely ways to play in this game for both teams, but I want to see J-Team win. That's just on a personal I want to.
Because you just want to see kind of another team join the top, or?
Well, partly that, but I want to see teams find success on these more unique, if you will, comps, sort of the things we don't see so often. Because it does get a little bit stale seeing the same champs every game. And I mean, we don't see Jinx a whole lot. Obviously, a lot of AD carries were banned, but seeing something like the Jinx really pop off and pull its own in a team composite against a team comp that is fairly extremely meta. I guess you could take Ziggs out of being the meta, but at least for the top side, the Tristana, the Maokai, and the Cassante, pretty much staples now of the PCS.
It is kind of crazy that the J team comp is considered like not standard anymore, because it feels like you go back a few seasons and that's just your stock standard front to back, team fight comp, right? You got a tank. Obviously, Gwen wasn't in the game back then, but you slap Azir and Jinx in there, and suddenly you've got yourselves a comp. But you just don't see that much these days.
Yeah, it is weird. If you go into solo queue, both of these team compositions are playing against each other.
Yeah.
Who you got?
J team.
J team?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's just easier to play the fights?
Yeah, I think ease of execution, especially in solo queue, is extremely important. I think playing champs like Ziggs honestly takes quite a lot of execution. Like, not only is it kind of like a poke champ, needs to hit skill shots, but it also needs to snowball to be on the same level of other champions. And I think, I don't trust my teammates in solo queue, but hopefully as TFO, they trust theirs.
Yeah, definitely hope so. We are headed back into game now. Exciting times as we are on our 4th game of the night. And I think junglers probably going to start fairly standard. It looks like they're going to be on opposite sides of the map, at least for now. Both starting leashless, which honestly in the first week, there was almost a scary amount of leashes happening. But I think coming into week number 2, I don't remember even seeing any. We've seen a lot of this, though.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of this.
It's a double range bot. You kind of have to do it just to maintain control of this bush. Leona's very good at this as well. Obviously, you can one-shot the ward. You can see that sweeper on Leona wants to maintain that brush control.
Okay. So it is junglers on opposite sides of the map. I think that does make sense, because I do believe Jinx, Lulu probably have push, at least at early stage.
Yeah, I think by the time that bounces back, Sedge can be topside. Lava maybe look to play around the Gwen at that point.
Yeah.
Razer mid, though, are going the way of Tristana. Normally does in this Trist-Azir matchup. After level 6, though, it starts going back the way of Azir. But you see Trist with a lot of perma prior earlier on. Driver, he's getting very aggro in the top lane.
Yep.
Big trades on the rest.
Massive trade, actually.
And that's really good for setting up if Sejuani is going to path topside. And it looks like Driver, I wonder, will he push this wave or will he keep it here? Because he could definitely set up for a gang.
Yeah, he's really chipping away at Cassante's health early on. One thing I want to see, once this sort of 3-screen fades away, is in Champion Select, Driver did have Flash, which is, I think, unconventional when it comes to Gwen. I'm just interested to see if it's Ghost or if it's no... Okay, it is the Flash. I find that kind of interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if it just has something to do with the junglers. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, maybe, but I think Ghost offers so much on the Gwen. I think one thing that is also important, though, is that taking this Leona, you do force Jinx to have cleanse. I do believe she loses quite a bit of power not being able to take Ghost.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, especially with the Maokai as well. Do kind of need that cleanse. And that's, yeah, it's a big loss, especially against the likes of Maokai and Cassante, that you can just kite out with a Ghost if you are able to take it. Bot side, it's relatively quiet. Looks like jungler, I think Lava was spotted out on this ward most likely. If he wasn't, he certainly is now.
Yeah, I think in this game, J-Team do have somewhat of an advantage in the fact they outscale quite a bit. So if you are able to slow down the pace of the game, and I think it's really important that they've got a fairly strong 2v2 bot lane, as well as Azir, once he gets 6, is able to contend those waves against the Tristana. So maybe you do have to give up the first dragon, but following that, you have a good opportunity to perhaps contest those dragons, which I do feel like maybe CFO don't care so much about the dragons this game and would prefer just all-inning on the Rift Shields, particularly having that Ziggs, as we do see a fight coming out already. Inso should be okay to get away.
Lots of damage. I think Shun might need to go for a reset soon. Doesn't have a lot of mana.
And Minji.
He's actually getting very good trades for himself mid. I'm not sure. Maybe this could be because Tristana's gone for the lethal instead of the fleet, so doesn't have quite as much pressure in that lane. Can't use the movement speed to get a couple extra autos in here and there. And that's going to cost him, because you definitely shouldn't normally be basing before an Azir in this matchup. And that's going to put Minji in a very good spot.
Yeah, talking about good spots. Taking a look at this Gwen. Already finding himself a slight CS lead and a massive health and mana lead. So we do obviously prefer the Gwen in this matchup, but Driver just showing why he can be so potent on these counter picks.
He's doing a great job for himself. Jimmian will grab himself the Vamp Scepter, which is kind of interesting. We've seen this a few times for Tristana just to make sure she stays competitive at this point. Stand up to the Azir poke, who now has the chapter. No sustain whatsoever for Minji, and a lot for Jimmian. So any poke that does land will stick. Lava is around, so if Jimmian jumps forward, would find himself in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, but I think this is really good signs here, at least for Minji alone. Oh, does hit level 6 and immediately will go in here. It's Enzo finding that slow. Jimmian will have flash available, so should be okay, but a big health trade as Gemini finds a 3-man knock-up. Chelsea is going to arrive, but Leona not enough power to do anything just yet. Ultimately, I guess that does sort of favor CFO here. Gets Minji's flash out.
Yeah.
Alpha is in favor of CFO. I mean, sorry, J-Team.
I feel like all things considered, it's very, very even. Ooh.
Well, this could be bad for Shun.
That wasn't a good W.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It's going to cost him his flash. Good trade back on the damage.
Bruce has a lot of sustain too.
Oh, going back here though. Jimmian getting so low.
Wow.
This is actually just an ARAM happening here in mid, but Jimmian really, really being on the receiving end of a lot of bad things. As Driver is just so confident he is now proxying.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you see 6 people mid, I guess you can feel pretty good about doing this. That Vamp Scepter coming in from the Jinx means she can sustain, but she's so low right now that maybe she actually can't stay in lane.
Is there a honey fruit? Is that... Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
That helps.
Needs to be careful, though. Oh, it's
Okay.
flashed on.
Yeah, it's going to be flash on, but that is going to be a very far away Shun. Also no flash available on the Ziggs. Is going to be able to get Bruce's
Suns.
flash out, though. Yeah.
Yeah, you got both of them, which I think is pretty important because, you know, you need the Ziggs to snowball. Not necessarily 2v2 kills, but I think getting plates, getting towers, pretty important. And you got Ziggs and Tristana. If you do get ahead, you can make this a quick one, for sure. You can get Heralds, make this really quick.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing a bit of a change up here from CFO. Typically, would see them on the Dragon already, but I think this game will be all about this Rift Herald. Both Tristana and Ziggs really, really good at taking down towers, but on the other side, Jinx, absolutely no slouch in her own right.
Dragon, obviously, like you said, isn't going to be a priority, but I wonder if it'll be traded by J-Team or if they're going to try fight it, because normally, if you have an Azir mid, pretty good in the 1v1, but definitely doesn't want to skirmish early. Maybe, though, they have strong enough skirmishing with that Sejuani and Gwen topside that they'll still want to contest. Minji needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's not... Oh! Chelsea with a rare mistake.
Yeah, would have lost a lot of health there. I don't think he would have died, but it would have been a big chunk.
It might have just been an immediate Emperor's Divide, but even that's such a huge cooldown.
Yeah. Lava's looking top now, though. There's a pink here.
Yeah, okay. Rest has to be careful. Might just be here to try and find some damage, but ultimately, Rest completely fine. Now, I think that the skirmish around the Rift Herald, while maybe Gwen Sejuani is stronger than the Maokai Cassante, if Leona comes up and Lulu comes up, it's definitely favoring Leona in that regard.
I think same with the Tristana Azir.
Yeah.
I feel like Trish should be stronger, especially if she can't get a reset. J-Team, though, they're the ones starting this up, and I feel like CFO will not let this happen.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can. It is going to be Inso as well as Chelsea moving up as well. Now, important summoners that are down, it will be Minji's Flash. Heal as well for Enzo. Other than that, everything is fairly alright. Chelsea no flash, does have Hex Flash available for himself though, so depending where he is, might be able to utilize that summoner.
Oh, Ziggs is here too.
Okay. Well, I think at this stage, you're okay to just give it and try and get some farm here onto this Jinx.
Yeah, I think Ziggs can just always ult the bot wave though, so we'll just be farming no plates. Nice macro here, I think, from CFO, really using the bot lane advantage to be able to get that, and I hope a Ziggs ult comes out on bot lane. I think it would make it so Jinx can't take any plates.
There it goes.
It does come out. Very nice. I like it.
Inso though, trying to compete here. Bruce actually quite far down in CS. That's just that's pretty much been a 1v1 for a lot of the time down here in the bot lane, and that's just the pressure that Ziggs can have. Really good reaction times there from Minji. Really good reaction times, actually.
I think partially the CS bot is due to the teleport deficit, obviously. Means
yeah,
you are
true.
just going to lose a wave here and there. But we'll see. I mean, it is 4 plates bot, and Maokai's around with the Herald. I wouldn't be surprised to see this just drop bot and allow Shin to blow this game open.
Yeah, it does feel a bit bad though, because you did give over the Herald, and it feels like now CFO can also just put down this Herald and claim themselves the Dragon as well.
Yeah, could see that.
Driver though, got himself a pretty substantial lead in the CS department up here in the top lane. Also has claimed himself a plate nice and early on.
Yeah, he's doing a great job up there. Gwen scales so well, and I think this comp from J-Team, like you said, all they really need to do is slow the game down. If J-Team hit the mid-game even, they're in a very good position up against CFO, and they might even hit it slightly ahead if they can defend this Rift Herald.
Yeah, so they're actually looking around the Dragon Pit for now. It is 4 members already down here.
I'd be surprised if they start this up. I think it's better to just play to defend the Herald, just follow the Maokai around. Chelsea's still level 5.
It is, yeah. Level 6 advantage in terms of supporters towards Enso.
He must be close. Yeah, there it is.
Malvo actually guiding them down. That will be the Zenith Blade Mist, and the Nature's Grasp will come out, but it should all be just blocked up here. Nice and easy from Lauva. Bit of damage done, but ultimately that's Leona ult as well as the Maokai ult committed.
A decent chunk. I think they should just drop Herald bot, drop the Ziggs W on it, and start getting active on the map, because I think the longer this game remains in an even state, the better it gets for J-Team.
Crown again this game. It's time for the Azir.
Ooh. I hate it. I think it could just be... Well, I think Leandry's will be good. I hope this Herald does come bot soon.
Looks like it will be. I don't see a reason why it shouldn't. And it will be putting this tower in range of that satchel.
Is he really not going to do it? I mean, maybe they're going to try greed. I think they should.
No, I think he just has to put it down here.
And let's see how the gold changes, because right now it's a 100
They're actually
gold
fighting
lead.
the Ziggs away from the tower for now.
Yeah, I don't think they can forever, though.
Malva's arrived. Oh,
it got the
that
damage.
was so close.
Wow, I can't believe it got the damage off. It looked dead to me.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a spectator bug. Maybe it died a little later than it looked.
This health trading mid. Well, I guess Jimmian hasn't used his second teleport, but with that, it will be the tower going down, but they do manage to get themselves a dragon. And I think that is important. You do get Ziggs, the ability to move around the map, but it does give yourself an early lead on these dragons. And as we've said before, scaling does certainly favor J-Team here. And getting this nice and early means any dragon win con that could come out of this earlier game-centric team comp of CFO is going to be delayed.
Definitely, and the gold lead, it does kind of catapult into CFO's favor there. Goes from 100 gold to 1.3k. And I think J-Team are in a very good spot, though, despite that. You know, they've got the dragon. TP comes in from Ziggs, though, straight to top lane. And it's going to take a while for Jinx and Lulu to get here. So maybe Shun can get some damage dealt on this early.
Going mid.
Ooh, so can Driver hold this 1v3? I mean, he can't really be dived.
Lauva and Enso on their way out, but...
Wow, 5 people coming top.
Yeah, that is 5 people.
He needs to ult the wave. Ooh.
Driver has gone untargetable. Actually running forward. This man is going forward. He does get taken out for first blood. It will be found, I think, importantly, by that Maokai. Definitely not the person that want it to go on. But again, that's another roughly 600 gold given over to CFO, extending their lead.
Yeah, I think regardless of who the kill goes over to, really, they're just trying to get people away from the tower, which is what they got here. I think Driver kind of misread the situation, probably did not expect 5 people to be coming top. And as a result, he dies for it, and that'll be more damage going on that top tower. Now, plates are gone, and TFO only got 6, which is decent. But you feel like you should have gotten more, especially because J-Team traded back 5 of their own.
Yeah, it was a 1 plate difference, but importantly, the first blood tower, obviously, we don't see that in those stats. It is a lot of extra gold. Okay, so it's the Kraken Slayer Tristana. I think that's been a bit of a trend. People tend to be going static ship if they have taken the fleet footwork.
Yeah. I think also just based on how much AP they have, it's fine to go the full AD. I really feel, though, J-Team coming into this mid-game only down 1,000 gold is honestly really good, all things considered, especially because CFO are kind of known for putting on an absolute clinic in their early game a lot of the time. So, good signs here for them. They just need to kind of keep it together once the team fights actually start. Because even though it remains relatively even right now, CFO's comp, if they do manage to win a team fight, they can take so much so quick.
Yeah.
If they don't, though, if they don't find a foothold in this game, I could see J-Team scaling, you know, coming up ahead, honestly, in the not too distant future, maybe 2 items.
I mean, we've seen that, right? We saw that when Halpix played almost an identical comp. They weren't able to find a strong enough foothold in the game, and ultimately it just meant they really never had a chance. But Rift Shield number 2, I think this is a really important objective. Driver getting out of range of this Cassante to ensure he can join. Cassante actually no teleport available, so ultimately, if it were to come down to a fight, it should probably favor J-Team just because they can get 5 members here nice and quick.
Yeah, so J-Team, they have a lot of control in here, but what they've given up is some damage on the top tower. Jimmy, looks like on the map he got a lot of damage up top. He'll force Minji to respond to it, and now it's CFO's turn with Jimmy moving into that top river. They do have the control at present. The longer J-Team can keep this even, though...
Oh,
nice
that
damage.
Crown got so much value there.
Yeah.
Oh, fight might be starting out here. Larva is running in. That is the Nature's Grasp used nice and quickly. Now Chelsea stunned up. It is going to be actually Chelsea Zenith blading in. Looks like Bruce might be able to get him a reset. That's one. What can they do? Bruce, is he going to be able to continue forward? For now, at least he is. That's a second reset. The Wild Growth does come through. Shun is going to survive for now, but Jimmy in the background assassinates Enso. He's now the target, though. Larva, not in range of that stun, is going to be able to find that for now. And Minji gets himself a kill, so the fight goes in favor of J-Team. We see what happens when Bruce gets his resets, and this Jinx is on the board.
Really is, and I think that was just way better played from the side of J-Team. The Zigzal went onto the tank and Bruce was given a reset so early. So J-Team, I want to say, I feel like they're ahead now. We'll see how this starts, but I mean, it looks kind of good for CFO to contest because Jimmy should be here first. But I really feel like the engage is fumbled. I mean, Nature's Grasp used, Bruce is not hit. Zigzal committed, Bruce is full HP. There's just no damage on a Bruce whatsoever. And even if they killed Larva, like, what does it matter? Bruce, I think, very well played to flash forward and allow the Wild Growth to knock up 2 members. Was so close to getting himself another one here. Yeah, it was very close. Nice dodge by Shun, but... And Jimmy, he had flash, but I think even if he did, might have been chased down by a Zia flash WEQ. So I think that's why he didn't use it. Maybe thought it was better to save it, but either way, J-Team, they're in such a good spot now. They're going to get second drag. They've got the Herald. I think they're already ahead with a much better comp.
Yeah, well, okay, teleport coming in for rest, but is it too late? That's going to be Dragon already taken down. See if there's a follow-up. Bruce maybe getting a bit too lippy up here in the front line. Larva, though, ult does go wide. It's Driver coming in from the back. Finds Chelsea. That's Bruce's reset. Are there any more slows? The Emperor's Divine finds 3. And now it's Jimmy, and he's going to get that flash away now. But what a play from Minji.
Minji, my hero. We haven't played enough Azir here in the PCS, and, well, I sure hope after that we see a hell of a lot more. I think J-Team, they're in just almost an unlosable position. I know it looks close, but CFO's comp, it needed to snowball. They had the tools, and now they're already losing team fights.
Bruce. He is just unrelenting.
Yeah, really well played there. The carries of J-Team, they come up huge, and they show that when you do have this superior team fight comp, if you don't get that lead you need early, you're in a lot of trouble. And Bruce, yeah, I thought maybe this was a bit bold. He goes forward, was forced to cleanse, but again, the Zigzal, it's kind of wasted. I mean, it gets good damage, but Bruce is still relatively high. Nice flank from Driver, and pay attention, your eyes on Minji here. The flash ult manages to catch Jimmy and just delivers them into Bruce's waiting hands, gobbles them up.
Wow. Insane. That man on your screen there, he deserves an award.
It was very nice.
Now,
Oof, the damage.
gold is still relatively even, but again, the scaling that comes through from the Azir, from the Gwen, and especially from the Soul AD Jinx is really tough to deal with. I mean, we're already seeing the 2 tanks here from CFO in that Maokai, as well as the Cassante. They have nothing but magic resist at the moment.
Yeah.
Slight amounts of armor on the Cassante, but gonna do nothing once Bruce starts to get his items. And with that last play, he is so accelerated.
He is, and I think CFO, you know, they really, like you said, they needed that Jinx not to get fed because she was that solo AD. And honestly, they have the tools to do it. They have that winning lane bot. They have a lot of kind of engaged tools to make Jinx's life hard, but Bruce has just been playing so well in spite of all that and didn't really fall that far behind in bot lane. And now, with all that MR, sure, they can tank up the Azir, but the Gwen true damage and the Jinx, well, lots of damage coming through. It's just going to be so hard.
Yeah, the entire rest of this game too. It will be Driver just having prio over whatever lane he's in. Now, Nature's Grasp is going to be used here to try and get damage onto this for Shun to use the satchel, but Lalva is just too tanky. Stands in front of it, tanks it up for the boys, and Wave Clear certainly can come through. This Jinx, when paired with the Lulu, so much damage to the waves.
Feels like CFO are kind of getting a bit desperate, and honestly, it's for good reason. I feel like they are quickly getting outscaled in this game. Now, like I said before, they can get a lot if they somehow manage to win a fight. And CFO, they're very good at teamfight execution. So if they do manage to win a fight that perhaps they shouldn't, they could come back into this game in a big way. But it's definitely very far in J-Team's favor.
Yeah, and I think while all this goes on, it's just Driver really picking up more of an advantage for himself in the 1v1. And there's never going to be a stage in this game where Rest can ever compete with the Gwen damage, especially in the isolated 1v1. And we've seen so far, Driver joined one team fight, which was that immaculate play there, and otherwise he's just finding constant farm and scaling up real nicely on this Gwen. So when he does eventually sort of come to these fights more regularly, he's just going to offer so much more than the Cassante.
Definitely gets another turret for himself. Oh,
Bruce caught out. Flash and Wild Grove is going to be committed. That's the Nature's Grasp going to be used. But again, there is no real follow-up for it. Importantly, though, 2 summoners now off of this Jinx with 1 minute until the Dragon, as well as Baron already alive. There isn't any real damage onto the Baron, though. Obviously, Tristana has a little bit, but at the one item, doesn't take it too quickly.
Yeah, no flash, no cleanse.
I think it's most important for Dragon.
Yeah. I think if J-Team are really respectful, they should probably give the next drag and just wait for Bruce to get sums, because they don't really need this drag.
Yeah.
In fact, they could maybe do Baron if they were really chat about it. We'll see what they end up going for, but I think shouldn't feel like they need to contest if they don't have to. Although, honestly, they might still win the team fight. It depends how well Bruce can play it. If he can play his range well enough, could be fine.
Yeah, and importantly, it was also Gemini's flash used there too, which is probably his best tool at ever hoping to get onto Bruce. Obviously, Rest still maybe can find a nice flank, and we do see a fight start up here. It is onto Lalva, definitely not the target they may want. In the meantime, though, Driver, you can see on your screen coming up from the bottom jungle. Attention towards him, though. Wow, everyone's grouped. It looks like there will be a fight around this Dragon. You do feel, though, J-Team could just go and try and burst down the Baron. Azir, Jinx, definitely the DPS to do so. And importantly, actually, I only just noticed this, but Gale Force is on Bruce. So he does still have a bit of mobility there.
Yeah, has a Lulu as well with a heal. I mean, I think that even if Bruce dies, it's not unwinnable at this point for J-Team. Their team is just really strong.
I think you just don't want to give over that shutdown as well as... He is your most damaged when it comes to a fight, being that sole AD.
Do just need to be a little careful. I honestly think if Bruce just plays far back, doesn't give CFO the engage, lets the other members DPS until he's ready to clean up, J-Team should still win this fight. Driver, very aggressive on bot. He's maybe being collapsed
Jimmy's actually jumping in. This could be dangerous for Jimmy. That is going to be the tower down.
Ooh,
okay.
Didn't get the jump reset.
Yeah, did not get it, but it looks like Driver's in a bit of a position here. I feel like J-Team should just turn their attention towards the Baron. Instead, they're going to the Dragon now, but maybe this opens up the Baron as a potential opportunity for CFO.
Yeah, I almost feel like J-Team... Ooh, okay, so CFO turned back to Drag. I feel like it might have been better to go to Baron, but anyway, it's a 5v4.
Yeah, okay, the Dragon is going to likely go down there. Lalva does pick it up. A lot of flashes used. Minji used with the Emperor Divide. Jimmy stunned up from that Glacial Prison, and J-Team are out. So, nothing really found, but CFO, are they going to look... They're at least set up for this Baron. I don't know that they have the damage for it, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can turn to it now. I think CFO probably should have given that drag and just run straight to Baron. So they need a way back into this game, and I don't think they got enough there. Actually ended up losing their mid and bot tier 2, so more gold going into J-Team's pockets. Third item comes through now for Minji, who has the Void. Very critical in this game, because like you said, all that magic resist on that front line now will be dealt with in relatively short order.
Blighted Jewel as well for Driver. Now that one, bit of a question mark, because I feel like the damage coming from Gwen in general is like 30, 30, 30 in terms of percentages. A lot of physical damage from auto attacks, as well as true damage coming through, obviously, from her Q and R, but has decided to go for the Blighted. I guess it will increase damage in any case, but
I think it's still probably a good choice. But maybe could have gone something like a Zhonya's even, just to kind of, well, actually I'm not sure. I kind of like it, but I think maybe some durability, because you've got so much damage in your backline that you don't really need to do more. That being said though, I mean, Driver, no matter what, he will carry.
True.
Ooh. J-Team, they're kind of setting up for this. It's pretty hard for CFO. They don't have a great team at face checking. And they can be collapsed on pretty easy. Bruce, he's got cleanse, has flash soon, and I feel like time is quickly running out for CFO.
Okay, now, do J-Team feel bold enough to start it? I think once Driver does start to get towards that bot lane inhib tower, it's going to have to be answered, and Rest is going to be the one most likely that has to answer it. At which point, you may be able to just start doing some damage towards the Baron. Of course, keeping in mind Ziggs is able to poke you out from quite far away, and now with the Shadow Flame as well as a needlessly large rod in pocket will be quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. Started up here by J-Team, they have so much DPS.
Driver here first.
Bruce needs to be careful where he positions though. Needs to get to the back of the pit.
Okay, Baron low. Bruce really is taking up a lot. He's half health already. So much damage comes down. He's found. It's Jimmy who finds it. Driver though, he's trying to turn around what he can. In fact, no he's not. He's running away with his tail between his legs. 2 kills on the most important members of J-Team and Baron for CFO.
I will say it right now. CFO should not win that fight, but Bruce positioned extremely poorly. He needed to get to the back of the pit to where he could flash out if need be and just DPS over the wall. Instead, CFO, we said it so many times already, if they win a fight, they can take so much, and we're about to see that here.
Just watch.
Tristana Ziggs, they're going to take an inhib, and honestly, they might not stop there. We'll see. I think they will, though.
Yeah, Bruce, Minji are coming up.
Ooh. I really hope we get a replay because I think this should be an unwinnable fight for CFO. We will. So pay attention to Bruce. He needs to go to the back of the pit. Why is Minji and Bruce at the front? They take so much damage. In fact, Bruce did 0 damage in this fight. And Minji, I think in this fight, both carries, bait out the engage, flash over the wall, and then they're completely safe. Instead, CFO, they get in, get all the shutdowns, they get all the Barons, and maybe all of JT's hope with it.
Yeah, was impressive by Gemini to smite that away, as well as Jimian finding the damage necessary on Bruce. Definitely mechanical misplay, or positioning misplay, if you will, from this Jinx, who now has managed to get her 3rd item. Importantly, though, there is no armor pin, and armor is slowly starting to come across here, as we see the Bramble Vest picked up, as well as 2 sort of hybrid resistant items here on the Cassante. But it is not over here. There is 50 seconds until this dragon, which is the soul. So if Driver's able to get himself in a nice position, there is no longer any teleport on Rest's Cassante. Driver, though, is going to opt to recall, and Jimian's answering that wave.
Ooh, CFO, they're getting very aggressive on this wave. Bruce does not have cleanse.
Does have flash, and Gale Force should also be available here. Oh, Bruce finding a lot of damage. Okay, that is going to be the Glacial Prison, but it's Chelsea in the middle of everyone, and the Ziggs all comes through. Minji is half health. Driver arrives, though. There's a lot of low health bars. Driver snipes one of them out, and it's unfortunate, but Jimian has jumped in, been polymorphed, and gone down. 2 members of CFO down. The Soul has now spawned as Driver's making damage here on the mid-wave.
Certainly is. I want to see the damage charts from that fight because it feels like it would have been pretty ridiculous. Unfortunately, Jimian, he jumps in, trying to make some sort of hero play, but just gets polymorphed. And it feels like maybe J-Team just have scaled too much at this point. You know, despite CFO coming in big with that Baron, feels like it might not be enough, and we'll kind of see it here. Feels like CFO, they have to find something on the Bruce, but it's very hard. The poke doesn't stick anymore because Bruce has got BT, and you can see how much damage he can put out here. If he's got a front line in front of him, it feels like he can safely DPS. It's pretty ridiculous.
Wow.
And something we're just missing in the bottom left, it looks like Driver just solo killed Cassante. So there's a lot going on right now. But yeah, so he picks up the solo kill onto Rest, and I think was taken out by his team shortly after. That's got to feel good, solo killing your old top laner that you learned from.
It was the Maestro.
True.
Solo killed the Maestro, or however. The student may be becoming the Maestro in this one.
I feel like neither top laner has had like a stellar performance this game. Was a nice flank by Driver, that one fight. But honestly, you just don't need to at this point. It's a lot about really this Azir and the Jinx.
Yeah, I think Tristana and Ziggs can hold their own in DPS as well, but ultimately all it takes, I feel, is one reset, and Bruce should just be taking over a fight, especially with that Lulu in the back pocket.
The Driver's collapsed on here. Walks into two members, but it's just strong enough that he can 1v2.
Look at the damage.
Ooh.
And Rest.
Yeah. Maybe shouldn't have taken him over the wall. I mean, maybe didn't have the damage without it, but puts him in a rough spot. And I'm surprised Driver died here.
Oh, he
got
missed that
Ziggs ulted.
ult.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Well, maybe a little bit of a misplay there. I think if he hits that ult, he probably is just good. And he's actually looking like he's going to be purchasing the Force of Nature. I guess the most of the damage he's probably taking is that Ziggs. I don't think Jimmy particularly wants to be hitting the Gwen at the moment.
Yeah. Kind of interesting. Ziggs working on the Void, but does not have a Rabadons. Kind of makes sense, but also maybe... Oh, engage.
Chelsea is going to all in here. It is going to be onto Minji. It's going to be found, and Bruce now in a hell of a place. That's going to be another fight where both carries here for J-Team are caught wildly out of position. And with CFO's comp, this could just be the game.
Yeah, I think they can end. There isn't enough wave clear. Maybe Driver can pull in some sort of, some hero performance, but CFO, surely they can end it
30
here.
seconds, so it is going to be just the one wave they have. Driver has to ult away all these minions, but good spreading of the minions is found here as Driver's going to go down. Does manage to get every single minion, so 20 seconds now. They have to hold out. Bruce will be respawning as well as Minji. Recall coming in for Rest. Oh, Winhib actually spawns.
I think they can do it, though. They do this so fast. They have to get this
8
wave
seconds.
on the tower.
Chelsea quite low. Lalva distracting the minions. I think he will go down, but maybe that buys enough time just to get these carries. And with Bruce spawning...
I think it might have.
Okay, Bruce has spawned. He's going to get immediately dove on, though. Minji's here as well. Emperor's Divide should be available. Okay, they have thwarted off the attack, but my goodness, any more mistakes from Minji and Bruce like that, and they have lost.
Yeah, they really can't keep doing this. The J-Team carries, they're a big reason of why J-Team is winning, and they're a big reason why J-Team is losing as well. Oh, I really hope we see what happened there, because it feels like Minji
just got caught.
He got caught by a Zenith blade, which I don't think should happen. Like, Azir has so much range, sure you can be caught by Leona ult, but what is happening to where Leona is able to just E on you? It wasn't even flash. Chelsea has it available. So let's see it here. You know, Minji, all he needs to do is play on the range, but I guess was playing around the vision, but that means he dies almost instantly, and Bruce, you know, without the peel from the Azir, also stuck in a bad spot with Rest having a great flank, immediately taken out, and despite how fed these carries are, they're unable to deal damage because they're just not positioning well enough.
Yeah, I think Driver did a good job there to save the game. As well as Lalva, I think Lalva pulling that minion wave was pretty important. That was actually his first death, so really taking one for the team there. Look at the win expected, the goal difference, sorry. Both graphs often look very similar, but goal difference you see very back and forward, especially at this stage. It perhaps didn't seem like it should be. Second Baron now picked up for CFO, and they will be happily taking these inner turrets. Oh, shouldn't, bit of a mistake there, but... Okay. Importantly, J-Team certainly still have the damage to win a team fight.
Yeah. If they play well.
Nature's Graph's coming in, will be tanked up by both Driver and Lalva. Gwen is in fact immune.
Oh, big damage on the Bruce. He's got a bomb on him as well.
Just got critted.
Is he going to get ulted by Shin? Yeah, he is. He's dead. Oh,
jeez,
he's got a lot of
man.
speed up, and he has the Gale Force. It does get out, but this tower, it's not long. Rabadon's completed by Minji.
Looks like it might just have to go down here. It's going to be the needlework used by Driver. Driver's finding a lot of damage. It's Jimmy on 1 HP. Minji, everyone is trying to go forward. They can't find anything, but Jimian will have to recall here.
Elder
Actually, does
Dragon,
he have Bloodthirster?
I think he just bases.
Elder Dragon, 30 seconds. This could be the fight it all comes down to. We're at 35 minutes in. 4 Dragons to J-Team, 2 Barons to CFO. Gold is essentially even at this stage.
Yeah.
But the Elder Dragon is spawning.
Rabadon's now completed, though, for Azir. LDR on Jinx. I feel like if you can't win at this point for J-Team, we are in trouble.
No cleanse. No cleanse
That is
on
true.
Bruce. Okay, Jimian, everyone, that's a flash from Shao C. Goes wide. Lalva doesn't take any damage from that, really. At least anything that matters.
They've got to regain this control. It's not easy.
Do. Okay, throwing out zaps. Rest actually taking quite a bit of damage. And has I don't know if Drive has been discovered, but that Vision Plant should allow the knowledge of where he is. Lalva getting quite low here. Does not have Warmogs or anything to heal himself back up as DPS starts to go on towards this Outer Dragon. Rest quite low. It's all coming down now. Nature's Grasp used Driver in the front line, but Driver is immune. Lalva is really, really low on health. As Rest looking for Minji. Commits to it, but is not able to find it. Good reactions. Now this Azir poke is really starting to matter. Jimian! Oh my, just survives. It's going to come down to a smite. It's going to come down to a smite, and it's going to go. Bruce finds one. It's Lalva who finds the dragon. Jimian trying to do what he can to lifesteal. Oh, 2 members down. Gemini Shall See are dead. Shun will be dead too. That's the execute. Rest, Jimian, you are in the wrong neighborhood. Down goes Jimian. It's now Rest last alive. J-Team, they just have to turn their attentions towards the base. What a way to end. Look at Azir's damage.
10,000 damage to one team fight. Jinx not far behind. Might even farm it off Rest here. Yeah. Now it gets ahead of Azir. Now,
Wow.
Can they actually end?
Doesn't look like they're going for it, so we might have another one in us.
Oh, it looks like with the Elder buff, they're just going to push down bot.
I feel like they can just force it.
We'll see, but I think this was very well played by Minji initially to get out of the pit. And then he got such good poke onto Jimmy in the whole fight long. And now that J-Team's carries, they just played this fight so well. I mean, Bruce and Minji really playing on their range, avoid everything. And they're able to get over the wall, just so much damage dealt. This was so clutch by Minji. Just going over the wall, baits Rest in, he's now so low. But look at picture-in-picture, the game might be ending.
Yeah, we are seeing
lost
down
the
there.
tower.
Go back to the
live.
game, go to live. Okay, 1 tower down, Enso really low, Wildgrove on himself as Shun has respawned. This will be the game. It's J-Team taking it over CFO. Unreal.
What a game. What a game. I mean, that was so back and forth. I feel like, you know, given the early game, J-Team should have won. And then given the Baron, CFO should have won. And then, you know, given a few more team fights, J-Team should have won. And then back and forth, so on and so on. And it felt like, oh my God, what a roller coaster of emotions. Ultimately, J-Team win. I think CFO did make it pretty hard for themselves. They have a comp that needs to snowball. And I don't think they played that well around the Ziggs. And I think if CFO play against J-Team again, they're more likely to play just a solid standard comp, have Shun on an 80 carry.
There he
But
is.
J-Team, I mean, they play a very strong front-to-bank comp. It's very standard, but it's still very strong. And they come out on top, and now CFO no longer undefeated.
They aren't. And importantly, with that win, J-Team now even. Second tied with those really heavy hitters. I mean, they could be second tied alone with CFO if PSG are to win in the next game following this. So that is really important for these standings. I mean, taking games off what you think are top 2, maybe teams, super important. And I mean, it just shows you that J-Team, with this addition of Driver, have likely gone from a bottom 4 team to now arguably top 2.
Yeah, they're looking very good. And I think that while I think if this were a best of 5, I'd probably still favor CFO, J-Team looked very, very good. And I think it wasn't just Driver, right? Like the team looks better with Driver, no doubt. But I think that for a lot of that game, Minji looked very good. I was very impressed with his Azir play, obviously, in that bot side river. And in the last team fight, he played very well. Unfortunately, there was a bit of inconsistency around Bruce and Minji. They had a couple fights where they just got one shot. But it's good to see that they can perform. You know, they hit those high highs. They just got to make them more consistent.
Yeah, I wanted to say in that last fight, something that goes like, I could never do it, but when Rest dove onto him, he managed to E across the wall at the same time as throwing his Q back to do damage. And if I'm doing that, I know damn well I'm going over that wall and back right into the Cassante. So I think that, like, even that is just a show of mechanics that these guys are capable of. Really impressive. I don't know who I'd pick for the MVP, because I think Minji would be, or Bruce. Honestly, I think Minji after that one team fight was a given until he started griefing. But I think the one person who stayed the most consistent the whole time was probably Lava. I think, and he saved the game really by going for that pull of the minions.
True. I think it could be Lava or Minji. I'm not sure you can really make a case for anyone else. I mean, again, Bruce was having a great game, but unfortunately dies for free in a couple fights, especially the one on the Baron. I feel like was pretty egregious. Like standing in the front of the pit. Don't know why.
I guess his second death is pretty forgivable because Minji just got absolutely demolished. But yeah, I don't know. I think MVP is really hard to pick here. I honestly, I don't think it'll go to Lava, but I think that guy was actually just the unsung hero of the game.
Yeah, I mean, saving the game at the end, that's tough because I think if you go in too early, you just die and then, you know, the towers are gone. And if you go in too late, it doesn't matter. They just ignore you. So getting their timing right is honestly very hard, especially because as the game goes later on, you know, I think something that happens in League, people are very good at estimating limits earlier in the game. As people get more fed and they start to do so much damage, it's really quite hard to tell. As we'll see, I think this was that last fight here.
Yeah.
And I really think, like you said, keep your eyes on Minji. He kind of baits out the engage from Rest here. Nature's Grasp, you know, actually caught him, but couldn't quite get onto him.
This right here, I could never do it.
W's and then Q's immediately after. Very, very nice. And Rest, he doesn't really have time to reset. Jimmy took so much damage on the way out. There's just so much range now. And Tristana, while she has some range of her own, it's nothing like Jinx's ear.
No, absolutely not. I think Ziggs, maybe you can make the argument there, but doesn't have the DPS of those two either, so... I wonder, I feel like CFO didn't even have to lose here. They could have just ran away. They probably might eventually lose, but I don't know. There's no Baron, so Ziggs can just clear the wave. Ultimately, it was well played by J-Team to find everyone here. And I mean, just the damage we saw there, 210k damage, 25k is the total damage for Azir, 10 of which was in that last fight.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. You know, thinking about that last fight, I wonder if there was potential to send, you know, Ziggs or Tristana, or maybe both, to just kind of try and end the game while the rest of the members just stop backs around the dragon. I feel like it might be too hard because chasing around an Azir and a Gwen is a bit difficult, but it is Minji who gets the MVP. I think did pass the eye test for sure with that one engage. Stats obviously aren't going to be the best here. But,
I think this is going to be our best highlight yet. I'm calling it now.
Ooh, yeah.
It has to be.
Well,
not this one. Actually, I don't even remember this one. Let's have a look.
Which one was this? A lot of fights happened this game.
Yeah, there was so much fights. Okay.
This is nice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Keeps both the tanks off of Bruce. That was on a free hit. Ooh, and this is when Jimmy went in, but still had the WE. I mean, very nice WE usage, have to say.
Yeah.
It's difficult to remember to kind of hold a soldier. And it looks like this was that last fight.
No, this is the fight.
This is the early one, yeah.
This is the fight.
Yeah, this is the
big
one.
Here he comes.
The WEQ Flash R. And he manages to catch Jimmy in as well. Just yoinks him out of the sky.
That's right, yeah. I think that in itself is easily the best play of the game. I think that alone probably is what secured it, because this was really the turning point. Obviously, there was a few fights before that. Bruce found 2 kills in 2 different fights before that.
Yeah.
But at that fight in particular, just really turned the game. And from there, you felt like J-Team should just win. Didn't go that way, but I mean, ultimately, it was the play of the game, absolutely.
Yeah, and look, they got the win on the board. It doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get it.
Yeah, and I think, again, against CFO, who perhaps we didn't think they would get the win, getting it from them means now you are contending for that second place. There's no argument here. You might be tied 3 ways or 2 ways, but at the end of tonight, you are finding out who you are tied for second with. And I think that, more than almost anything, is so, so important. But the music is on, so that means it is time for a break. Please do join us again, though, because again, we have an absolute banger coming up. It is Beyond versus PSG.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep.
If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down?
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and cashin'. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah,
we're back here. Game number 5 of the night, and I think the most important game that we're going to see, especially after last game's result, we have Beyond versing PSG.
Yeah.
And in this one, if PSG win, they are going to be the sole leaders. They're going to be first. No one else is going to be near them. But if Beyond do manage to take this away from them, it is going to be a 4-way tie now for that first position.
That would be super interesting, especially because Frank isn't even up there, right? Like,
Yeah.
Frank's a bit lower down, and I think if we do kind of have all these teams vying for that, first place position, it would be super interesting. I almost hope PSG lose, but I know what happens when you bet against PSG.
You hearing this guy?
Look,
He
I
hopes
want to
PSG
see.
lose?
I want to see the ties.
Oh, fair. It does make the league a little bit more exciting that way. I understand you, but I want to get your insight here. It's not your role, but I think this is probably the matchup I'm most excited for. Betty, Wako.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like Betty internationally is such a beast, and he's shown his performances so well time and time again. Now, Wako also performed pretty well internationally at MSI.
Definitely the star
despite
player.
PSG kind of falling apart around him. He did very well. So I think, I don't know, recency, probably give it to Wako, but I think Betty is right there with him.
Yeah, but you know one thing Wako has never done,
What's that?
at least in competitive, is purchase Duskblade followed by Void Staff on Kai'Sa.
Thank God for that.
I think that is a really big point. Honestly, builds do
Yeah, they
play
do
a
matter.
massive part, and I don't think I've ever had a critique for Wako's build paths. Now, another one that could be quite interesting here, Maple against 1116. Now, what are your thoughts there? Because I want to say Maple's looked fine, but he hasn't been a standout performer by any means as of yet. In fact, Azer often looking like the standout performer so far for PSG. So now obviously mid lane, your dominance in the mid lane. Who do you think here has the edge, at least in that 1v1?
I don't know, because I feel like the name value, you have to say it's Maple. And there's an argument of, has he not had carry performances because he just hasn't need to? Like, PSG have looked pretty dominant in all their games.
Yeah.
At the same time, 1116, I feel like he's kind of on the come up. I had him as my most improved player for split number 2, and hopefully he can perform. I think it should still be Maple coming out on top, but I don't know. It could be very matchup dependent, because I think at the moment there are some very clear like winning and losing matchups at the moment. There's not that many skill matchups, I feel like, in the current meta.
Yeah, maybe the best example of that could be Tristana Jace, which we have seen a lot, in fairness. And now another one I want to sort of bring up is, I touched on it slightly, but Azer in the top lane has looked like a whole different player this split so far. And his effect has not even only been felt in his isolated 1v1, because this man has been all across the rift on every type of champion. Sion, he's been bot on Renekton, and he's been carrying games. This guy, last split, we just saw him as kind of the dude that sits up in his lane. He'll never be behind, he'll never be ahead. He just gets the job done. But now, at least this split so far, it's looked like Jinjia has taken a liking to that top lane, and it's really, really worked out well for PSG. And I want to say they're the only team really utilizing that style of play.
Yeah, I think PSG might be the only team that I've seen TP bot at 10 minutes as kind of a set play, which I think is pretty important, because if you can manage to gank top, get that top advantage, you get the Herald, and it's so easy to transition it around the map. And I think PSG, something we credited them for last split with Yubao, was the mid-jungle synergy was absolutely top-notch. And it seems like the top jungle synergy that they have here is, again, leagues ahead of their opponents.
Ooh, Betty.
Look at the damage.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 36.5%. When I saw earlier, can't remember who it was. I think it was, might have been Pepero. Anyway, it was one of those teams had, I think, 34% damage percent. I was like thinking, who was number one? But here it is, it's Betty, 36.5%. Now, a lot of that will be inflated from the poke Kai'Sa, but also, he's just dealing a lot of damage. Forward percentage, though, in Wako's favor.
Yeah, exactly. Wako doesn't mind getting in your face and getting it done. And you saw there, Betty also is 8th in the league for forward percentage. So, in general, likes to be safe on his side of the map. And that can be important, because we know Jinjia, he's a very capable jungler of finding these dive angles. And with sort of the teamwork and the synergy we've already seen, we talked about Arzi coming down bot, it is definitely something that can be exploited. If you're just happy sitting at your tower, build up the right amount of wave, a bit of mid-pressure, and you're not so safe there anymore.
Definitely, yeah. And I wonder will Wako look for the Lucian? I think he might have been the only ADC to play Lucian so far.
So far, yep.
Yeah. And I think if there is someone to ban Milio against, it could be Woody, because he kind of prefers his range supports. And I think they synergize really well with what Wako likes to play. You know, if he goes for the likes of the Lucian Milio. And there it is, second ban.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Woody strikes me more than pretty much anyone else in the league, I think, as an enchanter. He prefers the enchanters.
He is Wako's slave.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to say one more thing about BYG, is their team does seem fairly resource heavy. Like, Kongyue likes to get himself a lot of gold. Now, Betty as well needs a lot of gold to perform, and obviously just being an AD carry. But Lakai up in top tends to play a lot of sort of carry champs. He plays a lot of Jax. I think if Jax is open, he's usually the one that just immediately takes it. Seems like he feels extremely confident on that, but those are champions that all really need a lot of gold to get going, which can be a problem, especially when you are going up against these other teams that have more of a balanced sort of distribution of gold. Obviously, RZ never really requiring all that much. So far, Maple as well. I have to see, though, the bans have all mostly come through. Nico is going to be banned. LeBlanc still has been left open. Now, PSG have constantly left the Nico or the LeBlanc open quite often, so they feel quite comfortable taking those away.
Yeah, so this most likely will just be a Tristana or LeBlanc first pick. Should be the Tristana, I think. Something real interesting here, I think, is banning Maokai Sedge on blue side. I wonder if that's because Kongyue feels so confident if he goes down to kind of that second tier of junglers, you know, the likes of the Wukong.
He definitely looks good on the Wukong.
Yeah. Ooh, so will it be a Kai'Sa first pick instead? And then just be happy with whichever of Tristana or LeBlanc you get?
This Betty guy loves Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
I really hope we don't see Duskblade Void stuff, though.
No, he lost on that. He won't do it again.
I hope not.
Okay. Oh, this could be exciting.
Yeah.
I think someone like Maple on the LeBlanc. Now, LeBlanc always looks like it's doing a lot, but that's just because it's really hard to die on and it's really easy to do damage on.
Yeah. I think it is important because, like, while you can play the AD... Ooh, going back to the Tristana. I like the Tristana better because I think it does one on LeBlanc. What I was going to say is I feel like a lot of the LeBlanc players, when they start playing Shiv, if they weren't great at LeBlanc before, they end up just dealing damage with the autos. When you still, as you get more AP, you still deal a lot of damage with your combos. And I haven't seen that as much, but I think Tristana Poppy, that's a great one too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Jinjia now pilot this Poppy. I believe this will be his first game on it, if I'm not incorrect. And currently, Annie the Hover is a fairly safe pick, but shouldn't do too well into the Tristana. We saw it earlier today, and Pretender on the Annie did do fairly well, but it was against West Point. And even then, Dooley certainly held his own.
Now, something about this Poppy is if Lakai does go towards his Jax, you can always send Poppy to top lane.
I don't want to see Olaf. I got PTSD for seeing PSG versus Olaf. At MSI, they got double killed level 1 by it.
Is that Adam's Olaf?
Yeah, it was. He just ran into blue buff and killed. Well, I think he got a solo kill, but then got like flash off of Arze or something. It was ridiculous.
The Renekton is locked in, doesn't have the Sejuani, and I feel like Renekton without Sedge is still strong, has a 90% win rate here at the PCS, but it kind of reaches that next level with Sedge. And we'll see the Gragas into Renekton for the second time today. And I'm curious to see, you know, will he go down 30 CS? Oh, please go to the Gragas. I want to see how the matchup is meant to go. But instead, it looks like we will go towards that Cassante.
This is also the second time.
True.
Oh, I hope Arze doesn't go first item Bramble.
No, he won't.
He will, man. They all do.
We trust in Arja. He will build properly.
All right. I believe you. Now, bans. Okay, so supports could be where we head towards with these bans. There is a lot of powerful supports left up. Rakan's still open. There is obviously the Rel, the Nautilus, and the Leona. I don't think all 4 of them will be banned, but certainly could be an avenue to look down.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get rid of all of them. We'll see, though. And I wonder what PSG are going to look for in their 4-5. BYG, I expect them to ban probably the Xayah here. I mean, I guess they could target supports as well, but I feel like taking away a little bit of Wako's power could be in their best interests. And you have to feel like Xayah is an obvious place. The Varus, I don't get the Varus. I mean, I guess
Wako's not even really a Varus player.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even think he would pick it, and I feel like it's a bait pick. You know, I feel like it's one of those champs that is very good in scrims, but on stage just consistently falls flat. But hey, they respect it. they take it away. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe they're scared of something
also,
like Varus Karma.
I want to say, that Varus pick seems even worse when you consider all 3 picks for PSG currently are AD.
Yeah.
You could go, obviously, the AP Varus, but that just doesn't seem like a Wako type B.
No. I think, yeah, it feels very odd to me. Really feels like they're scared of some really strong bot lane like Varus Karma, but either way, I think it might be too much respect paid to the side of PSG. What will be this next ban though? Wukong was banned away from Kongyue, so they didn't double ban melee supports. That's going to make Kongyue's job a little bit difficult. Okay, they take away the Rakan, which sort of weakens the Xayah at least.
Is it just going to be this Tristana AD carry? Would it be the second time we see it today?
I would be surprised, but I guess like they could pick a good matchup into Annie.
They could, in theory, still be Cassante mid as well. In theory, at a stretch.
Can beat Poppy top as well. Okay.
Okay. It is the Tristana AD carry.
Yeah, I kind of like this. I mean, this allows you to get LeBlanc in, again, a fairly good matchup. And, okay, so we're going to see that Tristana bot. And the Poppy obviously confirmed jungle.
Nautilus expected to be locked in here. Probably the best AD carry. I've said that a lot, but it is truly such a nice lane when you get to play Kai'Sa alongside a Nautilus.
Yeah. Okay, and what will we look for in the jungle for Kongyue? I mean, we're kind of running out of options. Will we see him go towards the Pantheon? Feels like it's a pretty awful game for it. Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't... I mean, it's exciting.
No.
We saw him play this yesterday and he lost his team the game.
Yeah, I don't know. There really aren't many jungle options available. Like, I feel like you might be forced onto Viego here, but it feels really bad. I feel like... Oh, it feels so difficult when you drop your jungler. Because this just... I think this is, again, a very hard game to play Viego. And I think Viego on stage is just such a bait pick.
Oh, man. I'm sick of this champ.
All right.
Ooh, we've
Renata.
seen... Yeah, Woody has played Renata at least last split, and it was really good.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of the only
Compliments
guy
a lot
that
of
picks
dive.
it often. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really good in this game. Ooh, maybe some more engaged, though.
That's more likely, but the Renata would be interesting.
Yeah, maybe it's not that good with Triss, but they go over Leona in the end. So overall, I think I favor PSG's comp. They've got a lot of power picks, and I think they also tend to have winning lanes. Question marks, I think, mainly come down to, you know, Betty on Kai'Sa, obviously is very good at the champ, maybe can put some chaos in the game. 1116 if you can get aggressive with these Annie ults. And Kongyue, you know, we meme on the PCS Viego, but if it does get ahead, it's a very powerful champ. Again, I think it feels tough to play it up against this comp, but look, they have ways to snowball if they can get ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for Kongyue to reach Maple or Wako to get the resets on them. And then Junji, Aze, and Woody on these absolute mega tanks aren't going to be going down particularly quickly, especially in the earlier stages of the game. Maybe once Kai'Sa hits 3-4 items, can look at taking out those guys, but I don't know, it feels pretty hard, at least at this stage. Definitely favor PSG. But again, I think I'm most excited to see this bot lane. It looks, to me at least, like the Leona Tristana can be an extremely aggressive lane, given the right scenario. Nautilus Kai'Sa can be as well, but perhaps a little bit less explosive.
Yeah. I'm really liking the Tristana as a flex, you know, because I think it allows you to get that LeBlanc a lot easier. And Tristana obviously is just a strong champ as well, and it means that if you do get 80 carries banned out in that second phase, you're still kind of safe. I like the Poppy for that reason as well. It feels like there aren't that many viable flexes that get through the draft these days. You know, the likes of Jace gets banned away quite often, and there just aren't that many other flexes. But flexes used to be a big thing, not so much common these days, but there was a season, you know, the Akali Aurelia season. I think that was season 8, was it? I can't remember which one, but flexes just non-stop. And then I think it was season 9, G2 also used flexes to great
Pike
effect.
top?
Yeah, that's the one. Halo Blades on the Kai'Sa.
All right, yeah, so, I mean, that doesn't tell us a whole lot, I guess.
Probably just says that he needs that laning power, right, to fight back against the Trist. Exhaust on Nautilus.
Okay.
Don't see that very often.
I guess it kind of makes sense just in their isolated 2v2, because it is most likely going to be the Leona and Tristana that have the more aggressive, bursty sort of duo lane. Kai'Sa Nautilus do have a bit of burst, but I don't think it compares to the Tristana Leona.
Minions have spawned.
Now, junglers, looks like they're going to be starting opposite sides of the map.
This is interesting. I wonder why Kongyue would start bot, other than to do a 3-camp bot, maybe? Because it feels like top is almost an irrelevant lane here, right? But he's going to make his bot lane leash and then path up. I mean, he might path down. We'll see where he goes after this. Could look for a 3-camp.
Yeah, there are some weird sort of jungle paths we've seen before, where it go like red up to your top side and then back down.
Yeah. No, we'll see.
Okay.
Looks like he will most likely just be clearing up. I mean, maybe just feels like the place he's going to have priority to secure a scuttle is going to be around top side. If the bot prio is that bad, though, a little worried for the bot lane. Well, we'll see. Junjia, though, I like what he's doing. He's going to path down and RJ.
Oh, hook lands onto Junjia. That's massive. So, sorry, not onto Junjia, onto Wako, but Wako's losing so much health. That's level 2 now. Wako is just going to be going down. First blood. 2 minutes and 20 seconds here for Betty.
Wow, and how good does that feel? Oh, another hook.
My. Kyrres does not miss.
Wow, how is he hooking these? I mean, this is ridiculous. He's threading the needle both times, and look, the Nautilus needle is pretty big.
That is a huge needle.
He finds it, though. And wow, what an absolute start of the game. I think that's so big as well, because this is a side that Junjia wants to path to, and it's already losing. And Kongyue, he's pathing away from them, but they're in a great spot already. Big trades coming out mid from both sides. I want to see what is Betty going to buy here. So we get a replay of it. And this hook felt a little illegal, I think. Let's see it again. Ooh, okay, does manage to get it, and they're very close to hitting 2, just 1 creep off here, so they managed to hit it halfway through the fight. Nice order from Kyrres, gets it. And they flash on the Wako before he has the opportunity to disengage.
Holds both sums, which... There's definitely a way out if you use sums, I feel.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth holding your sums to give over first blood, particularly in this lane where you should probably be favored.
Looks like we will be going towards the Shiv of the Kai'Sa, so not going to see the AD Kai'Sa, which I think makes sense. Annie's not the greatest solo AP. And there's solid AD champs here as well, the VAU and the Renekton. Mid lane trades have been pretty even.
Yeah, I'm concerned for PSG now, though. It's going to be really hard to try and claw back in this bottom lane. Wako has found himself a bit of CS, but it certainly doesn't make up for... Oh, Junjia.
Oh, so
Junjia being an absolute pest.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling. Junglers need to get a life. Kyrres, this is a big wave built up against them. CS is in Wako's favor, but after this is cleared out, should be all evened up. And I still have faith in Maple to put on a big performance in this game.
Yeah, I think importantly, Kai'Sa is an AD carry that struggles to find a place to fit lifesteal into her build.
Yeah.
Especially if it is the AP, you're just not going to see any at all. It's kind of a trade where Maple will be trying to land poke onto Betty's Kai'Sa, and in return, Betty probably looking for some Ws to find back that health. But I do think it's important to note, because in previous games with the LeBlanc, there has been champs against it that can just build the lifesteal, and starts to feel okay when you get hit by that auto attack to just sustain back up.
Yeah, and I think PSG should be one of the best teams at using this LeBlanc, not only because Maple was a very good LeBlanc, even before the Shiv days, but also just as a team, they're very patient. And I think something you said earlier in the day is they're very good at playing around champion strengths. Like, what is this champion actually good at? And so I expect them to play very slow, very calm around the LeBlanc poke, as well as use the fact that LeBlanc does just get so much tempo in the side lane with the Shiv, and really use that to kind of win the game that way, rather than just taking this LeBlanc and playing a normal 5v5.
Absolutely. Now, I think for the first time today, we have a relatively even top lane.
Oh, look at the Ardra item.
Oh!
We're in heaven.
What a savant. Oh, I love this guy, man. Finally,
He
someone
hasn't fallen for their
realizes.
lies. Yeah.
Someone realizes that Bramble Vest does not stop Renekton from healing.
Surely this will be the start of it, right? Now everyone will see this game and be like, okay, no more Brambles.
Guess it depends on if people remember who they're drinking water with.
Or is it my Jinjia? He's got a lot of bot side river control here. He's going to take this pink out as well. It is resets coming in from the BYG bot lane. I wonder, will there be a dragon started up here? Could maybe look to it, but with your bot lane in a sort of item deficit, I probably wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
Looks like instead we'll be just playing towards the Herald coming up, minute 20. I think Herald for LeBlanc is pretty good as well. Just because once you get Shiv, you can take plates really easy just by shoving waves under tower. And also just getting your Shiv earlier with more gold feels really good too. I like Aja holding this.
Yeah,
it's really
doing a really
annoying
good
to
job.
Lakai. Carries this around mid, but ganking a LeBlanc is very, very tough.
If he had Bramble there, the minions would have been doing damage to themselves.
True.
Couldn't even do that.
Okay.
Now, I think for this dragon at least, fight should pretty much favor Beyond fairly handedly. And he should have a bit more power at least in the skirmish at this stage. As well as, honestly, this is a time of the game where Viego does kind of excel.
Yeah, looks like they will start it up. And I think you're fine with this as PSG. You've got some very good scaling, obviously, and if you can just play towards that Herald fight, I think it's better. Give Waku some time to scale. Honestly, more as a player than a champ.
Yeah, that guy is pretty crazy when it comes to late game team fighting.
Top lane's been relatively quiet. Ooh,
Yeah, I
say
think
that.
This is probably the most even we've seen it, I think, tonight, out of
Yeah.
every single matchup. And you are favoring the Renekton when it comes to the isolated 1v1. Renekton just a lot of power early game. So I think Arze staying relatively close, roughly 10 CS down, is not too bad. It's a lot easier for Cassante to find the items he needs to have impact than it is for Renekton, as Herald will be started here for Beyond. It is obviously going to be first rotation for Lakai, and it looks like with both of the duo lane moving up, it's just going to be given over to Beyond. But how many plates can they get? It might not. They might be able to get one, perhaps, with the usage of Tristana's bomb, as well as Junji is actually down here, and Kira's still up in that mid wave. This could be an opportunity for PSG to find something. Although Junji's location should be known now, and it looks like Annie's headed down.
Yeah.
They shouldn't know that Junji is this far in, though.
They should know his bot side. They should be able to respect, although...
Are they looking for... This could be an opportunity.
Yeah.
LeBlanc, not a lot of damage, though, would be the biggest problem.
It does have the CC, but maybe they just get mid-prior and then walk bot with it? We'll see. But, I mean, maybe BYG are just going to get this Herald for free. Doesn't seem like any trade will come out.
Yeah, it looks like Junji is just doing laps. Gonna go head back to his jungle now and start working towards getting some farm, get towards some of those items. I think all things considered, after dying for first blood, PSG have done a good job at just neutralizing now this bot lane. A lot of other bot lanes we've seen in this league would lose that first blood and it sort of just snowballs out of control immediately, so...
Yeah.
Good to see the restraint from doing that, as Wako's actually picking himself up 2 plates potentially here.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of gold traded back. Still though, BYG, they kind of have gold in waiting with this Herald, as well as that first drag picked up. Obviously, it's pretty good. I wonder, Maple, he should be sitting on a lot of gold as well. Has his TP coming up soon. So we're getting closer to that Herald.
Oh, dodges out, nice.
Stun, yeah, it was nice. I wonder if Annie's going towards the Leandries. Oh, should hit a chain.
Oh, misses that.
Does go wide.
If that lands, there was a chance to at least get that flash. Going away now in the area.
Nice poke.
Well, this is how you play it.
I wonder, does he have points in Q? I think he should. Feels like it's doing a lot of damage, so he probably has at least 3 points in it. And I think, yeah, this is the real strength of LeBlanc before the Shiv. After the Shiv, obviously, is where you come online, but even before that, at this point in the lane, starts to have a lot of threat.
Maple playing perfectly around Annie's range as well. Very talented mid laner. Now,
He's pretty good. Shiv completed for Kai'Sa.
Oh, and
And
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
Okay,
Okay.
important.
Yeah.
A massive item break point now. A lot of power now given over to this mid laner. Both teleports committed. Junjie should have seen these two roaming around, so Maple fairly wise to it. Although, that is massive.
Yeah, he
Maple
goes back
turning
in.
around.
What a chat.
He's not done.
Wait.
He's going to be stunned up. He's inting. Actually, flash away. Oh my, that is a disaster.
Yeah, he is inting. You know, I'm pretty sure he had that second W ready for the Viego stun. I'm pretty sure he just didn't use it.
Yeah, that...
Because he used his first dash to get away from the anti-flash, and he had the other W the whole time. So I actually like going back in, wasting the Viego's time, but he just doesn't use W and is really, really punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps an uncharacteristic mistake, but again, that's a second kill found now beyond. Fairly comfortable, 1.5k gold lead. Definitely not over by any means, but certainly started to head towards perhaps a good result for themselves.
And we'll see it here. Obviously, he's very aware that Keres is here because he shows on the ward. Maybe isn't aware that Kongyue is here, but either way, you know, really good. Okay, so this is one dash used. Has the W, but he just doesn't use it. And he has so long as well.
Yeah, so he should have ult available, right?
Well, he used ult before.
Oh, right.
He used the ult dash, but he has the W.
Right.
And yeah, he just didn't use it.
And that's as soon as he teleported too, which is the worst time to die.
Yeah, for sure. Herald went down on mid as well. Wasn't the... Actually, that plate is still up. It's 4 plates on that tower over there. That last plate must be about 1 HP from being taken. And hopefully BYG can get that before 14 minutes.
Right, second dragon now. 6 is hit here, so both ults available for the supports. Now, Static Shiv is completed, so a bit of power given back to PSG, but Triforce is done here for Kongyue, which gives him a lot of power, especially when you consider it's only the Bramble and Merc Treads for Junjie. But they're patiently waiting. They're not letting Kongyue clear any of this vision. Maple headed down now. Wako just happily clearing minions, but it's actually going to be Woody who starts off, looks onto Keres. That's going to be flash committed, but Betty is the real target. Knock up from Junjie. A lot of damage is going to come down in the depth charge for Wako. Teleport coming in, but Buster shot's available.
Oh, it gets cancelled.
Oh, it gets cancelled. Nice job there from Arz. I don't even know. I feel like Wako could have just bashed Lakai into that tower with his ult.
Yeah, maybe. I think Ida probably just felt the need to cancel it. You know, it's difficult to watch the fight and cancel the TP at the same time. And it's not often that you let a TP go through, even if it's good, just because it's honestly quite hard to tell in the moment. But I think you're right. You know, maybe would have just been Lakai going down. Although had the flash, so might have just immediately flashed forward and stunned up Wako. I guess he had the cleanse. A lot of hypotheticals, not too sure how it would have gone, but PSG starting this one up. And I'm not sure this is theirs. I mean, Lakai's down here. Ajay, he has to TP if PSG want to fight.
I think Arze will. There is a nice ward. Okay, he's just going to TP to the vision ward. They are going to get this dragon, but doesn't cost him anything. Junjie going in immediately, and Arze as well. Maple on the side here. Maple's going to have to find some damage if they actually want to contest this, but for now it looks like PSG just trying to get away. Good timing on that flash to ensure Betty cannot pick up the kill on this Poppy, so it is just the dragon going down, as well as Poppy's flash, which you don't feel too bad about. Hex flash is available.
I am pretty surprised that PSG felt the need to so hard contest that. Feels like they probably should have just waited for second items to come through across the board. That being said, they did actually get the drag, so they buy themselves more time to scale if they want it, and the ability to kind of give up the next drag for a trade again if they want. So they get a lot of choices with that.
Herald up. 1116 is bot lane with teleport, whereas Wako does not have that available for himself. But as the Tristana, you should feel pretty safe just farming back here. Getting yourself some items, getting those power spikes. Kraken Slayer is completed. Kongyue will be picking up this Rift Herald. I feel like middle lane, likely the target for that one, as it is fairly low on health. Ping's already coming down onto it, actually.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Wako getting a lot for himself, though. This is first Blood Tower.
Oh yeah, so it is. It's going to be a lot of gold traded back. And on to exactly who you want it to be on.
Yeah.
Now with the Shiv, can Maple defend? Probably not.
Oh!
Shiv doesn't clear out the Herald.
Yeah, but that minion wave was absolutely denied. And importantly, none of this gold will go on to Betty.
Yeah. That's pretty key as well. Now BYG, will they set their eyes on this top tower? It's pretty tanky. I don't think you can dive Arja, so at least for now, game will go back to being pretty slow.
Ah, static Shiv wars in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's so sad when you see two people with Shiv and they can't interact with each other whatsoever. Just slows down the game a lot. Makes it very hard to make stuff happen. That being said, once you get in the side lanes, you can maybe make an argument that it speeds up the game, because it's so easy to just push a side wave and then get that tempo to move and look for a fight. Maybe look for a dive on that mid lane. Junjia very aggressive in this bot side. I think Lakai probably too tanky to deal with, at least this early.
I like watching the mini-map when you see like Maple or Betty in that side lane, because you just see a line of minions come up and then it gets auto-attacked once and the entire red line just disappears. Pressure around this top lane now though. It is 3 members strong, whereas PSG, most of their focus actually around this middle lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, is there any trade that can come out? It doesn't look like it. I mean, PSG, they're going to try, maybe trade the top side vision.
PSG looking aggressive.
They need to be careful here. I'm not sure if they should be here.
Okay, then we'll get a good bit of a chunk there. Have to be careful. 1116 does have both Flash and Tibbers available, and I think that is probably the most reliable form of engage that Beyond do have.
Yeah. Now, back towards those side lanes. Gonna be content just farming up. And this is kind of PSG's comfort zone. You know, even if they don't get ahead early game, as long as they're relatively even, when it comes to the team fights, they're just so good at executing that they normally just win from there. Now, BYG, I think they're also very good at skirmishing. And in fact, you know, they're not one of those teams like Frank or CFO that you expect to see with a giant lead and kind of need that lead to close it out almost.
Yeah.
I think BYG, they are just, you know, obviously we're a pretty different team last split, but at least this split so far have just honestly shown very good execution.
Yeah, absolutely. Junjia possibly caught out here. Nice usage of that Rift Scuttle to be able to back out. Obviously no Flash available yet.
He's got the Triforce. Now, if Viego can get a bit tankier before the next fight, I could see him being useful. Because the trouble we run into is Viego, he kind of needs to build a damage item first, but if he dies at this critical point before he gets tanky, he never gets the gold to get there, right? Because it's very hard to get gold as a jungler in the mid game in competitive, because your greedy carries just steal the camps, they should.
Yeah. Look at 1116 second item.
Second item Void, yeah, I guess he has to. There's just so much magic resist already, 3 Mercs, and even more coming through, more magic resist. It does suck though. I am surprised he went for Ludens rather than Leandries.
I'm kind of surprised out of all the people who went Mercs, it wasn't Woody.
I mean, what does he have secondary? He could have Legend Tenacity.
I think generally you go green. Was that
Yeah,
what
you could have Unflinching then in Resolve.
Yeah, true.
But it's not that much. Ooh, now being looked at.
PSG actually really aggressive. Junji, a really nice job there, channeling that steadfast presence. Gonna make sure Kyrus is grounded up as well as CC. Maple. Oh, okay. I think he did have to do that.
I think that was smart. Honestly, it's very tough to make that decision instantly in the moment.
Yeah.
To realize, like, you know, I'm trying to take the Hextech gate and suddenly I have to flash. I think that was honestly very well played by Maple. Even though it was based off a mistake, very nice reaction.
Yeah. Damage control.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He gets the stun out of
Yeah, I don't think PSG want this.
No. I think probably give this one over. I'm
Although,
surprised. They want to fight.
They are going in. Solar Flare will go wide. It is flashed away from by 1116. And now the engage comes in. Junjia will lose out on that smite fight. What damage can be found? Wako getting zoned out from the Tibbers. But now all attention towards Lakai, who is so low but will not go down. Aze, one reset comes in from Kongyue. He flashes forward, finds 3 members. Betty gets a second kill. The W will land in Kongyue with the reset. With another reset, it's looking like Wako next to go down. 3 kills for Beyond. And they've got a huge lead now.
Oh, maybe more. They're not done. They've got a flank. I think they can get both of these.
Yeah, looks like they're looking for it. Maple trying to do what he... Oh, that minion wave has disappeared. It is looking like a clean ace. 20 minutes in. Not the fight you want as PSG.
No, PSG, I don't understand why they went for that fight. I think you just want to play for 2 items, right? Tristana hits a big spike on 2. LeBlanc as well. When you get towards that Night Harvester, I really don't understand. This was confusing for me, especially after the engage is whiffed. Why not just leave? Now, something really interesting here. The Nautilus hook cancels the Poppy ult, and he gets back in. And yeah, I feel like PSG, they honestly executed fairly well after the initial engage, but they don't do enough damage. That's really it. It feels like they kind of stat checked. And I think this was a very uncharacteristic mistake from PSG because they don't often feel the need to do this. They really play exactly into what Kai'Sa and Viego want. And credit to Kongyue, I mean, he's making the Viego look pretty good this game.
Now it's about closing it out. I think one thing Beyond have struggled with, yesterday even, were really far ahead, made a few crucial mistakes, and did unfortunately fall. So now they really have, they've cemented themselves very far ahead here. 4K gold, it's going to be 116 engaged on. This is the kind of mistake you don't want. He will be going down now. Lakai teleporting in, is it a mistake? No, Betty's coming in. The ult goes wide for Junjia, and now it's Aze. A new challenger arrives. Betty is the focus, but there is no damage to get him down. And it is going to be Junjia going down alongside his good friend Woody. Kongyue on the chase, will have a reset available. Opts not to continue, but again, another mistake here. 1116 looked like a pick, but Lakai and Betty coming up in time, turning it around, and it looks like Baron will be theirs.
Yeah, I honestly think with this Baron going over, I'm not sure how PSG can get back into this. I think they might just be too far behind at this point. Betty too scaled and, you know, is not losing to the shopkeeper this time around. He's got himself a great build.
Yeah, wow. Now, this game is so impossible for PSG, it feels like now, as Maple, Keres really is landing a lot of those Nord hooks. Even that one, for a second there, I thought.
Void Staff completed on 1116, Cleaver on the Viego, and Rage Blade on the Kai'Sa. They've got all the spikes they need. Now it is a Nashor's, or not a Nashor's, a Navori that is completed by Wako. LeBlanc should be pretty close to her Night Harvester as well. So there are going to be spikes here for PSG, but I wonder, you know, you've got even bigger spikes coming in from the side of Beyond. And I think Viego is actually at the point where he can be useful now. Like, he is tanky enough. He's got also tanky targets that he can steal. And there's a lot of damage from everyone else to make sure he can get those resets.
Yeah.
And Kongyue just has a permanent Black Cleaver icon on him.
Oh, he does.
It's very important.
That guy's no longer Viego. He is the Black Cleaver. Wow, I've never seen that before.
No,
that's pretty funny. But, okay. Now, how, as PSG, do you even find an angle back? It feels a bit doomed.
Yeah.
You don't really see one. You're going to have to rely on... I think if you can wave clear, you have the Shiv, Tristana as well. As she levels up, gets a lot more range, which allows her to wave clear. I think that really is your strength. There isn't the best engage on Beyond is one thing that is a bonus. I think every time Annie flashes down, you're struggling for engages. It's more or less just Keres who will be hooking on to one of the tankier members. And if you're able to start surviving through the early burst, then maybe there is a chance to sort of get back into this game, get some items. I mean, all things considered, there's 8 deaths between the teams, but it is still staying, you know, 6k gold. At MSI, I saw PSG came back from a 9k gold deficit, so...
Off the back of Wako.
That's right, yeah. So it is definitely within their ability to somehow pull these games back. I just think looking unlikely.
Yeah, things are looking grim here for sure. LeBlanc build, obviously, a lot better from ahead than it is from behind. Very difficult, I think, to dash forward, knowing that you can just get bursted by Kai'Sa, right? And you don't want to be scared as the enemy AD as LeBlanc.
Oh, I think what's happened is all the graphics are bugged. The timer isn't moving.
Oh, yeah.
None of the timers moving. So now it's up to our estimations on the spawn timers, but Aze trying to deal with the 4 members here of Beyond. It will just be this tower going down. Recall's coming in, and Maple's getting himself some much-needed farm up on that top side.
Yeah.
Oh, Junjia, you do not want this. You are absolutely in the wrong neighborhood. Solarflare comes out. Junjia trying his best to get away as Lakai is under this tower. This could be a way back in. It's going to be Kongyue getting so low again. But he does survive. Betty's going into the middle of 4. Low health bars, but importantly, nobody goes down. That is really important. To be able to not die there means so much. Gives them just that little bit more of a chance.
Yeah, it was so close to just being an absolute wipe there. Looks like the graphics are back in business.
Yeah, so
love to see it. 2
minutes until Baron, which you have to feel like on spawn, Beyond will look at. So much damage can come through, especially from this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and what is Kai'Sa building? Is this a Rabadon's or a Shadow Flame? Because it feels like it should probably be a Void.
I think maybe it'll be Rabadon's. You do have a bit of pen coming from Guinsu's.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Ooh,
here we go.
Wako.
Lakai flashing forward. Wako does manage to get out though. Is Killer Instinct going to be used? At least not for now. It's going to be Woody going down first. Killer Instinct now is going to be off of Junjia as now PSG running for their lives. Hexgate used from Maple and Wako. He has no flash. He does have a jump, but it's not enough. Wow, Beyond are absolutely taking it here to PSG, sorry. Junji still almost dies to that Ludens, will die to the Tibbers. Next up is Aze, he'll flash away, it's not going to be enough. Reset after reset, and it's all down to Maple with the static shiv.
Does have himself the wave clear, and there is no Baron obviously on the side of BYG, but it's still going to be a lot of towers falling, and I think an inhib, maybe 2 going down here.
Ooh, so much damage just from that Kai'Sa Q, and hook lands. Oh my god, Kyrus and Betty are unstoppable.
Now that is a bot lane. They take the inhib. I think they'll work on this mid one as well. 14-1 is the score here.
Yeah. Making PSG look like a bottom 4 team are Beyond, and really surprising to see, but massive for the league to know that this top end of the bracket is this competitive, because Beyond, they look unfellable.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane performance from BYG, just dominating our undefeated team here in the PCS, and the engage is really good. Obviously, there's just not a lot PSG can do from this point. They don't have a lot of damage left, and RJ, he TP's in. It kind of feels like...
run.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he felt like he could impact the fight, but honestly, BYG are just too far ahead. And that W almost killed Janjia just then. Would have been very nice if Betty had got that, but 9... Did he just get another kill? Yeah, he did. He killed Woody, 9-0-3.
Yeah, Baron spawning now.
Got a Rabadons and an Elixir. Still has a tier 1 boost, though. Who needs him?
That's right. This man's going fast enough. Okay. Now, I mean, with the one thing about this, I guess, objectives, maybe Junjia can look for a steal, which will definitely stall out the game. Although Baron just isn't even started yet. They're instead opting to try and look for a form of engage, look for a fight. Lakai up in the front lines against Aze. That shouldn't result in too much. Wako trying to do damage, but it's actually going to be Lakai going in. Woody's following up. He's going to get one shot. 2 people hit back. This could be PSG's opportunity. They need to find Betty. Betty's untouched. Betty is killing everyone as Maple now left on his own. Depth charge, triple kill here for Betty. And with this, you have to think Beyond can just push and end.
They have to, right? This is not enough wave clear alive. No shivs even alive to do anything to clear this out. And I think in only 29 minutes here, the side of Beyond are going to take down PSG. And I don't think I've ever seen PSG lose like this.
Yeah.
This was insanely one-sided and absolute shellacking. And I will tell you one thing, at 14-0-3, I don't think Betty's getting to play Kai'Sa ever again.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's played Kai'Sa pretty much every game, and going up against PSG and having a performance like that is unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. 14-0-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game in terms of the score. You know, like there was a kill, there was some, I think 3 towers and a drag. But I honestly think for all intensive purposes, that pretty much was a perfect game from Beyond. They won 3 lanes. They won every skirmish. Sure, there was a couple picks here and there, and sure, they lost a couple turrets from being traded. But I'm not sure what more BYG could have done better. I really think that was one of the best games I've ever seen in the PCS. up against PSG, no less.
Yeah, I think that was extremely clean. And as you said, it's against PSG, so it's not like you're just rolling over one of the lower-end teams. You're up against the team that had yet to be defeated, and now you've just made them look like absolute amateurs. They honestly, at no stage did PSG look like they had a chance. For 2 minutes in, Betty found the first blood onto Wako. Wako deciding not to use summoners. I don't know. I guess it was uncharacteristic in many ways for PSG, but I think this just really shows us that the top side of this bracket is just anyone's game for who is actually the best. You don't really know.
Yeah, this is the best possible outcome of 4 teams tied. And I think we've got to talk a little bit about some of the picks in that game. Viego, what are we thinking? I mean, obviously it's a much better champ when it's ahead, when it's snowballing. They did throw with Viego yesterday, but it was off Kongyue's misplay. You know, like it wasn't exactly the champion's fault, more of him. What do you think?
Viego sucks.
Look, it does, but I think it has potential.
I think in that game it's probably one of the better. To be fair, I think if you have a Maokai or a Sejuani,
Yeah, same thing
I don't think
probably
Viego mattered much. I think that was really a Keres and Betty show.
Yeah.
Keres fight. I honestly, 14-0-1, Betty will be the MVP, but I think
14-0-3.
Oh, 14-0-3. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I think Keres.
Yeah, he played very well.
He
as
was
well.
the reason why Betty was able to be like that.
Yeah,
I
there
think
were some real nice hooks.
that level 1 hook onto Wako, as well as the foresight to auto attack that minion, hit 2 and follow
nice.
it up further. I think that in its own right deserves a highlight. That is massive. Like, that is something not many people think of in the heat of the fight, and it led to what we saw.
Yep. Now, something else I want to bring up. Do we think LeBlanc is overrated? Because it feels like teams aren't playing well enough around it. Now, admittedly, I think LeBlanc, you know, it scales in terms of tempo and farming very hard at 1 item. Scales in terms of damage very hard at 2 and 3, which is a long time to wait, right? Like, there's a lot of skirmishes that happen in the game. There's lots of dragon fights that happen before that 3 item mark. And I wonder, I think the champ is still very strong, but I wonder if teams would be better off playing something, you know, like the Annie that spikes harder earlier in the game.
Yeah, honestly, so far at least, it does seem overrated. I think, has it even won? I actually don't know if it's won.
I'm not sure, but
if
I
it
think
has,
internationally
it's
it's
won
looked really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely, but it seems like
maybe the PCS is just too fast.
Yeah, well, that is, yeah, absolutely. We do tend to have 25-minute games a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And so maybe that is one thing to consider. Of course, by 25 minutes, you're not often even making it to 3 items, which is where she spikes the most. You want that Lich Bane to really be able to put through any reliable damage. So maybe it is just overrated, at least here in the PCS. I mean, you have to think, right, after that draft, it looked pretty unique from how they went about it, but what if they just gave Maple the Tristana and had Wako on something he's known for playing? I mean, Aphelios was open, for an example.
Yeah, honestly, just think that would have probably been better. Now, if that 2v2 kill bot had happened, I think you might have seen the game in similar kind of states, but I don't know. I feel like the LeBlanc is just, like you said, it hasn't looked so good in the PCS, and you've got to start asking questions, because I think we've seen so many picks in the PCS perform very well. The likes of the Jace, you know, the Tristana, Annie, Azir, and so it's like, do we need the same priority on the LeBlanc? I don't know. Again, it's hard to say, because internationally it looks good, and I imagine in scrims, when it gets fed, it looks very good too. But it's just not being played around well enough.
Maybe like the Varus effect, almost.
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, I think Varus is similar, right? Like, it seems to be played internationally a lot, do really well, but when we saw it here, at least last split, it was pretty pitiful. Like, it was a terrible, terrible win rate, and it just didn't look good at all. So maybe it's similar to that, where you have to be able to play around the champion correctly for it to matter, and it seems like PSG weren't able to. Having a look at some of these highlights, though, take us through this one.
The Nautilus cancelling the Poppy ult, that's just insane to me. But this was another real weird question mark for me, because this has nothing to do with draft or even with like individual play. This is a team decision to contest this dragon, and I have no idea why. I feel like PSG have no business contesting this and would be very happy just scaling up for a few more items, but I think maybe not understanding their win conditions in this game. Very rare misplay from PSG.
Yeah, definitely not what we're used to seeing, and having a look there at Kongyue.
Oof,
wow.
The damage.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, it makes sense. Betty was taking names in that game. 20 kills for his team, and he was 14 of them.
20 to 1 is the overall kills.
That's one of the worst scorelines I think we've ever seen in the PCS, and it's happened to PSG.
Yeah, well, I swear PSG have never lost in anywhere close to that, right?
That is also Jinjia's first loss in the regular season.
Ooh. So
in the last 2 splits. Yeah.
43.1%.
Now, that is why he is first in AD carry damage percentage.
No kidding. He puts up these numbers every game. This is not even the first Kaiser game where he's had 14 kills.
Yeah.
I think it was, what, 16-0 or 14-0 the other game as well?
Something insane. But, I mean, to do it against PSG is a whole different thing. This is more of a curious highlight, but it's a bot lane highlight nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting this one because this just really shows it is a team effort. Super nice hook that lands here from Carriers. And then also, like you said, manages to auto the creep that gets pretty low here halfway through, hit 2.
Yeah.
And then I think also the foresight of just realizing, okay, as soon as we get 2, if we double flash forward, we've got so much damage that can come through. And we'll take a look at this fight here. So much already used here from PSG. Health bar is so low. And we see this time and time again. Once you run out of damage, if you've got a fed AD carry, they just run the game over from then on. You kind of saw LeBlanc in that fight, managed to chunk out Renekton, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, if Betty's still alive, taking names, as you said, that's all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, insane play from all of Beyond, honestly. I don't think anyone played poorly. I think everyone played pretty much as perfectly as you can, which was, you know, seen in that scoreline from everyone around the map. Who actually got the only death on the team? I think
I believe it was 1116.
Oh, it was?
Well, I think he was picked on that top wave.
Oh, yeah. But then that turned it out in a...
Yeah, I mean, it was a good death, as they say.
It was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Incredible. We'll have a look at today's results. I think for the most part, it's... Well, I guess it was pretty unique, actually. With Deep Cross, Frank, definitely expected. Halpigs was a bit of a question mark. Taipei J-Team over CFO, and Beyond over PSG.
Yeah. Games 3, 4, and 5, probably not how I would have predicted the day going. And hey, I mean, this is only week 2, day 2, and things are really heating up in the PCS. I mean, we saw it last season. The regular season was so close for so long, and even at the end, it was coming down to that single game difference. And oh man, if this is what we have in store, you know, Beyond, CFO, J-Team, PSG, oh my god, it's going to be such a good playoffs.
And Frank. That whole thing was without Frank. And Frank, against all the teams they've faced so far, looked competitive. Actually, they had opportunities to win all of them.
Definitely.
And I think just those 5 teams, 6 even, all 6 of these teams, it's a 5-way tie. I was wrong. I thought it was 4. 5-way tie here for first.
That's insane. And you could so easily see Frank in there with them. And I honestly think now, after seeing these games, if you put these, you know, that top 6 there into playoffs, I don't know who would win.
No cop-out. Shock tier list. Who is first and second?
Okay, recency bias. Beyond are the best team in the world. They just 20 to 1 PSG. Betty, that guy's a world champion by now, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not sure beyond that. Second, you want a second? Oh, well, Taipei J-Team won today, so they should be second.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, what a cop-out, this guy.
What?
I don't know.
I'm looking forward to your tier list on Twitter.
My tier list on Twitter? All right, well, this is tomorrow's matches. Frank Dewar should be one-sided, you'd think. CFO likely to take it over West Point, but who knows? Halpigs, PSG, Beyond Impunity, J-Team, Deep Cross. Now, that's the one I'm excited for.
Yeah, that game I could see going either way at this point. I'm not even sure who I'd favor. I mean, J-Team obviously looked very good today, but I think DCG actually matched up very well against J-Team.
Yeah, I think so too, but I think after seeing today, well, I absolutely thought that Flying Oyster should probably just have it fairly comfortably. I'm not so sure now. I think there's a massive question mark on just how strong J-Team are. I mean, they're 4-1, tied for first. You can't take that away from them, especially now that they have taken away CFO, who were perhaps first, second, third, in most people's minds at least, so...
Yeah. And something I have to say is I'm so impressed that all the roster swaps from the top teams have actually worked out. Because sometimes you see a roster swap come in and it, you know, the team loses synergy or it wasn't actually an upgrade and things fall apart. But here in the PCS, I mean, those top 6 teams, they're looking real good. But that's it here for us, day number 2. Come back tomorrow, especially for game number 5. Because, man, things are heating up in the PCS. It's going to be absolutely crazy.